A digital interface flashes, displaying a system for auto-hunting with my clones, prompting the thought, haven't you all imagined it at least once? He stands in a dimly lit warehouse, carrying a heavy box as the fantasy continues to unfold in his mind, having a substitute who does all the work for you, allowing you to exercise instead. He pushes himself at the gym, while his phone displays a substantial bank balance and earns money for you. He relaxes on a beach chair, sunglasses on, concluding his fantasy. That's a dream come true. But the image shifts to a close-up of his face, his broken sunglasses reflecting a different reality, as he muses, I had a life like. A flash of emerald lightning illuminates a dark, cavernous space, where shadowy figures writhe beneath its crackling energy. From the depths, a colossal, scaled beast emerges, its jaws agape, as a swarm of winged creatures takes flight around it. This vivid, almost dreamlike vision fades, bringing Sangyu back to a stark reality, his gaze fixed on a pair of broken red sunglasses lying amidst the debris. A small cut mars his cheek as he reflects. Or, to be precise, he sits among the ruins, the broken eyewear a stark reminder of a life that once was, or perhaps, a life that could have been. The desolate cityscape stretches before him, a testament to widespread destruction. From above, the skeletal remains of buildings loom, with small figures moving through the wreckage below. His thoughts echo in the silence. I almost had a life like that. Yet, even surrounded by ruin and shattered dreams, a flicker of defiance remains. But of course, I haven't given up yet. A colossal, scaly tail whips through the air, hinting at the immense creature it belongs to. He hears the casual invitation for an afterparty, a stark contrast to his own relentless drive, as he reflects that he's actually working harder than anyone else. The monstrous head of the beast lets out a deafening roar, its glowing eyes fixed on something unseen. His weapon humming with latent power in his grip. It might seem amusing to some, he muses, that he toils so diligently just for the simple comforts of eating and playing. The creature's guttural cry echoes through the desolate landscape. Its massive, armored body a testament to its raw power. But aren't they all the same, he wonders, driven by their own desires for a better life? Staring up at the towering behemoth, he can only utter a single, awestruck thought. He stands ready, pistol in hand, facing the colossal creature that looms over the ruined cityscape. A guttural roar erupts from the monster, its massive jaws opening wide. But if he were to truly describe the difference, he thinks, it's not just the size. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, commanding, everyone, attack. Below, a flurry of figures charges the monstrous form. As hunters swarm the creature, their weapons flashing while they engage in a desperate battle. A realization dawns on him. He is not alone in this fight. The collective assault continues, a relentless barrage against the towering beast. Each strike landing with visible force, pushing the hunters forward. The monster's glowing eyes fixate on its attackers as the coordinated onslaught persists. He wastes no time, swinging his massive blade down toward the colossal monster, a blur of motion against the crumbling cityscape. This sudden surge of power, the glowing eyes and crackling energy, is all because his skill. A fierce determination burns in Sangyu's eyes as purple lightning arcs around him, his power manifesting. He closes the distance, delivering a powerful blow to the monster's arm. And then, another figure, identical to him but wearing a white cap, appears, joining the assault with glowing energy claws. Both figures, surrounded by crackling purple energy, press their attack. For his unique ability is cloning. The combined assault lands with a resounding impact, eliciting a pained cry from the monstrous foe. With his new power, Sangyu unleashes his true self, his clone fighting alongside him. Life was a constant stream of obligations, a relentless cycle of tasks that demanded attention. There was always work to be done, and always more to learn. Even the most basic needs became another item on the list, a simple meal to sustain the endless effort. But amidst all the things he had to do, there were also countless things he yearned to do, a hidden world of desires waiting to be explored. For Sangyu, that often meant escaping into virtual worlds, losing himself in the thrill of a game. Or perhaps, simply experiencing the freedom of travel. Sharing moments of joy and camaraderie with friends. Sangyu yearns for a life beyond his obligations, wishing he could simply party with his friends. He longs to experience the simple joy of holding someone's hand, to have a date. A deep frustration settles within him, wondering why a person can't simply do one thing at a time. That's why he always wished that he had two bodies, one for his duties and one for his desires. A sudden, ethereal glow envelopes him, a gasp escaping his lips. And then, as if by magic, his body became two. As he navigates the bustling city streets, Sengyu's mind drifts to the future. Anticipating the moment he will finally awaken his powers, convinced he will gain some super awesome skill. However, his day is interrupted by a muscular man who sneers, "Fuck you, you useless piece of shit. That can increase your intellect though." Sangyu can only retort, "Fuck off." Later, the weariness of his obligations weighs heavily on him, a sigh escaping his lips as he admits, so tiring. His only desire is to escape the day's demands, wishing simply, "I want to go home." Suddenly, a dramatic shift occurs, and Zhang Sangwu now appears significantly heavier, His frame transformed as he stands before Gyeongguk University. Amidst the crowd, the transformed Sang-yu voices his deepest desire. I wish I had two bodies. A man's voice cuts through the air, drawing attention as he begins to speak. He introduces himself as Hunter Park Won-tae, a class hunter. He explains his new role, overseeing the 10th Portal's Awakening program. The air shimmers with nascent energy, tiny particles of light beginning to coalesce. This Awakening program is designed to help individuals unlock their latent skills, a shadowy figure forming amidst the glowing purple energy. Awakened individuals, it is revealed, gain their powers by crossing through a portal, forcing the awakening process upon them. A surge of intense, fiery red energy erupts, filling the space with a blinding glow. The light shifts, becoming a pure, brilliant white. Park Won-tae expresses his earnest hope that the citizens will find their awakening here, before instructing the groups to come forward and begin immediately. Jang Sang-yu found himself among a stream of individuals, all moving with a shared purpose into the facility. The line stretched long, each person a potential candidate for the awakening program, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. As he waited, a voice from behind him questioned the nature of their destination, before a woman stepped forward, introducing herself. Hello, you're the one who got by on your looks, right? Jang Sang-yu. I'm Han Min-ah. Sang-yu confirmed his identity, then politely asked her to release his hand, which she had taken without permission. Min-ah, holding a dark, swirling orb, processed his data, her voice flat as she declared, confirmed. Jang Sang-yu, you have no awakened skills. Your stats are those of an ordinary person. I'll be taking care of you. Moments later, Sang-yu found himself standing on a glowing blue platform, a soft hum emanating from beneath his shoe. The platform pulsed with vibrant blue energy, enveloping both him and Min-ah in its ethereal glow. As the energy intensified, a jolt ran through him, his eyes widening in surprise. A frustrated sound escaped him, as the unexpected sensation overwhelmed his senses. As the platform beneath him pulsed with an intense blue light, a series of urgent system messages flashed before Jang Sang-yu, warning of an overload and a critical system error. The system, however, continued its process, displaying a new directive, identifying the user. Moments later, a confirmation appeared, explicitly naming him, user, Jang Sang-woo, followed by confirmation complete. The process culminated with a final declaration, system usage authority has been granted, and registration complete. A soft, almost imperceptible hum filled the air. As the strain of the awakening became evident on his face, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and intense discomfort, sweat beading on his forehead. Collapsing to the ground, the young man clutched his head, a desperate cry escaping him, wondering if he had failed, convinced his head was about to explode from the sheer agony. Meanwhile, outside the facility, several helicopters circled, their presence a silent testament to the significance of the events unfolding within. Inside, a group of personnel gathered, their gazes fixed upwards, one of them voicing the collective anticipation. HM? Is the Awakener? A wave of nausea washes over him, a lingering effect of the awakening process, as he admits to himself that he's starting to feel different. Suddenly, a surge of energy courses through him, and he cries out in disbelief, realizing he's gained an incredible new ability. The sensation is overwhelming, a powerful force radiating from his core. As he grapples with this new reality, a man in a sharp suit approaches, introducing himself as a representative from the Hell Guild, while another from the Dongjin Guild also steps forward, both eager to inquire about his awakening. Observing the woman from the Dongjin Guild, Sang-yu can't help but feel a pang of envy. Park Won-tae offers his congratulations on the awakening, then politely asks if he feels all right. Sang-yu bluntly replies that he does not, but Park Won-tae reassures him that he will feel better soon, inquiring if he has checked his skill yet. Taking a deep breath, Sang-yu focuses on the system interface. His eyes widen in alarm as the screen displays a critical warning, overload. As the system interface materialized before him, Sang-yu's current stats became clear, a strength of 0.7, reflex at 0.51, health at 0.643, endurance at 0.539, and a mana pool of 0.130. Beyond his basic attributes, a new skill entry appeared, cloning, a level 1 casting type ability, accompanied by clone strengthening, a level 1 passive type skill. He realized these new abilities simply manifested just by thinking about them. As he continued to process the information, the system reiterated his reflex, health, and endurance values, leaving him to ponder the implications of his new state. Despite the initial shock, he acknowledged that the skill was important enough to warrant his attention. The details of the cloning skill unfolded. It created a clone with the user's body, the maximum number dependent on his level, and he was directly connected to them. He could currently summon one clone, consuming 1 mana, with a 3-minute cooldown. The clone strengthening passive applied 50% of his stats to the clone, a significant boost for his nascent abilities. Despite the potential, a wave of self-doubt washed over him, making him feel pathetic, seriously. His thoughts were interrupted as Park Won-tae approached, reminding him that he must have a proper verification window for his skills. Han Min-ah then chimed in, trying to reassure him not to feel down, explaining that unless one was a high ranker, they wouldn't have any casting type skills, prompting Sang Yu to question why he had won. Sang Yu reveals his new ability, stating it is cloning. And Wante repeats the word, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he processes the implications. Minna, sensing his concern, asks if the skill is problematic, prompting Wante to recall a guild master who could create illusions, effective but intangible. Sang Yu quickly clarifies that his cloning is no mere illusion, which Wante acknowledges, declaring that any skill is better than none, though a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. He then instructs Sang Yu to demonstrate the skill's details, assuring him it will allow for a more accurate assessment, just as a powerful impact reverberates through the air. With a determined cry, Sang Yu unleashes his power, green energy crackling from his outstretched hand. A massive, unseen force erupts, startling Wante, Minna, and the surrounding observers. The effort leaves Sang Yu visibly strained, the pressure of his own power weighing heavily upon him. Holding the exploring trophy and registration form, he receives instructions to proceed back through the portal. As the official calls out for the next person, Sang Yu steps forward, a soft whirring sound accompanying his movement. He finds himself at a registration desk, where Park Wante and Han Minna observe as a machine whirs to life, preparing to process his unique abilities. A moment of anticipation hangs in the air before the process begins. An examiner greets him, confirming his skill. Welcome, sir. Your skill is cloning, right? Sang Yu affirms, yes, that's right. As the examiner continues, revealing a 73% chance of him possessing cloning or more skills, with the confirmation now complete. With a soft click, the cloning skill is officially registered. Another soft click signals that the Awaken registration form has been sent directly to his identification bracelet. The device glows with a soft hum, finalizing the process. Sang Yu muses to himself, realizing the skill registration process was quicker than he had anticipated, leaving him to ponder the true nature of this cloning ability. His gaze drifts upward, a mix of curiosity and apprehension clouding his features. Later, as he walks, he checks his identification bracelet, wondering if his newly acquired skills have already been transmitted to it, a soft electronic chime confirming the update. Back in his room, he stands before his multi-monitor computer setup, the glow of the screens illuminating his face. His hand rests on the mouse, navigating through the digital interface. He finds the confirmation, new skills registered, the system declares, prompting a frustrated sigh from him. With a dismissive gesture, he mutters, forget it. He lies sprawled on his bed, lost in thought. His brow furrows slightly as he considers his options, wondering if he should simply find a new game. But the harsh realities of life quickly intrude, reminding him of the need to pay for food and monthly rent, pushing him to seek a game where he can actually earn money. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, a realization that cuts through his financial worries. Right. The clone. He glances down at the identification bracelet on his wrist, a silent confirmation of his unique ability. Stepping into the next room, he pauses, a quiet determination settling over him. With a soft thud of his feet, he continues forward. A vibrant blue aura ignites around him, radiating outward as he stands ready. He stood, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, the energy crackling around him as he prepared to unleash his new ability. With a focused gaze, he mentally commanded, summon clone. The blue energy intensified, swirling around his outstretched hands, a powerful manifestation of his will. A guttural cry escaped him, the sheer effort of the summoning contorting his features. With a final grunt of exertion, he collapsed forward as the blue energy began to dissipate from his body. The shimmering blue essence pooled on the floor, bubbling and coalescing into a liquid-like form. It continued to swirl and dissipate, a vibrant, ephemeral puddle of power. As the last vestiges of blue faded, a brilliant white light erupted from the center of the pool. From within the blinding radiance, a hand slowly emerged. From the glowing energy, a foot emerges, then the rest of the body follows, steaming as it rises, a perfect duplicate of Sang Yu himself. A bare torso stands in a simple room, its feet planted on the floor as a soft exclamation escapes the figure's lips, a sudden realization dawning. Turning to face Sang Yu, the young man with light brown hair hesitates, a question forming on his lips. His eyes wide with a mix of confusion and disbelief, he asks if Sang Yu is a clone. Without hesitation, Sang Yu meets his gaze, confirming the truth with a simple, direct answer. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, as the young man's bare form seems to emphasize the raw, unfiltered nature of the moment. Before he finally asks, his voice filled with an almost childlike curiosity, if he can touch him. A profound awkwardness washes over the unnamed man, his face contorting as sweat beads on his temple, his heart thumping erratically. He glances down at his chest, a soft gasp escaping his lips as he carefully applies a soothing cream to his skin. A sudden realization dawns on him. This body, this form, is undeniably real, no mere illusion. As his hand drifts across his side, a voice cuts through his thoughts, suggesting he should put on some clothes. His gaze falls upon the discarded garments on the floor, the voice pressing him further, asking if a direct order is truly necessary. Now dressed, the man simply affirms, yes. He finds himself kneeling, a tearing sound accompanying the command to make him comply. A new thought sparks in his mind. He wonders if he doesn't even need to speak his answers aloud. standing opposite him. Sengyu issues a clear directive to stand up, then repeats the command. He stands over the other man, who remains on the floor, while a third figure observes from nearby. A soft sigh escapes Sengyu, the connection to his creation beginning to wane. The clone, still on the ground, looks up with a blank expression. He then pulls out his phone, his gaze fixed on the screen. A flurry of messages from a contact named KKD fills the display, asking about his new skills and expressing frustration at the lack of reply. The clone's brow furrows slightly as he reads the texts. More messages arrive, some sarcastic, others questioning if he received a down skill due to his silence. A faint smirk plays on his lips, a quiet thought forming about the sender's sarcasm. Just then, a system notification flashes, indicating a slight increase in his stamina. He looks up, his expression unreadable. A soft sound of confusion escapes him. Meanwhile, the legendary jumper, George Lucas, makes his appearance. The S-class ranker of America, owner of the Blink skill, stands enveloped in a vibrant purple aura. As the leader of the Enlightened group and the first person to conquer the God's Tower dungeon. An elevator door slides open on the 13th floor of Enlightened's main building. And the powerful figure muses, "Is that so? Then it's about time for it to also go down." He reviews a document detailing the global increase in awakened individuals, projecting 10 billion people within 5 years. 5 years, huh? He remarks, that won't be long then. High above the sprawling metropolis, George Lucas surveys the city below, its towering structures stretching endlessly into the distance. Until then, a thought echoes, a silent promise hanging in the air. Meanwhile, a figure gasps, pushing through exertion, his feet pounding the pavement as he runs through a vibrant park. Each stride is heavy, a rhythmic beat against the ground. His face contorted in a grimace of effort, sweat beading on his brow. From a nearby bench, 2 men observe his relentless pace, one remarking that he runs every day, and wondering if he's training to become a hunter. Finally, the runner collapses onto the grass, utterly spent. He gasps, his body trembling from the exertion of his training. When an older man approaches, offering a drink and remarking, "You are working out hard. Why don't you start running again?" Sweat drips from his face as he struggles to respond, the man's words echoing in his mind. A simple question that feels like an impossible task. The bystander watches him for a moment longer, before turning to walk away through Seamall Park, leaving him to his exhaustion. Later, reflecting on his progress, he considers his diet, his white t-shirt clinging to his frame, and marvels at the results. "I somehow felt hungry, so I ate twice the amount of food I usually eat, but I still managed to lose 0.5 kilograms this month." He observes his own body, noting that despite his intense training, he hasn't gained much, yet he feels a subtle increase in his height. A system message flashes, confirming his stamina and reflexes have both incrementally improved, and he recalls the moment he first discovered the true nature of his abilities, realizing that the person he saw earlier was merely a clone. Sitting in quiet contemplation, he understands the implications of this discovery, knowing that the pain and exhaustion suffered by the clone will not affect him. With this newfound understanding, he pushes his training to new extremes, kicking a soccer ball with fierce determination, the hooded clone moving to intercept it. He then pushes himself through a grueling run, the clone struggling to keep pace, as he urges it to continue until its very limit, knowing it will simply disappear if its energy is pushed beyond that point. Finally, after pushing himself to the absolute brink, he collapses onto the ground, utterly spent, acknowledging that he has indeed gone too far. As he observes his duplicate, Sengyu notes that every time his body changes, the clones will instantly mirror his exact appearance, even down to his weight. Even when the clone is far away, he finds it possible to give orders simply by thinking them in his head, commanding it to stop running and perform push-ups. This new ability is truly the cloning skill, a powerful tool for his development. He reflects that if the clone could use the energy of the original, it would be an infinite energy source, but that's not how it works. Instead, the clone simply disappears once its energy is depleted. Later, researching on a hunter wiki that provides basic information for hunters, he finds a section titled, "What is a stat?" He didn't expect to find such a detailed explanation for something he thought was common knowledge in the hunter world, learning that a stat is the limit for an unawakened human, and that there are normal stats, but also hidden stats that are part of the system and unlocked through specific conditions. Regeneration, resistance, vitality, and other basic stats are fundamental to all living beings, yet the way to unlock these kinds of special stats remains unknown, except for a few rare exceptions. Even with just basic training, it can be incredibly difficult to increase one's stats each day. A sudden realization strikes Zhang Sang-woo as he stares at his own stat window, a small gasp escaping him. His current statistics are displayed clearly: strength at 0.707, reflex at 0.515, stamina at 0.659, endurance at 0.530, and mana at 0.130. His skills include cloning at level 1 and clone strengthening also at level 1. He muses that while his clones perfectly replicate his appearance and can be mentally controlled, their energy is finite, disappearing once depleted. Training with them is efficient, but it doesn't directly raise his own stats. So, he wonders, how did his stats increase? He ponders if the significant 78-point increase he observed was solely due to his own direct training, a thought that brings him to a pause. As he continues his research, a flyer for Tough Body Gym catches his eye on the screen, displaying a total stat increase of 0.30, which the system notes is not the best. The flyer advertises various programs, including health, personal training, spinning, and all exercise programs, specifically mentioning Pilates, weights, and body classes. He stares at the screen, contemplating the information, a silent moment of consideration passing over him. He considers his next move, a strategic thought forming in his mind, then declares, "Then, I will be the head." As he reads a book titled The Secret of Muscle Growth, he adds, "And you be the limbs." Sengyu stares at the balance on his phone, a meager sum displayed on the screen. A sigh escapes him as he realizes there's nothing left to do but complete the registration. A small, wry smile touches his lips as he accepts his fate, thinking, well, I guess I'm on my own. His thoughts drift to practical matters, wondering if he should get a part-time job or something similar. Later, his fingers fly across a keyboard, the rhythmic tapping echoing his focused determination. He stares intently at the screen, a new resolve hardening his expression as he considers, I've got to find some promotion method, and at the same time, I must train my body and mind. Still grappling with his financial reality, Sengyu scrolled through job listings on his phone, a list of part-time and office assistant positions appearing before him. He mused, considering a delivery or drop-off role at Wukong Logistics, a simple box job with a daily payment of 100,000 won for evening shifts, that it couldn't be that difficult, and he would just have to work harder if he wanted to earn more. A sigh escaped him as he settled at his computer, the thought of the demanding hours from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m., Monday through Saturday, weighing on his mind. Deciding to take the plunge, he dialed the number, the phone ringing with an uncertain future. A moment later, he was speaking into the receiver, confirming his availability to work on his friend's behalf and stating his intention to start the following day. A brief pause followed. Before the voice on the other end inquired if he wouldn't be available today, he hesitated, a slight it's escaping him as he considered his response. Still on the phone, Sengyu hears the voice on the other end ask if he can start immediately, to which he replies, yes, that's possible. The voice confirms, okay, see you then. There's no one working right now. Sengyu, now looking thoughtful, considers the unexpected turn of events, as the voice instructs him to then come to the logistics office by 6:30 p.m. Later, the Wukong Logistics building stands prominently under a clear sky, its vast structure awaiting his arrival. Sengyu arrives, looking around the exterior of the building, taking in his new workplace. Nearby, a mysterious figure, clad in a hoodie and mask with a cap, stands silently, identified only as number 1. Sengyu, now changed into a white t-shirt and black hoodie, reflects on the situation, thinking, I thought I'd start tomorrow, but I guess I'm working today. He continues to ponder the unexpected immediacy of his new job. I guess I'll just have to do my best. As Sengyu processes the unexpected start to his new job, Deok-chil, a man with a wide grin, asks if he's surprised, to which Sengyu admits he hadn't expected him at all, fearing he might lose money. Deok-chil then questions, wondering what Sengyu is doing there. Sengyu, recognizing him, exclaims his name, Mr. Deok-chil. With a grateful expression, Sengyu thanks him, explaining he had looked for him earlier that morning but couldn't find him, as Deok-chil hands him a wad of cash. Deok-chil ponders this, then wonders aloud if the guy who looked like an officer was involved. A masked figure, standing before a convenience store, confirms Deok-chil's thought, stating that it was indeed in a convenience store. Sengyu flinches, startled, muttering that he was surprised too, having not expected him there. He covers his face, a wave of anxiety washing over him, thinking to himself, I'm pretty nervous. His internal monologue continues, questioning, aren't you nervous? George Lucas, still in his disguise, dismisses something with a firm, no. Sengyu, however, reveals a secret, declaring, yes, I'm also an awakener now. As the sun begins to set, George Lucas turns, suggesting they finish this quickly and go eat ramen at home. The two walk away together, leaving the day behind. Later, Sengyu lies on the ground, utterly spent, his body aching as he thinks, I'm too broken. He struggles to lift another heavy box, the endless task weighing on him. There's no end to this. With a grunt of effort, he continues his arduous work, meticulously organizing the countless packages on the warehouse shelves. Sweat pours down his face, and he wonders, do these people have some kind of skill for moving heavy things? He continued to haul heavy boxes, the relentless physical labor pushing him to his limits, a colleague on a forklift remarking that he shouldn't have come to work alone. Sweat beading on his brow, he glanced at his watch, the minutes crawling by as a soft beep signaled the end of his shift. Finally, a break, an entire hour to recover. As he slumped to the ground, utterly spent, a friendly face appeared, offering a refreshing drink, while another figure watched from a distance. The man extended a can, simply saying, here. Gratefully accepting the beverage, he listened as his new acquaintance advised him to bring more sustenance, like food, for such demanding work. The man then inquired if this was his first time working in a warehouse, before introducing himself as Kim Deok-chil and asking, what's your name? Deok-chil, with a friendly smile, continued, by the way, are you an awakener? I'm an awakener, too. I'm a B rank. What about you? Looking at his phone, he mused that his mana was indeed quite strong, but still not enough to escape danger if things went south. He listens intently as Deokchil continues to speak, offering advice on the demanding work. Deokchil explains that if he doesn't want to be stuck doing this kind of work forever, he needs to find a way to level up his skills. Taking a swig from his drink, Deokchil then shifts the conversation, asking if Sangyu has heard of special admissions. He elaborates, stating that he wouldn't wish this kind of grueling labor on anyone, especially not someone with awakener potential. Sangyu's expression remains thoughtful, processing the implications of Deokchil's words. Deokchil continues, explaining that if one has a certain level of mana, they can get special admission to a different kind of job. He gestures emphatically, emphasizing that such a special admission is indeed possible. His expression turns serious, underscoring the gravity of his statement. With a knowing smile, Deokchil asks if Sangyu would like to pursue another part-time job. Sangyu considers the implications of Deokchil's offer, wondering if this special opportunity is just another grueling part-time job. Deokchil clarifies, explaining that instead of his current difficult work, Sangyu would be in a much better position if he were willing to tutor his daughter. The unexpected proposal leaves Sangyu stunned, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief. He repeats the question, trying to process the idea, him, a tutor? Meanwhile, a phone screen displays a meager bank balance of just over 123,000 won, a stark reminder of the financial pressures at play. Sangyu's expression remains one of utter bewilderment, as he asks if he's expected to teach her every single subject. Deokchil, joined by a masked figure holding the phone, admits with a touch of embarrassment that his daughter is actually quite good at studying, implying the tutoring might not be as demanding as Sangyu fears. He then gets straight to the point, proposing a payment of 50,000 won per session, twice a week, and asks for Sangyu's thoughts on the arrangement. Deokchil clarifies the nature of this special part-time job, explaining that he needs help tutoring his daughter in math, despite her general academic prowess. He then specifies the terms, 50,000 won per session, twice a week, a deal that seems quite reasonable given the time commitment. With the terms agreed upon, a firm handshake seals the new arrangement. Deokchil confirms he will discuss the details with his daughter after work, casually inquiring if Sangyu still lives alone. As he walks away, Sangyu reflects on the tutoring job, hoping it will go well. A quick glance at his phone confirms the reality of his new employment, bringing a wave of relief and happiness. This new commitment also provides him with another purpose, another thing to do. He decides to eat first before diving into his new responsibilities. A moment of quiet contemplation was abruptly broken by a sudden, muffled sound, leaving Sangyu to wonder what had just happened. His companion, meanwhile, was already deep into a meal, munching and gulping down food with an almost alarming speed. The friend continued to devour the meal, oblivious to anything but the task at hand. Later, under the cover of night, Sangyu could only stare in disbelief at his companion, who had apparently consumed everything, muttering, "You F*******, I ate it all, you bastard." The next morning, Sangyu lay sprawled across his bed, his body aching from the previous day's ordeal. A groan escaped him as he slowly opened his eyes, the exhaustion still heavy in his bones. Later, in the kitchen, he resolved to make the most of his new abilities, planning to use his recently acquired skill to secure a part-time job. A notification chimed, revealing a status window that confirmed his new skill, auto-hunting with my clones, along with significant increases in his strength, agility, vitality, and mana. His thoughts drifted to the enigmatic number 1, a silent plea for his return echoing in his mind. Sitting on his bed, he pondered the strange situation, wishing he could simply make number 1 disappear, but knowing he couldn't summon him again, and that his distinctive clothes would betray his presence. The city lay in ruins, a monstrous claw tearing through buildings as crackling green lightning illuminated the devastation. Yet, the mundane rhythm of life continued, with a simple meal laid out on a table, offering a brief respite from the chaos of the world outside. Sangyu ate in quiet contemplation, until a sudden, irritating sound broke his focus, pulling him from his thoughts with a jolt of annoyance. He looked down as a door creaked open, and a familiar hand reached into his space. His expression shifted to one of surprise, a silent groan escaping him at the unwelcome intrusion. A cheerful voice announced, "I'm back, brother," to which Sangyu could only respond with a weary sigh, muttering, "Warm up food and wash clothes." The shower ran, its steady stream a temporary escape from his new reality, as he resigned himself to the tasks ahead. A basket overflowing with clothes awaited him, another chore added to his unexpected morning routine. Finally, Sangyu stood face to face with George Lucas, the two brothers now fully reunited, for better or worse. He stares at his outstretched hand, a voice urging him to offer it. As if on cue, a fresh wound appears, slicing across his palm. A gulp escapes him, the thought of healing such a precise injury on command seeming impossible. Yet, his hand is taken firmly, a silent reassurance passing between them. Almost immediately, the wound on his palm begins to mend, the skin slowly knitting itself back together. A gentle pat on the head acknowledges his effort, as the other man remarks on his endurance, his hand now bandaged. He looks at the wrapped hand, wondering when the regeneration stat will finally unlock. a process known to require self-inflicted wounds, natural healing, and infinite repetition. He stares at the computer screen, a deep sigh escaping him as he admits to himself, I'm not sure if I can do this. The thought of repeatedly inflicting wounds upon himself is daunting, a terrifying prospect that makes him feel utterly pathetic. Still, he resolves to approach the task proactively. Later, on the street, a familiar voice chides him. Eat ramen every day and grow up. He can only groan in response. The other man then offers a tablet. Take this. You said you needed a new phone, so I picked one out now. Sengyu often used his free time to help others. Walking away, Sengyu muses to himself, that guy's too nice. Suddenly, a hand lands on his shoulder, and a voice calls out, Hey, Sangwoo. He turns, surprised. It's Deok Chil, who pulls him into a friendly embrace, saying, It's been a while, Sangwoo. With an arm still around him, Deok Chil adds, I wasn't sure if it was you, but I'm glad it was. You're still as skinny as ever. You haven't gained any weight, huh? He mentions his new routine, explaining that he's been working out and is currently on his way to the gym. His friend, Deok Chil, expresses surprise, asking if he's really going to work out, to which Sengyu proudly replies that he can already see muscles on his sleeves. Deok Chil then inquires about the gym's name, before flexing his own impressive physique and jokingly attributing a faint sound to his abdominal muscles. Sengyu, however, remains unconvinced, skeptically noting that he hears no sound, only Deok Chil's breathing. Changing the subject abruptly, Deok Chil then confesses his true motivation, mentioning that the trainer at the gym is really pretty. The realization dawns on Sengyu, who finally understands the true meaning behind his friend's sudden interest in working out. As Sengyu walks away, Deok Chil calls out to him to wait, while Sengyu retorts that his friend isn't actually going there to exercise. The sounds of the city street fade into the night. Inside a gym, a muscular trainer focuses intently on lifting weights. The bright, spacious interior of a modern gym gleams under the morning light, its rows of equipment waiting for the day's first patrons. A close-up reveals a toned bicep flexing, a testament to the hard work put in by its owner. As Deok Chil greets Sengyu with an enthusiastic, Oh, it's quite good. Sengyu, turning to face him, responds with a questioning, Huh? That's... The older man quickly clarifies, Whoa, sorry. It was a lunch break, but I'm glad you're here. I've been waiting for you for the first time. He then eagerly asks, Yes, I would like to. He continues, laying out an enticing offer. We are hiring new trainers right now, so if you register for 3 months at once, you can get 50% off. What do you think? With a knowing look, Deok Chil adds, Then I will register for 3 months at once, so could you take a look at the trainers on each one of the machines? Sengyu, however, remains unconvinced, his thoughts betraying his true feelings. Clone will be doing all the exercises anyway. Despite his internal reservations, Sengyu finds himself at the registration desk, as Deok Chil cheerfully declares, Okay, that's not hard. Let me help you with the payment. The gym's interior, now fully registered, awaits their new members. He strains against the heavy barbell, his muscles screaming with effort as he pushes it upward. Nearby, Deok Chil offers a critique, noting his good form but suggesting negative reps and a spotter for the descent, while Sengyu lets out a grunt of pure exertion. His face contorts with the immense pressure, every fiber of his being focused on the lift. Hands clenched around the cold steel, he fights gravity with all his might. Still grunting through the set, he pushes on, Deok Chil watching intently. Soon, Deok Chil moves to his own station, engaging in a focused workout, his expression serious. Yet, even amidst his own routine, his eyes subtly scan the gym, observing the other trainers with a keen interest. He walks through the facility, his gaze lingering on various individuals. Meanwhile, Sengyu continues his regimen, his hand firmly gripping a dumbbell, the effort still evident. He lets out a satisfied grunt, flexing his impressive physique. Patting the younger man's head, he praises his progress, noting how much he's grown in such a short time, though Sengyu quickly corrects him, admitting it's his first time. He then inquires if Sengyu's strength increased with his hunter skill, or if it was simply a D rank. Laughing, Sengyu humbly replies that it's nothing much, just about 2.1, prompting Deok Chil to express admiration for his strength, admitting his own focus is more on stamina. Sengyu's eyes widen in surprise, realizing the hunter skill Deok Chil mentioned earlier must have been strength. A thought crosses his mind. If ordinary people possess such strength, how formidable must official hunters truly be? There was a clear reason why everyone spoke of hunters with such reverence. Pushing himself, he continues his training, straining against the pull-up bar. His grip tightens, muscles burning with effort. He answers his phone, hearing a familiar voice on the other end. Yes, hello, he responds, as the caller continues. Yesterday we talked about listening to your body. I just wanted to ask, do you have some time right now? Right now? Yes, he confirms, hearing the request. If it's all right with you, I wanted to talk to you about it face to face. Meanwhile, a different voice grumbles, Jiangbo, that bastard. He's still talking even after all that. Later, at the gym, Sengyu finds himself surrounded by the familiar hum of activity, where Deok Chil approaches him, remarking, Hey, if I knew you'd be here, I'd have told you to exercise properly instead of just talking to me. Sengyu replies, It's just because there are so many others talking too. Deok Chil looks surprised by the response, uttering a small sound of confusion. Sang-yu, however, turns away with renewed focus, thinking, it's better that way. Since I don't have much time, I should just focus on training at the gym now. Arriving at the designated location, he paused before a door marked 603, a question lingering in his mind about whether this was truly the place. Stepping inside, Sang-yu felt a familiar presence, a sensation he'd noticed even from the door. He wondered if the person he sought was already here. Before he could fully process it, Deok Chil's voice boomed, grabbing his arm with a firm grip, chastising him for his perceived laziness and urging him to get up and train. Deok Chil looked on, surprised, as Sang-yu's expression hardened with resolve. His gaze was unwavering, focused on the task ahead. Without a word, he reached for a locker. He opened it, ready to begin his rigorous training. Nearby, a young woman with long dark hair, dressed in a school uniform, looked on with a surprised expression. Returning home, Sang-woo finds himself in a familiar domestic setting, where an older man greets him with a slight apology. Sorry, Sang-woo, didn't see you there. As a plate of freshly prepared dumplings is set down, a woman exclaims her surprise. Wow, I couldn't recognize you at first. You've lost a lot of weight. Sang-woo replies, I have been working out regularly since I last saw you, auntie. He continues to eat, casually adding, anyway. A subtle gesture of his hand brushing his thigh hinting at the effort behind his transformation. He listens intently as the young woman responds to his question, introducing himself as Jong Sang-woo, a freshman from Jangdok University, and explaining his role as her tutor for the upcoming year, hoping they'll get along. The student, meanwhile, points excitedly at something, exclaiming about her findings. A flush spreads across her cheeks as she realizes the implications of her outburst, wondering if he had overheard her shouting. Confirming her grade level, he then requests to review her academic performance before their lessons officially begin. Her eyes widen in alarm at the mention of her grades. He calmly examines the results. Later, the student and Sang-woo are joined by another young man, sharing a light-hearted moment together. He listens as a young man across from him excitedly declares his intention to hang out with Sang-woo, only for another voice to playfully interject, accusing the first of being a traitor. Later, the high school student he's tutoring lets out a soft groan, her expression downcast. Sang-woo, holding a document, admits that he didn't get a good score on the SAT either, perhaps trying to ease her embarrassment. Her face brightens slightly at his words, a hint of relief washing over her. Still, she lets out another frustrated sound before agreeing to start studying soon, establishing their tutoring schedule for 2 days a week, specifically Monday and another day. The clear blue sky stretches above the city, a quiet moment passing. The surrounding buildings stand tall, witnessing the everyday lives unfolding within. He knew there was still a long way to go with the tutoring. But watching the student diligently work, her brow furrowed in concentration, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that she was smarter than he had initially expected. His parents had already gone to work, leaving him alone in the quiet apartment. For now, he only had his old phone, but if the number of hunters continued to increase, he would need to find a way to make more money, a tough prospect. He decided to search the hunter web, wondering if he should look for someone to work with, browsing listings for urgent buyer teleportation skills and mage scrolls. Jong Sang-woo continued his research into hunter skills, his gaze fixed on a screen displaying a familiar skill, a summon-type ability strongly recommended for its utility, yet priced at a staggering 100 million won. Scrolling further, he found another intriguing option, a telepathy skill scroll, also listed for 100 million won, promising to enhance communication with summoned creatures. The sheer cost of these abilities weighed heavily on his mind, 100 million won apiece. He checked his current balance, only to find a meager 233,201 staring back at him from the screen. Later, flopping onto his bed, he stared up at the ceiling, lost in thought. The news headlines he'd seen earlier, stories of a walking one-man corporation S-class hunter and the owner of the most expensive apartment in Korea, echoed in his mind, prompting a profound question. Should he become a hunter himself? With a soft tap, he picked up his phone once more, the decision beginning to solidify. He stares into the distance, a profound realization settling over him. This opportunity, this path, is too significant to simply let unfold on its own. With a firm resolve, he reaches for his jacket, a silent declaration of his intent. Slipping it on, a new chapter begins. The decision is made, a quiet whisper of destiny. Let's just try it. Hunter. A soft beep confirms his choice. Immediately, a system message flashes into existence, announcing, Vitality is unlocked, accompanied by a clear ringing sound. The profound question hangs in the air. What truly defines a hunter? The answer lies in history. As in the year 2000, mysterious portals began to appear across the globe, unleashing hordes of monsters. This catastrophic event, now known as the Great Disaster, claimed the lives of more than half the world's population. But from the ashes of despair, a new hope emerged. Humans gifted with special abilities, who rose to be known as hunters. The world was plunged into chaos, with monstrous claws tearing through cities, and it seemed like humanity's end was nigh. Indeed, the very fabric of existence threatened to unravel. Yet, at the precipice of annihilation, a new hope emerged as superhumans. gifted with extraordinary powers, began to appear. They stood as humanity's last line of defense. With these newly awakened individuals fighting on the front lines, humanity narrowly secured a victory, though at a terrible cost. Now, in the year 2023, the world has adapted to its new reality. A new profession has risen from the ashes. Individuals who actively hunt the remaining monsters, known simply as hunters. For those with the potential, a path to power and purpose awaits. By passing a rigorous test, one can earn a nationally recognized license, granting them the legal authority to eliminate these threats. He adjusts his earbud, listening intently to the voice on the other end of the line. As it confirms the location he's seeking, the Hunter Center. The imposing structure of the Hunter Center looms against the clear sky, and Sang-yu walks towards its entrance with a determined stride. As he approaches, a sense of unease settles over him, reflecting on the unsettling number of people who have gone missing in recent years. His steps carry him further into the facility, where inside, a shop assistant demonstrates a weapon to a customer clad in tactical gear. The customer meticulously assembles a firearm, his focus absolute. While from the shadows, a man in a fedora watches the transaction with keen interest. He gazes up at the massive digital display, a sense of wonder washing over him. The vast hall of the Hunter Center stretches before him, yet despite its size, it seems surprisingly few people are here to take the test. He observes a small group gathered on an upper floor, their hushed conversations echoing faintly in the expansive space. A woman at a registration counter announces that the Hunter license test registration for Season City will close in 29 days. As he walks through a corridor, he wonders if the assessment is about to begin, only to hear a casual reply that it is not yet time. He soon finds himself before a door marked, Hunter License Test Room. With a soft creak, the door opens before him. Inside, a bald man is already at a counter, seemingly in the middle of a transaction, a small sound of surprise escaping him. But the man's attention is quickly drawn to the sheer number of people filling the room, a wave of disbelief washing over him as he wonders why there are so many. As the sound of heavy footsteps echoes through the hall, Deok-cheol turns to his companion, wondering aloud about the identity of the staff member approaching. The rhythmic thud of boots continues, drawing closer. Finally, a gloved hand firmly grasps the edge of a table, a clear signal of arrival. A formidable man in military fatigues introduces himself to the assembled test takers, declaring, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Byung-cheol, the chief examiner of this licensing test." He continues, detailing the structure of the Hunter license test, explaining that it's conducted by the Hunter Association and divided into a written test on the first day, followed by a nomenclature test on the third. His gaze sharpens as he delivers a stern warning, making it clear that cheaters will never be forgiven. A palpable tension fills the air, and Sang-yu swallows hard, feeling the immense pressure of the moment. The chief examiner surveys the vast assembly of hopefuls before officially announcing the commencement of the Hunter license test. The city hums with the rhythm of traffic as a white car cruises along the highway. Inside, Deok-cheol confirms his plans over the phone, assuring the caller that they will depart at 10 a.m. and everything will be ready before then. A slight frown creases his brow as he responds, wondering why the boss can't handle it himself, as he's quite busy and doesn't have a couple of days to spare. With a quick wink, he ends the call. A sigh escaping his lips as he mutters, "He's killing me." Deok-cheol continued his drive, the name of JM Agency's CEO Kong flashing through his mind, a reminder of the task at hand. On the phone, he sighed, acknowledging that while the money was coming in, there were simply too many places it needed to go. Checking his smartwatch, which read 7:45, he confirmed it was indeed time for him to head out. The city stretched out before him, bathed in the warm glow of the rising sun, as he drove across a towering bridge. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sang-yu stared at his own wrist device, which displayed JM President P. Hunter, a question mark hanging in the air as he looked towards his laptop. A look of surprise crossed his face as the device proudly declared "Congratulations, C-Class," making him wonder if that was truly all there was to it, just like getting a driver's license. He diligently fills out the assessment, considering the final question, wondering what could possibly be the last few things required for the test. However, the examiner, Kim Byung-cheol, interrupts his thoughts, revealing that while the practical test provides enough information, the theory test is far more cruel. He clarifies that the current task isn't the actual test at all, leaving Sang-yu utterly bewildered. The true aptitude test, he explains, is more akin to a moral examination from grade school, designed to make one give up on the demanding job of a hunter. Of course, he insists, it's not meant to be easy, leaving Sang-yu to question the true nature of this assessment. The job itself, the narration continues, involves risking one's life in the field, and should truly only be for those who are fully committed. A new resolve hardens his expression. As he reflects on past regrets, acknowledging that sometimes, it's one bad decision he wishes he could take back. But shaking off the heavy thoughts, he decides not to overthink the situation any further. Meanwhile, Deok-cheol is seen engaging in a conversation with a group of men in suits, while Sang-yu walks past them in the background, seemingly on his own path. Deok-cheol passes a small item to a sharply dressed man, who accepts it with a confident smile. Meanwhile, Sang-yu wonders if these are the guilds trying to recruit new hunters. A business card is extended, bearing the congratulatory message for passing the hunter license exam. Sang-yu takes the card, observing other similar interactions happening around him. He reads the agency's name, JM Agency, with a questioning tone. Kang Jinwoo introduces himself as the president of JM Agency, explaining their service of buying items or finding monsters for a small fee, promising the best service. Sang-yu then finds himself looking at a holographic interface, where a notification of skill increased appears. The screen displays further details about the increased skill, hinting at its casting type and energy levels. A holographic system interface materializes, announcing a new ability. Cloning skill increased, a casting type skill allowing the user to create exact replicas using energy. The details clarify that the maximum number of clones summonable simultaneously depends on the user's level, with a current limit of 2. Meanwhile, Kang Jinwoo, still trying to make an impression, insists his agency is the best, promising to contact Sang-yu again later. Though Deok Cheo, walking away with a dismissive wave, clearly hopes he won't. As night falls over the city, the quiet residential buildings stand under a blanket of stars. Later, back in his room, Sang-yu can't help but let out a small, embarrassed chuckle. His mind still reeling from the new skill, thinking, cloning is the best. A sense of wonder and excitement washing over him. A gasp escapes him, a visceral reaction to the sudden manifestation of his new power. Standing before him are 2 perfect replicas of himself, and Zhang Sang-yu, still processing the impossible, issues a command to one of them. Forward to your work. Number 2. The clones, identical in every way, await further instruction. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Kang Jinwoo reflects on his persistent efforts to promote his agency. He has finally distributed most of his business cards. His hand, still clutching the last few, shows the extent of his work. And a hopeful sigh escapes him as he considers the potential returns. He hopes they will contact him. The city lights reflect in his thoughtful gaze, a silent testament to his ambition. The towering Young's Hill office tower stands prominently against the city skyline. He instructs, you just have to meet the client and get the contract signed on the spot. Yet, a flicker of uncertainty crosses his features. The document details a total payment, itemizing prices for monster materials, slime, troll's blood, and ogre's blood. Holding the paper, he begins, this is... He points out to the man across from him that the amount seems a little low for troll blood, suggesting they should at least negotiate, but the other man cuts him off, simply stating, Junmo. Junmo then asks if it hasn't been a while since he joined Hapsong, to which he hesitantly confirms, yes, that's right. He insists that one must be quick-witted to navigate their world. Kim Byung-cheol, holding his mug, counters, asking what would be left if they adhered strictly to all the rules. He then grabs Kang Jinwoo's shoulder, acknowledging his righteousness, but also his sensitivity regarding family business. Kang Jinwoo simply responds, okay. With a wide, unsettling smile, Kim Byung-cheol pulls him closer, his arm draped over his shoulder. The grip on his suit jacket tightens. Later, alone, Kang Jinwoo rubs his temple, regretting his earlier words, wishing he had kept his mouth shut. A subtle, musical note pin adorns the lapel of a dark suit. As Kang Jinwoo looks on with a questioning expression. Later, the city lights begin to glow as evening descends, and he answers a call in his car, confirming his identity to the caller, Zhang Sang-woo, who requests a meeting at Starlick's Coffee at 7 p.m. to discuss something important. Yes, this is. The appointed time finds him outside the familiar glow of the Starlick's coffee shop, where he soon sits across from Kim Byung-cheol. Here. A brief acknowledgement passes between them as Kim Byung-cheol begins to speak, explaining that he has a message from the chairman and asks if he has time to talk. I have a message from the chairman. Do you have time to talk? Kang Jinwoo simply responds, yes. The coffee shop hummed with quiet activity, a single iced drink resting on the table, awaiting its owner. Kim Byung-cheol leaned forward, his voice low as he explained, the chairman believes this is an important matter, one that requires your personal attention. Kang Jinwoo listened intently, then responded, it's cloning. Indeed, Kim Byung-cheol affirmed, continuing his explanation, I did hear about the hunting ground that creates illusions, but I didn't know it was a place that could clone. Taking a sip of his drink, Kang Jinwoo mused, well, for a hunting ground with illusions, it shouldn't be too much of a stretch to also clone them. Kim Byung-cheol then produced a document, sliding it across the table. Here's the contract. Please read it. He elaborated on the terms, explaining that the contract was for this slime hunting ground, a place known for its aggressive, evasive, and poisonous slimes, requiring a hunter of at least rank A to manage the mana and prevent the release of dangerous gases. After a moment of consideration, Kang Jinwoo simply stated, that won't be a problem for me. As Sang-yu considers the terms, Kim Byung-cheol explains that while the current season is ideal for rabbit hunting, the creatures are elusive and difficult to catch, making it a challenging endeavor to earn a living. He continues, detailing other, less lucrative hunting grounds, but emphasizes that the slime hunting ground is the only one currently offering a contract. Sang-yu listens intently, his expression unreadable, before reaching out for the document and declaring his intent to proceed with the contract. A relieved smile spreads across Kim Byung-cheol's face as he thanks Hunter Zhang Sang-woo for his decision. He then inquires if Sang-woo would like to review the details of the other hunting grounds mentioned earlier. But Sang-woo's firm no cuts him off, his hand already moving to sign the contract, sealing his commitment. Kim Byung-cheol watched, a thoughtful expression on his face, as he signed the document, remarking that he liked both places. The contract, now officially stamped, lay between them, prompting a look of surprise from the chief examiner. Sang-woo, holding the newly signed papers, clarified his intent, stating that he wanted to go to both of those places. Kang Jin-woo, the president of JM Agency, considers his options, expressing a desire to manage responsibilities in multiple places simultaneously. He reiterates this to Sang-woo, who stands before him, presenting documents. Later, as the meeting progresses, Kang Jin-woo leans back, a coffee cup nearby. A new phase of their discussion begins with a formal greeting, acknowledging the start of their encounter. Now seated together, Kang Jin-woo turns to Sang-woo, who has changed into more specialized attire, and inquires, having heard about his unique, cleaving skill. Sang-woo, his face partially obscured by a mask, confirms the truth of the rumors. He looks across the table, his expression earnest as he asks, "Can I take a look at your cloning skill?" Without hesitation, Sang-woo, now clad in a dark, masked attire, replies, "Of course." As he makes a precise hand gesture, multiple identical figures begin to shimmer into existence around him, glowing with an ethereal blue light, their forms solidifying with a soft, whooshing sound. Soon, a small army of masked clones stands ready, each an exact replica of Sang-woo, surrounded by a vibrant blue aura. Kang Jin-woo's eyes widen, a gasp escaping him as he witnesses the display. Then, with a soft rasp of metal, Sang-woo's hand moves to the hilt of a sword, drawing the blade with a swift, fluid motion. As he kneels, sword now fully drawn, the blue glow around his clones fades, and they vanish as quickly as they appeared, leaving only the original Sang-woo. As the demonstration of Sang-woo's skill reached its peak, a sharp gasp escaped Kang Jin-woo, his eyes wide with disbelief. A hand, firm and steady, gripped the hilt of a blade. The polished steel gleamed, reflecting the chaotic energy of the clones. Around him, multiple shadowy figures materialized, each a perfect, silent replica. The sheer volume of the illusion was overwhelming, forcing him to cover his ears. A cry of astonishment escaped him, as he struggled to comprehend the reality of what he was witnessing. One of the masked figures spoke, its voice echoing with an unsettling calm, assuring him that all of this is just an illusion. Nothing is real. Later, in a quieter moment, Sang-woo sat composed on a couch, his right arm now bandaged. A hand cautiously reached out towards the sword's gleaming edge, a voice asking, "Can I perhaps touch?" As Kang Jin-woo processed the demonstration, he understood that while the illusions created by Sang-woo's skill couldn't inflict actual harm, they were perfect for drawing the attention of monsters. A soft gasp escaped him as the full implication settled in, feeling truly enlightened by the young man's unique skill. Later, the young skill user stood opposite Kang Jin-woo, who held a document, as Sang-woo confirmed he had verified the contract given to him. The skill wasn't just for combat or simple distractions. It could also create illusions capable of interacting with the world, even allowing him to drink coffee, a testament to its surprising versatility. The chief examiner, Kim Byung-cheol, watched with wide eyes, admitting it was his first time witnessing a skill of this caliber. Kang Jin-woo, observing the two figures, wonders aloud if they are perhaps twins. A slight smile plays on Sang-woo's lips. The president acknowledges the reasonable assumption, then instructs the illusion to make a call. The illusion's hand rests gently on his shoulder, as Sang-woo clarifies that the figure is his clone, expressing gratitude that his unique skill isn't being mistaken for another's. He then casually mentions sending another clone to the fitness center. Chief Examiner Kim Byung-cheol's eyes widen in surprise. Sang-woo explains that his own strength grows in tandem with his game's progression. Kim Byung-cheol, deeply impressed, murmurs that this is far beyond the capabilities of a mere hunter. Returning to the core of their discussion, Kang Jin-woo posed a crucial question, to which Sang-woo, ever the jokester, quipped about his credit score. The agency president then clarified, asking if it would be an issue for the same person to enter different locations simultaneously, a query Sang-woo seemed to consider deeply. Meanwhile, Kim Byung-cheol, still pondering the implications of Sang-woo's abilities, internally confirmed the difficulty. It would indeed be challenging to enter multiple places simultaneously if there was an existing record of entry. Back at the table, Sang-woo's expression shifted to one of concern, as Kang Jin-woo concluded that this presented a problem. The agency president quickly offered a solution, suggesting he would speak with the Hunter Association for adjustments, then proposed using an illusion to demonstrate the cleaving skill instead. Sang-woo agreed, but noted a critical limitation. He couldn't use the skill until tomorrow evening due to its cooldown. With the new information, Kang Jin-woo adjusted their plans, proposing they meet at the Hunter Center 2 days from now. A satisfied smile spread across Kang Jin-woo's face as he held up a stamped document, declaring the paperwork already complete. He confirmed his readiness, but Sang-woo, with a slight frown, admitted he wasn't particularly good at waiting. As the meeting concludes, Sang-woo looks up at the imposing figure of Kang Jin-woo, who extends a hand, stating his anticipation for their cooperation. A flicker of surprise crosses Sang-woo's face as he processes the gesture. Their hands meet in a firm shake, sealing the agreement. With the formalities concluded, the three men stand in the room, the air now lighter. 6 days later, the city hums with activity, life continuing its relentless pace. Suddenly, Sang-Yu's eyes widen in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. He stares, mouth agape, at something unseen. A soft ah escapes his lips, a sound of pure astonishment. 6 days after his agreement with Kang Jinwoo, Sang-Yu arrives at the agency, where Jinwoo greets him, noting his early arrival before formally welcoming him. Jinwoo explains his own promptness, wanting to ensure all preparations for the agency's internal dungeon were complete, mentioning that most of the other hunters have already gathered in the facilities, which serve as the primary hub for all hunters. As they walk through the vast, futuristic space known as the Hunter's Waiting Room, a system notification confirms hunter number 155, Zhang Sang-Yu, is officially entering. Soon, Sang-Yu finds himself at an administrative counter, where Deok Chil questions his intent, asking if he seeks permission to enter the hunting grounds, which are strictly for members only. Sang-Yu confirms his request, explaining that as a new hunter with only one skill, he desperately needs to practice. Deok Chil reminds him about the necessary application document, which requires the agency's approval, pointing to a stack of files and explaining that this permit application is essential for gaining access to the hunting grounds through the Civil Service Office and the agency's approval. Still processing the bureaucratic hurdles of his new life as a hunter, Sang-Yu stands before Kang Jinwoo, a hint of apprehension on his face as he acknowledges the weight of the agency's expectations. Jinwoo, ever efficient, assures him the permit will be handled, directing him to the small demon hunting ground for immediate practice, to which Sang-Yu gratefully agrees. Meanwhile, within the agency's bustling offices, Jinwoo oversees an assistant at a desk, while Chief Examiner Kim Bong-chol stands nearby, observing the operations. As an assistant walks away from the administrative area, Sang-Yu is already deep within a training facility, his hands glowing with nascent power as he begins to hone his unique skill. His back to the observation window, he focuses intently, a vibrant blue aura enveloping his form as he channels his energy. From behind the glass, a female scientist meticulously records his progress, her expression a mix of curiosity and professional assessment as Sang-Yu continues his practice. Later, navigating the industrial corridors of the facility, the metallic gleam of pipes and machinery reflects the agency's advanced infrastructure. He passes a technician diligently working on complex equipment, the sparks of his welding torch illuminating the intricate details of his task. Continuing his journey through the facility, Sang-Yu moves with a renewed sense of purpose, his path now clearly defined within the agency's walls. An older man with a distinguished mustache considers the situation, a thoughtful hum escaping him. The request for the Demon Hunting Grounds permit has been confirmed, he notes, adding that it will be processed and handed over by subordinate Kang Jinwoo. Turning to Sang-Yu and Deok Chil, he explains that considering the current situation, this is the only way to secure the place Sang-Yu is interested in for the time being. He then entrusts Sang-Yu with a small, glowing item, emphasizing its importance and potential usefulness in the near future, to which Sang-Yu respectfully acknowledges. With the formalities concluded, Deok Chil claps Sang-Yu on the shoulder, declaring they should get going for the training, as Sang-Yu playfully adds he's counting on him. The older man watches them depart, a slight smile playing on his lips as he muses that Sang-Yu could have been an excellent test subject. As Sang-Yu walks away, the older man formally announces the authorization is complete, with Deok Chil adding his congratulations. Sang-Yu continues through the facility, now accompanied by a masked individual identified only as number 2. Meanwhile, Kang Jinwoo, preparing for a meeting with the president, confirms with an aide that his schedule is clear for the day. As Sang-Yu stands before the agency official, the man questions him about the masked individual, wondering why their entire face is covered. The official then explains that a lot of people are interested in the masked figure, as they walk through a bustling agency facility. A moment later, the masked figure, number 2, appears, prompting a quiet exclamation of surprise from Sang-Yu, who seems taken aback by their presence. Meanwhile, Huang Yumin, the chief Hyung, speaks on the phone, musing aloud that he had been wondering who was involved, only to discover it was Kang Jinwoo. A tall, masked figure stands silently within a modern, high-rise building, their dark suit blending into the shadows. Meanwhile, the leader of the Jihyung Guild, Jin Jihyung, leans back in his opulent office, a confident smile playing on his lips. He is a man of considerable influence, his reputation preceding him. Elsewhere, Sang-Yu approaches Kim Bong-chol, a thought crossing his mind that if it weren't for Junmo, he would still be wondering who was truly behind everything, before addressing him directly. Mr. Kang Junmo. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts, illuminating the surroundings with an intense, radiating glow. The intense flash of light dissipates, revealing a sterile, high-tech environment with two indistinct figures in the distance. Amidst the lingering haze, a figure in a dark suit lands with a soft thud, crouching low as if having just arrived. A man with a neatly trimmed mustache and slick-back hair observes the scene, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he muses, "It's been a while. Who would have thought I'd see you in this kind of place too?" Sang-Yu's eyes widen in recognition, a single thought echoing in his mind. This man. The man, Jin Jaehyung, stands tall in a sharp suit, his gaze fixed on someone unseen as he continues. I didn't know you were still alive, Junmo. The guild master of the Jaehyung Guild, Jin Jaehyung, makes his unexpected presence known. Still processing the situation, Sang-yu recalls the man's sudden, almost impossible movements. He jumped a couple of times. Jin Jaehyung offers a formal greeting, his voice smooth and respectful. Greetings, sir. Sang-yu lets out a short, incredulous laugh, directly questioning the guild master's words. Ha, what does he mean by but those guys? Still reeling from the unexpected appearance, Sang-yu wonders aloud. And that guy is? He presses Jin Jaehyung, asking if the man is a hunter from his company. Jin Jaehyung's gaze drops, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he murmurs, JH, I see a hunter. His eyes narrow slightly, a question forming. Are you perhaps? Sang-yu's confusion deepens as the implication dawns on him. An F rank. Jin Jaehyung explains that it has been a while since he last saw him, adding that the man used to supervise hunters in his company, just like Sang-yu. A booming laugh erupts from Jin Jaehyung, filling the space with his mirth. He claps a hand onto Sang-yu's shoulder, his voice laced with disbelief. I can't believe you're taking care of an F rank wearing a sweatshirt like that. His expression suddenly hardens, a sharp accusation in his eyes as he points. You. A hand rests firmly on Sang-yu's shoulder, a subtle assertion of dominance. Jin Jaehyung's voice carries a dismissive tone, as he remarks on Sang-yu's association with an F rank hunter, while Kim Byung-chul observes silently in the background. A condescending smile plays on Jin Jaehyung's lips, his eyes narrowed in amusement. He continues, suggesting that the F rank hunter has something important to say, a thinly veiled jab at Sang-yu's judgment. To Sang-yu, the man's words conjure an image of an overwhelming, shadowy presence, a stark reminder of the power disparity between them. Yet, Sang-yu manages a small smile, retorting that being ignored to meet a guild master isn't a new experience for him. He adds, with a hint of sarcasm, that this applies to the entire country. His composure visibly cracks, Jin Jaehyung's expression hardens, accusing Sang-yu of lacking the eyes of an F-man and having some nerve. The weight of the insult settles on Sang-yu, who covers his face, his earlier nonchalance giving way to clear distress. He boasts of his guild's unparalleled strength, claiming they rank first in pure damage across the entire country. Then adds that their overall ranking, including their grounds, also places them at the very top, before dismissing his opponent as a mere punk. Sang-yu, however, feigns ignorance, offering a dismissive smile and claiming he has no idea what the man is talking about. This nonchalance only fuels Jin Jaehyung's anger, who then demands to know if Sang-yu truly has no guts. A dark, oppressive aura radiates from him, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. He leans in close, his voice dripping with venom as he threatens to look up Sang-yu's F-rank friend as his guts. The cruel words strike deep, causing a flicker of genuine distress in Sang-yu's eyes. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a sharp voice cuts through the air, calling out to Jin Jaehyung. Kim Byung-chul steps into the room, prompting Jin Jaehyung to acknowledge his presence with a sarcastic remark about the party pooper arriving. Jin Jaehyung's voice drips with condescension, telling Sang-yu his time is up and challenging him to act alone. Interrupting the tense exchange, the chief examiner, Kim Byung-chul, steps forward, calmly asking for Sang-yu's name. Jin Jaehyung simply laughs, seemingly satisfied with the interruption, calling the young man a good boy, before promising to see him again. As the two men walk away from the confrontation, Sang-yu's thoughts linger on the chief examiner's words. He mutters to himself, acknowledging the situation. Later, inside a car, Sang-yu sits between Deok-chil, who is driving, and Kim Byung-chul. The chief examiner turns to the driver, thanking him for his earlier assistance. Sang-yu, looking out the window, quietly states that he couldn't just stand by and watch. Deok-chil, glancing in the rearview mirror, then asks if Sang-yu knows about his relationship with the Hyezon Guild. Still reeling from the recent confrontation, Sang-yu reflects on his actions, knowing he isn't stupid enough to have missed the implications of the Hyezon Guild's involvement. He had already pieced together the puzzle, having conducted extensive research on the JM Agency. Meanwhile, Kim Byung-chul, poring over a computer screen, confirms that while the JM Agency is a subsidiary of the Hyezon Guild, there are indeed some related issues online, explaining that his operational duties had prevented him from thoroughly checking the mission's progress. The president of JM Agency, Kang Jin-woo, appears visibly surprised, questioning the reason for such an inquiry about his organization. Similarly, Chief Hyung, Hwang Yu-min, responds with a non-committal huh. And well. Over the phone, his expression grim. Back in the car, Sang-yu listens intently, his gaze fixed forward. Deok-chil, driving with a serious demeanor, clarifies his position, assuring Sang-yu that he isn't asking about anything that would put him at odds with the JM Agency or the guild. As the car continues its journey through the city streets, a quiet thank you is uttered. The city hummed with the distant rumble of traffic, a stark contrast to the focused intensity building within a nearby gym. Inside, the rhythmic clang of weights echoed, a testament to the strenuous effort underway, as a figure pushed their limits. Every muscle strained, every sinew taut, as a hand gripped the cold metal, trembling with exertion. Sang Yu grunted through the final reps, his focus absolute, while Deok Chil watched him, offering a quiet woo of encouragement. His face was a mask of determination, each exhale a testament to his unwavering resolve. Deok Chil, noticing the intensity, remarked that Sang Yu was clearly still preoccupied, saying, "I can tell you're still thinking about it. You're not usually like this." Sang Yu, however, dismissed the notion, claiming, "There's nothing to think about at all." He continued his workout, the weights thudding back into place, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Later, Sang Yu checked his phone, reviewing a self-reminder. "Finish your workout and wash up. Wait in front of the gym at 9 o'clock. Zhang Sang would dash." Outside the gym, Deok Chil approached him, observing, "A living like you is wasting your talent." Sang Yu simply replied, "Thanks, boss." Guttural cries echoed as grotesque. Red creatures began to emerge, their forms shifting and writhing. From the depths of the chaos, a massive, shadowy entity loomed, surrounded by its smaller, crimson brethren. Before they could fully consolidate, one of the red creatures was violently struck, erupting in a burst of crimson particles. Moving with practiced precision, Kim Byung-cheol, clad in military gear and a gas mask, swept into the fray, his weapon glowing faintly as he engaged the threats. He delivered a powerful, decisive blow, the impact resonating through the ravaged environment. Having neutralized the immediate danger, the combatant calmly walked away from the damaged structure, leaving the chaos behind. Meanwhile, in a moment of respite, Sang Yu let out a long, relieved sigh, the tension finally draining from his body. Later, in a more secure location, Kang Jinwoo inquired about the mission's outcome, to which Kim Byung-cheol replied that the gas mask had been incredibly heavy, making it feel as though he were breathing through two masks. Kang Jinwoo acknowledged the difficulty, confirming that the ground atmosphere remained severely compromised, before asking about the status of the other teams. As the conversation continues, Sang Yu finds himself struggling with the implications of the task at hand, admitting, "I understand, but I don't think I can do this for a long time." He clenches a gloved hand, the weight of the mission settling upon him, as the instructions detail. You can hunt until the container is full, and when you're done, you can go replace them in the resting log or. The sheer duration of the task seems insurmountable, prompting him to voice his frustration. However, no matter how patient you are, it's too hard to endure it for 6 hours. Meanwhile, Kang Jinwoo, ever the pragmatist, presents a new piece of equipment, a cool box equipment unit and new gearbox, explaining, "I don't know for sure, but they say the cool box is equipped with a good gas mask and good quality equipment." Despite the new gear, Sang Yu's apprehension remains, his face etched with worry as he reiterates, "I'm pretty sure I can't even do it for 2 hours, let alone 6 hours." His companion, Deok Chil, looks on with a mix of surprise and concern, echoing the unspoken question, "But what if it's number 2? Sang Yu dons the gas mask, the specialized equipment a stark reminder of the hazardous conditions he's about to face. As he meticulously prepares, pulling on his gloves and securing his boots, the weight of the mission heavy on his shoulders, while Deok Chil offers a final, somewhat grim, farewell. "Good luck, number 2. As the conversation continues, a voice instructs, "Let's go to the rabbit hunting training right away." Sang Yu, listening intently, responds with a simple, "Yes, Mr. Hunter." The voice presses on, adding, "With number 1 right here?" A moment later, Sang Yu finds himself alone, reflecting on a personal matter. I still haven't picked him up from the gym. Zhang Sang Yu stands alone on a city street, the evening light casting long shadows around him. A car pulls up beside him, and a voice from within calls out, "Get in, number 1. As the sun dips below the city skyline, Sang Yu settles into the passenger seat. He immediately corrects the driver. "No, you are clearly mistaken. Number 1 had a hat." He then elaborates on the confusion. "Yes, well, they look the same, so if I give them clothes, they will be confused." The driver, a man with short, dark hair and a sharp gaze, responds calmly, "Since you're 3 meters away." "Yes." He listens as Kang Jinwoo mentions hearing about people hunting horn rabbits, confirming the information. Considering the task ahead, Sang Yu then asks if he needs to prepare any special equipment. Kang Jinwoo reassures him, explaining that while personal gear is an option, equipment can also be borrowed from the training ground. However, he quickly adds a caveat, advising that it's always best to bring one's own personal equipment, as it's exclusively tailored for individual use. A sudden, sharp sound makes Sang Yu flinch, his eyes widening in surprise. He questions the source of the noise, just as Kang Jinwoo announces their arrival. The vehicle pulls into a bustling city street at dusk, the towering buildings casting long shadows as an ominous rumble echoes through the air. They have arrived at Il-Junction Field. A lone, armed guard stands watch, his presence a stark reminder of the secured nature of the location. He watches, transfixed, as 2 figures clash with glowing blades amidst the ruins of a city, a stark contrast to the conversation he'd just been having. Kang Jinwoo explains the gravity of the situation, stating that this place is incredibly dangerous, even connected to the phenomenon known as a monster break. He emphasizes the immediate threat, confirming that a break has indeed occurred. Sang Yu, deep in thought, acknowledges the term, having heard of monster breaks before. The very fabric of reality seems to tear. As a portal opens, fundamentally disconnected from the outside world, a gateway to another dimension. A crowd gathers, their gazes fixed upwards, witnessing the unfolding anomaly. However, if the hunting continues, the hunters must venture inside the portal, but the implications of such a journey are immense. Inside, monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes await, a formidable challenge for any who dare to enter. In some instances, a monster comes through the portal, destroying its surroundings and transforming the area into a battleground. This phenomenon is known as a monster break. 5 years ago, when the last major monster break occurred, most of the high-class monsters were defeated, leaving behind primarily F and E-class creatures, making the area a prime hunting ground for hunters. Sengyu wonders if there will be any complaints about the noise they're making. A sudden sound draws his attention upwards, as he and Kong Jinwoo gaze towards the ceiling of the massive structure. As he looks up, Kong Jinwoo, perched casually on a counter amidst an array of weaponry, gestures towards the surrounding equipment, informing him that everything needed for hunting is available for rent right there. The rental process involves a simple counter, where hunters can acquire rifles, night vision goggles, and a generous supply of 400 rounds of ammunition, all bundled together for their expeditions. Kong Jinwoo then presents a tactical rifle, revealing the total cost for the equipment and ammunition, which amounts to 700,000 won. Sengyu's eyes widen slightly, muttering his surprise at the considerable sum. Kong Jinwoo clarifies that the bulk of the expense comes from the bullets, though he adds that this changes significantly if one is hunting horned rabbits. He elaborates, stating that the value of a single horned rabbit is equivalent to that of slime liquid. As they ascend an escalator to the 3rd floor of Building F, Kong Jinwoo continues to explain that even within the hunting field, the area is segregated into distinct parts. Finally, as the elevator doors open, Kong Jinwoo announces their arrival. Still pondering the implications of their earlier discussion, Sengyu asks about the cost of the hunter license test. Around them, the vast, bustling interior of the facility stretches out, filled with other hunters and equipment. Kong Jinwoo, leaning back slightly, calmly explains that the test itself is free. Now standing and looking around, he questions the logic, wondering why something so important would be offered without charge. His expression shifts to one of surprise as he realizes the implication. Jinwoo holds up a single bullet, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, clarifying that while the test is free, the ammunition is not. He then asks if Sengyu is confident in his shooting ability. Now clad in a training hoodie and gripping a rifle, Sengyu confidently declares that he is. He reflects on his past, noting that he only missed 3 bullets during his previous hunter license test, a detail that still bothers him. As he stood ready for the shooting test, Sengyu gripped the rifle, while Kong Jinwoo observed, explaining that the targets were designed to move at an estimated speed. A slight smirk played on his lips, as he mused about the horned rabbits being too slow for him. Then, with a decisive motion, he inserted an earplug, declaring that no target would escape his sight. Fully prepared, he settled into his shooting stance, rifle raised. Meanwhile, Kong Jinwoo, watching his every move, remarked on the incredible speed of the targets, noting how quickly they moved. But through his scope, Sengyu had already acquired a target, a small rabbit, perfectly centered. Before Kong Jinwoo could finish his thought, Sengyu excitedly announced his successful target acquisition, catching the other man completely off guard. And just as quickly, the target was hit, a clean shot through the center. His finger remained on the trigger, the rifle still smoking from the precise shot. The hunt begins. As a bright flare ignites the darkness. 3 hours later, the city lights twinkle under the night sky. His eyes are wide with a mixture of shock and despair. His body slumped in defeat. He couldn't even land a single hit on them. Deok Cheol stands over him, offering a somber assessment. They need to get stronger. Sengyu, resolute, declares his intention to train. Meanwhile, the ear of a horned rabbit glows faintly, its presence a silent challenge. The elusive horned rabbit, the very creature that had proven so frustratingly difficult to hit, darted through the night, a projectile narrowly missing its swift form. Still reeling from the hunt's failure. Not only had he failed to land a single hit on the creatures during the actual hunt, a new resolve hardened his gaze. Later, discussing the incident with Deok Cheol, startled by the revelation, with a renewed sense of purpose. However, every attempt to reach the agent was met with the same automated message. Despite his persistence, the message remained unchanged. Lying in bed, Sengyu stared at the holographic display of his stats. A quiet sigh escaping him as he noted their slow, incremental increase. A flash of a past failure, a monstrous, distorted face, brought a guttural cry of frustration to his lips, the realization hitting him that his journey still stretched far ahead. He covered his mouth, a deep, exasperated sigh escaping him. His mind drifted back to a C-class gate, to the single horned rabbit he'd allowed to escape, a memory that still haunted him. Closing his eyes, he wished for the day he would be strong enough to eradicate every single one of them. He picked up his phone again, the device vibrating with each unanswered call, a persistent, futile attempt to connect. As the early morning hours tick by, a phone screen illuminates, displaying a startling 46 unread messages from a contact simply labeled number 1 and M, each one a rapid-fire 1:1 chat. High above the bustling city, The clouds drifted lazily across the sky, as the urban landscape stretched endlessly below. Inside one of its many towering structures, Kang Jinwoo stood by a window, his gaze fixed on the world outside. Suddenly, a sharp vibration from his pocket broke the silence, demanding his attention. He answered, his voice calm and professional, announcing, "Hello. This is JM Agency." On the other end, a voice inquired, "Is this the agency that Hunter Jong Sang-yu belonged to?" Jinwoo confirmed, identifying himself as a hunting ground manager, and requested information, adding, "Yes, that's right, I'm calling to ask for some information." The caller's tone grew urgent, revealing that Sang-yu had been hunting for over 24 hours and was currently not in his right mind. His brow furrowed in a grimace. He pushes through the exhaustion, the lingering effects of his prolonged hunt still evident. As he struggles to dress, he assures the person on the other end of the line, "I will be there as soon as I can." He pulls up his pants, the effort visible in his movements. Later, waking in his bed, he stretches, convinced he had a good night's sleep. But as he checks his phone, a sudden realization dawns. He scratches his head, muttering, It's probably that I didn't get any sleep for over 24 hours." Sitting on his bed, the truth fully registers. He hadn't slept for over 24 hours. His eyes widen in shock, the full weight of his exhaustion and mental state crashing down on him. Meanwhile, walking through a brightly lit hallway, Kang Jinwoo looks up, a thoughtful, concerned expression on his face. Large, glowing containers of orange liquid stand within a sterile environment. As Kang Jinwoo, on a call, questions with disbelief, "What? Did you go through the whole thing in just a day?" Meanwhile, Jong Sang-yu, visibly drained, is supported by two military figures, his exhaustion evident as he struggles to remain upright. Back in a bustling control room, Jinwoo's concern deepens, realizing the gravity of the situation and exclaiming, "This isn't a good sign." His expression is grim, focused intently on the call. He quickly issues orders, declaring, "Never mind. I'm on my way to the guild now. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Prepare all the hunters to stand by." He continues, "We are about to enter the gate. I'll contact you again once we're inside. Please, cover number 2 and number 3. Meanwhile, Sang-yu, still on the line, expresses relief. I'm glad to hear that," but then questions, "And did you also send the hunters to surrounding?" "What?" Elsewhere, George Lucas stands with others, observing the massive, lifeless form of a monstrous creature, a single thought crossing his mind. "I think." The sheer size of the fallen creatures creates an impassable barrier. As the narration confirms, the corpses are blocking the way in that place. A vast crowd of onlookers gathers, their murmurs filling the air as they witness the aftermath of a significant event. Among them, George Lucas observes a masked man, commenting dryly, "We can't even count the rabbits." The masked man, holding a phone displaying a video of countless rabbits, thinks to himself, "I think no one should notice even one." Meanwhile, exhausted and visibly injured, Sang-yu sits, as someone nearby expresses disbelief. He caught all those by himself. Back with the masked man, George Lucas remarks, "Those were some incredible hunting skills." He then extends a business card, revealing the name, Kim Byung-sik, team leader of the Brown Bear Guild. Looking at the masked figure, he inquires, "May I know if you already belong to a guild currently?" The masked man reacts with a surprised sound, a quiet quiff escaping him. George Lucas then dismisses the reaction with a chuckle. No. A group of stern-faced individuals in business attire stands gathered, one speaking into a phone, discussing the difficulty of extracting information from someone who refuses to utter a single word. This formidable figure, known as Boss Geek, hails from one of the large guilds. The group looks down at Sang-yu, still injured and slumped on the ground, as one of them remarks on his continued silence, despite his dire state. Sang-yu, his face still bearing the marks of his ordeal, hears the mention of additional bullets being prepared. A crate filled with ammunition sits open, as a voice gives a chilling command, to keep hunting, and to dispose of any corpses if agent number arrives. Now standing, Sang-yu faces away from one of the men, who addresses him simply as number 1. With a cap pulled low and a mask covering his mouth, Sang-yu holds a weapon, his quiet affirmation, "Okay," a stark contrast to his earlier silence. Elsewhere, two subordinates discuss the situation, one with a bandaged arm, pondering if he will hunt again. Another subordinate joins them, urging them to keep grinding, reminding them of the incredible way he hunts. Despite the clear reluctance, a voice insists, "Don't push me," as another observes. "Looks like he is going to hunt again." The camera captures the scene, hinting at surveillance. Meanwhile, in a different location, Kang Jinwoo muses on the effectiveness of disguises, thinking, "I must have underestimated them," and acknowledging that the guild is currently in charge of the area. He considers the profound impact of simple attire, believing that what the clothes can do is much more than I imagined, enabling a hunter's capability to accomplish the mission with minimum casualties, maximum concentration, and that great concentration. He concludes that if they suspect any interference, they should simply act. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a young woman, who exclaims, "Teacher," before quickly adding, "Ack. What? What?" She leans in, her expression curious, asking, "What are you thinking about so much?" He offers a vague apology, "Sorry, I'm fine." I'm just trying to figure out how to get the bonus. I don't think I'll be able to get any. Then he quickly changes his story. Nothing. Oh, I just went for a walk and I saw you, and I went better than I thought. What are you thinking about that? The young woman's eyes widen in realization as she repeats. Hunting ground? You mean hunters? Back in a bustling classroom, a female student looks down at Sang-yu, who is seated at his desk, asking if he'd forgotten something important, to which he responds with genuine surprise that he had no idea. She then playfully addresses him as teacher, inquiring if he knew about the George Lucas everyone was buzzing about during recess, chuckling lightly. Her words conjure the image of a legendary figure, the god of aim, I Jankson Eagle Eye. Sang-yu's eyes widen in confusion, uttering a bewildered "Who is?" The female student shrugs, pulling out her phone to show him a picture of the famous hunter, explaining that she doesn't know much either, but he's constantly talked about online, laughing as she scrolls. She elaborates on the hunter's incredible reputation, describing him as a ranker, a guild master, a celebrity, rich, handsome, a genius, and even a god, before adding that while his location was once a rumor, he's now confirmed to be the real deal, asking if he's from a guild and what his hunter name is. Sang-yu, still processing the information, questions the term hunter name, wondering if it's some kind of nickname. A wistful expression crosses his face as he admits that becoming a hunter is actually his dream. The female student, surprised by his revelation, asks if he plans to join a guild, to which Sang-yu eagerly confirms, admitting he's a bit scared to venture into dungeons alone. Hesitantly, she began, then challenged him. So am I wrong to think that you can take care of yourself? He quickly interjected. No, I mean. It's not like that, he clarified. It's just that if you manage to get into a good guild, you'll have people to take you there. He added with a smile. Yes, I also want to go to safe hunting grounds. She smiled back, holding up a finger. Okay, then promise me. He paused, then returned her smile. Don't change your mind, she insisted, extending her pinky. Continue to do what you were doing, she encouraged. You can surely get into Gyeongbuk University. Okay, he affirmed. A young woman looks up, a soft, surprised sound escaping her lips. As a gentle breeze drifts through an open window, and a voice confirms, okay. Moments later, the distinct click of a door opening echoes through the quiet home, causing the young woman, now in the kitchen, to turn with another soft, oh. She asks Sang-yu, who has just arrived, if his lesson went well, to which he replies, yeah, maybe. Her relief is palpable as she expresses her deep worry, confessing she thought he might never return, and her joy that he is safe and back in their empty house. As Sang-yu prepares to leave, the female student, her voice laced with concern, questions his late return, urging him to eat before he goes, but he simply states that he has somewhere important to be. A soft creak of the door echoes in her mind, leaving her alone with a look of deep worry. Later, tossing and turning in her bed, she recalls his words, the memory of his appointment with him gripping her with a sudden, sharp anxiety. Sitting with her teddy bear, she ponders the conversation they had last week, a memory that brings a faint blush to her cheeks. She remembers her initial reluctance, afraid of the connections her father might have, but something about him changed her mind. His kind smile flashes in her memory. As she recalls him saying, he is kind, and his image, still smiling, continues to fill her thoughts. A soft, almost magical glow emanates from the teddy bear she holds, as a faint, contented sigh escapes her lips. She hums softly to herself, a thoughtful expression on her face. As she stands in her room, resolving to herself, let's study. The scene shifts, plunging into darkness, before revealing a sprawling cityscape under the night sky, and the distinct sound of footsteps echoes through a dimly lit interior. Kang Jinwoo walks with purpose, wondering if the appointment is already over, while Boss Geek reacts with a surprised gasp. He then exclaims, recognizing Sang-yu seated nearby, Hunter Nim, you were here too. Kang Jinwoo replies, explaining that he needs to check on the hunter's collection progress, and that he has been doing his weekend job. Observing the bustling collection site, Sang-yu notes that while collection teams had been called in many places before, this was the first time they had specifically been summoned for horn rabbits. Indeed, George Lucas confirms that all collection teams were being mobilized for the horn rabbits. The sheer number of people gathered was astounding, a testament to the scale of the operation. Meanwhile, in a different location, Kang Jinwoo asks George Lucas if he had checked the settlement he sent, as Sang-yu simultaneously glances at his phone. Apologizing for the oversight, Kang Jinwoo quickly checks his phone, revealing a staggering balance of over 32 million won. The sheer magnitude of the number leaves Sang-yu utterly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He can barely comprehend it, muttering aloud if the payment was truly supposed to be this substantial. Kang Jinwoo, however, calmly explains that while the hunting skill is adjusted for an F class, he specifically adjusted the settlement to be suitable for an S class. Still reeling from the revelation, Sang-yu questions the discrepancy, wondering how such a payment applies to him, an F-class hunter. A man with a distinctive scar across his upper lip and cheek curls his mouth into a slight, unsettling smirk. Meanwhile, Sang-yu stands with another man, both looking taken aback, as if caught off guard by a sudden development. The scarred man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with clear hostility, a low thud echoing the tension in the air. He points an accusing finger, demanding to know, are you that son of a bitch's manager? As a hand reaches out for a green shirt, Sang-yu responds to the aggressive inquiry. Yes, but who are you? The scarred man's face contorts further in anger, exclaiming, what? I'm a hunter whose prey was stolen. His grievance becomes clear, the hunter lamenting, all the horned rabbits I was collecting. You ruined for me, you know. Looking down with a menacing resolve, he declares, I think you have to pay for that. With his ultimatum delivered, the hunter turns and walks away, leaving the weight of his demand hanging in the air. The aggressive hunter's expression tightens, a sharp sting of realization hitting him. Turning to his companion, he confirms their shared predicament, muttering, looks like we crossed the wrong spot. Sang-yu, overhearing their hushed conversation, processes the new information, a smirk playing on his lips as he considers the implications. Leaning in with a mischievous glint in his eye, he declares, I have an idea. The scarred hunter, intrigued, presses him for details. His gaze narrows, suspicion creeping into his voice as he demands, what are you two whispering about? Suddenly, a bald man with a prominent headscarf steps forward, interjecting with a confident declaration, I also have a hunter whose hand over 70% of the total settlement. He extends a hand, a silent offer, as Sang-yu bursts into laughter, finding humor in the unfolding situation. The bald man's face hardens, his patience wearing thin. Sang-yu, now jovial, claps the bald man on the shoulder, reassuring him, what is he saying, dude? The old man right here won't be coming back for a few days. He watches as the scarred hunter, his face contorted in rage, points a finger and demands to know where they are going, refusing to accept that their confrontation is over. Meanwhile, the bald hunter, attempting to mediate, asks Sang-yu where they are truly headed. The bald hunter then suggests they find a drink shop nearby, a proposal that only further infuriates the scarred man, whose face twists in disbelief. Unable to contain his fury any longer, the scarred hunter lunges forward, shouting that he will not be ignored. But before his attack can land, a masked figure, appearing from nowhere, delivers a blindingly fast kick to his face, the impact sending him reeling as Sang-yu watches on. The masked figure follows up instantly, driving a powerful punch into the scarred man's jaw. The force of the blows lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling backward through the air. He cries out as he crashes down, the ground rushing up to meet him. The impact sends him not just to the ground, but through it, plummeting into a dark, unknown abyss. A sudden, powerful force manifests as glowing, geometric energy squares, indicating a swift and brutal impact. The unseen blow connects with a masked man, sending him recoiling violently, a pained grunt escaping him. Blood splatters across his white mask, a clear sign of the damage inflicted. Stunned, the masked man can only stammer, "What? I didn't hit him that hard." Another observer, witnessing the scene, reacts with wide-eyed shock, exclaiming, "What? So brutal." Nearby, Sang-yu stands over a bald man, who asks, "Right?" The bald man, along with several other onlookers, turns their attention to the unfolding events, their gazes fixed on the commotion. Sang-yu, looking down, considers the implications, muttering, also, it will be hard to find a place to put the headquarters on the hunter's side. Meanwhile, the masked man, drenched in sweat, remains deeply distressed, his face contorted in fear. He stares at the phone in his hand, a look of concern on his face, as the other man beside him calls out a name. Meanwhile, the masked man, still reeling from the recent attack, desperately tries to negotiate over the phone, pleading for safe passage. His teeth clench in agony and frustration, sweat beading on his brow as the pressure mounts. Later, under the soft glow of an evening cafe, a new conversation unfolds. Sang-yu listens intently, his eyes widening in surprise as he hears the name, the Haisung Guild. Kong Jinwoo, ever the informed leader, explains that the hunter who answered the call was a member of that very guild. Meanwhile, the masked bald man, still reeling from the attack and the recent revelations, could barely believe his ears, questioning if such a thing as Haisung Guild members truly existed. Back with Sang-yu, he acknowledged the Haisung Guild's vastness, but admitted he hadn't known the hunter involved was one of them. Kong Jinwoo, however, had known immediately, explaining that given the scale of the incident and the information he'd gathered, it could only have been a Haisung Guild hunter. He mused that this might be the Haisung Guild's true nature, a reminder of their pervasive influence. He then revealed a crucial detail to Sang-yu, that the Haisung Guild was the only one that hadn't made a contract with his agency. Kong Jinwoo continued, explaining that even before this incident, the hunters sent by the JM agency had all been from the Haisung Guild, and they were consistently subpar. Sang-yu, clearly annoyed, lamented the embarrassing truth. All the JM agency's hunters were last E-class and would simply leave, leaving only a few proper hunters, including himself. Kong Jinwoo, with a determined expression, declared that from now on, he couldn't promise to avoid disputes with the Haisung Guild. A surprised Sang-yu could only utter a confused sound, as Kong Jinwoo clarified that there was no reason to be nice to them, and he intended to act accordingly. Kong Jinwoo's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering as he considers the implications of the Haisung Guild's actions, knowing he won't simply let their transgressions slide. Later, seated at an outdoor cafe with Kong Jinwoo, Boss Geek, and George Lucas, Sang-yu leans forward, explaining his strategy, revealing a plan to rapidly increase his strength. He pauses, allowing his words to sink in, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Boss Geek listens intently, his eyes wide with surprise at the proposal. The four men sit in contemplation, the weight of the discussion settling over their table. Breaking the silence, Sang-yu looks to his companions, asking for their honest assessment of his idea. Boss Geek, still processing the implications, admits he hadn't considered such a bold approach, his thoughts now racing with new possibilities. Kang Jinwoo, however, offers a satisfied smile as he signs a document, giving his approval to the ambitious plan. With the agreement made, the focus shifts to the overarching objective, the mission now clearly defined. In a world where hunters are a vital part of society, the infrastructure supporting them has grown exponentially. What began as small, specialized shops dealing in weapons, armor, and supplies for hunters quickly evolved into a lucrative business. This hunter market eventually transformed into a departmental store model, taking over the entirety of the industry, providing every piece of equipment a hunter could ever desire. Such immense growth naturally attracted powerful players, and the hands that guided this industry were often unseen, yet undeniably influential. George Lucas, a prominent figure in this world, turns to Kang Jinwoo, the president of JM Agency, asking for his assessment. What do you think? Sang-yu adjusts the new black armor, finding it perfectly comfortable and an excellent fit. The sleek, form-fitting material stretches down his legs, with a practical utility pouch secured at his hip, ready for any essential gear. With a confident wink, he declares his intent to master both the new equipment and the skills it demands, believing this setup is more than sufficient. Turning to Kang Jinwoo, he requests a 2-month supply of the very armor he's currently wearing. Kang Jinwoo listens intently, a slight smile playing on his lips as Sang-yu stands before him in the new gear. A heavy briefcase, likely filled with documents or resources, sits nearby, and Kang Jinwoo then reminds him that he also mentioned needing some skills, to which Sang-yu readily agrees. The president of JM Agency presses further, asking if the skill Sang-yu seeks is a familiar one, prompting a thoughtful response from Sang-yu, who isn't entirely sure they're discussing the same thing. He suggests they take a look at something, and Sang-yu readily agrees. Before them, a mysterious, glowing orb rests on a pedestal. As Kang Jinwoo watches Sang-yu approach it, Sang-yu leans in, his expression shifting to one of intense curiosity as he studies the glowing sphere. A screen displays the orb's details. It's a familiar, capable of summoning an allied creature with various abilities, and its price is an astronomical 129,890,000 won. The sheer cost causes Sang-yu to reel back, clutching his head in disbelief, trembling at the impossible sum. Recovering slightly, Sang-yu addresses his agent, clarifying that their relationship is strictly professional, then directly asks for an advance payment, which Kang Jinwoo acknowledges. Kang Jinwoo, already on his phone, considers the request, stating that while he's unsure, he believes he can secure 100 million won immediately. Sang-yu's eyes widen in shock as Kang Jinwoo casually adds that he won't have to pay it back. After receiving the mysterious familiar orb, Sang-yu carefully examines the glowing blue sphere. He thinks to himself, this investment will surely pay off, allowing them to earn back the money in no time. However, a moment of uncertainty creeps in as he considers the task ahead, a soft escaping his lips. Settling down with a manual, he begins to read the instructions, muttering, let's see. The text explains that to activate the skill ball, one must pour mana into it, and then continue to refine it while maintaining physical contact. A wave of confusion washes over him, as he realizes he has no idea how to control mana, leading him to wonder if there's a simple on button he's missing. He tries to activate it by simply touching the orb, his hand sliding across its smooth surface. Frustration mounts as nothing happens, the orb remaining inert in his grasp. Defeated, he pulls out his smartphone, hoping to find answers online. A sudden surge of energy emanates from the orb, catching Sang-yu completely off guard. As a blinding flash erupts, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the light intensifies, engulfing everything in its brilliant glow. As the dazzling light begins to fade, intricate geometric patterns shimmer in its wake. A system message materializes, announcing that a familiar skill has been successfully created. The display then details the new ability, a level 1 active type familiar skill, allowing him to share senses with a chosen subject. Sang-yu stares at his hands, a mix of surprise and confusion on his face. He then notices the now shattered skill ball, prompting him to quickly pull out his phone, perhaps seeking answers or guidance. Still reeling from the skill's activation, Sang-yu frantically searches his phone, hoping to find some explanation for the shattered orb, but his efforts yield nothing. A moment later, he stands, the silence of his room punctuated only by the soft rustle of his clothes. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, two figures observe the unfolding events, a quiet affirmation passing between them. Later, in a different setting, Sang-yu listens intently, a faint smile gracing his lips as a conversation about his future begins. As the discussion progresses, Kang Jinwoo outlines his strategy, revealing an idea to quickly enhance Sang-yu's power. George Lucas then turns to Sang-yu, seeking his opinion on the successful creation of this new agent. With a confident gesture, Kang Jinwoo proudly declares his unique achievement in developing a superpowered individual. Reflecting on the recent chaos, Sangyu wonders, how could he possibly explain the sheer number of horned rabbits he had faced, or the strange power he had manifested? Meanwhile, Kang Jinwoo, observing the staged fight, muses on the unexpected outcome. Even what had just happened was beyond his expectations. He had ordered the masked man to land a punch and overreact, but the execution was far from perfect. Still, he felt a surge of fear, a primal urge to bury his fist into the masked man's face. The masked man's fist connects with Sangyu's cheek, a sharp impact echoing through the air. Later, at a cafe, George Lucas reflects on Sangyu's performance, believing it would have been impossible to defeat him if he had truly intended to fight back. Kang Jinwoo agrees, acknowledging that while he doubted Sangyu could pull it off, the young man had indeed succeeded, proving himself a true monster. Sangyu, now wearing a hoodie, declares his intent to use his newfound abilities, and he too will use that to his advantage. He then asks George Lucas how they plan to proceed, to which Lucas replies that they first need 2 specific places. As they stand before a sign for a training room, Sangyu questions if this is one of the locations, while George Lucas explains that for him to train, he needs a place where he won't be interrupted and can go all out. Inside, a burly martial arts instructor greets them, asking if they are there to register. At the training facility, an instructor with a cheerful demeanor greets Sangyu, asking if he's there for clay target shooting before offering him a pistol. For those who push reality to its limits, the stakes are far higher than mere sport. With a confident smile, the instructor reiterates, "You want a pistol?" He demonstrates a swift draw, emphasizing the need for quickness to disarm an opponent, even questioning Sangyu's confidence in sparring despite being a hunter. The instructor then takes aim, demonstrating the proper stance and focus. Sangyu, clad in tactical gear and a mask, confirms his readiness, prepared for whatever challenges lie ahead. He holds a genuine military training pistol, a stark reminder of the seriousness of his new path. With a final, encouraging word, the instructor signals the start of the session. Sangyu stands poised, ready to absorb every lesson, his journey into true hunter training officially underway. A combat instructor lunges forward, shouting a command as he brings a wooden stick down with force. But Sangyu moves with blinding speed, intercepting the strike with his own wooden weapon, the impact jarring the instructor. The instructor's stick shatters into countless fragments, the sound of the break echoing sharply. Another instructor watches, his expression one of clear surprise. Sangyu stands ready, his stick still firmly in hand, before seamlessly transitioning to the next phase of his training, now gripping a pistol. He considers his next step in training, realizing he needs a specific ability, the familiar skill. He closes his eyes, focusing intently as the familiar skill activates. A wave of raw sensory input washes over him, overwhelming his senses with an intense, almost painful clarity. Every minute detail of his surroundings, from the falling dust motes to the subtle shifts in air currents, becomes acutely perceptible. He realizes the profound implication. He can now experience everything. Later, in a training simulation, he practices with the skill, his masked face betraying only the intense glow of his eyes. An instructor, masked and holding a staff, demonstrates a precise strike, explaining the critical importance of distance during a swing. He continues, detailing how the angle of one's joints and the overall balance of the body contribute to optimal power and control. His intense gaze conveys the depth of his understanding, a master of physical combat. Every movement of the muscles, every subtle flow of strength, is meticulously analyzed and demonstrated for his student. With eyes glowing intensely, the masked man takes a ready stance, a slender staff held firmly. He then raises a pistol, his voice calm as he instructs on the critical importance of breathing during a precise shot. His gaze remains fixed, an unwavering white light emanating from his eyes. A sharp crack echoes as the pistol fires, a burst of muzzle flash momentarily illuminating the darkness. 2 targets, a red disc and a rough stone, hurtle through the air as the instructor reflects on his own struggle to master breath control like others. One of the targets explodes into a shower of fragments, obliterated by the impact. A brilliant white streak of energy lingers in the air, marking the projectile's path. Sangyu watches, surrounded by shimmering blue energy, his attention completely absorbed by the demonstration. His hands clench into tight fists, every fiber of his being focused on internalizing the lesson. He closes his eyes, deeply engrossed in thought, meticulously analyzing the intricate movements of his clones as a unified whole. A soft grunt escapes him as his eyes snap open, a flicker of understanding passing through them. A subtle, knowing grin spreads across his face, the quiet sound of satisfaction accompanying his realization. Sangyu's gaze sharpens, a flicker of intense focus in his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly as he delves deep into thought. A confident smile then spreads across his face, realizing that all the movements of his clones, he can have all those. Suddenly, a vibrant blue aura begins to emanate from his form, swirling around him with growing intensity. He turns, a surprised expression crossing his features as the power surges, a soft sound escaping him. The raw experiences he gained from his clones, the brutal impacts and the desperate struggles, now surge through his very being. He recalls the sheer pressure of the air when a baton struck his clone, a memory now his own. The acrid smell of gunpowder and the concussive force of a gunshot also register, as if he had been there himself. Even the lingering fatigue from those simulated battles remains, yet he feels no actual pain. It was all done by his clones, and he merely shared their experiences. Once he experiences the movements of his clones, they become his own, ready for him to utilize. A confident smile spreads across his face, as he realizes he can mimic those movements instantly. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before him, confirming his strength has increased and his reaction time has improved. With a surge of blue energy, he clenches his fists, ready to connect with the one he's sparring with and concentrate on his newfound abilities. Sangyu focuses, his breath steadying as he prepares for the next phase of his training. With a sudden burst of speed, he moves like a blur, a faint blue aura trailing his form. The impact resonates through the training room, a testament to his rapidly growing strength. Each strike against the heavy bag is delivered with precision and overwhelming force. Later, in a sparring session, Sangyu faces the instructor, his movements fluid and confident. The instructor watches him intently, a training stick held loosely in his hand. Sangyu observes the instructor's stance, thinking that he looks incredibly powerful. The instructor, surprised by Sangyu's progress, exclaims, "What? Is the coach going to personally spar with him today?" He then adds, "Well, since Sukyuke Hyung lost." As the sparring session continues, the instructor lunges forward, his dual training swords sweeping in a practiced arc. But Sangyu meets the assault with unwavering focus, his own defenses clashing against the instructor's blades with sharp, metallic taps. The instructor presses his advantage, forcing Sangyu to block another powerful strike. A grunt of effort escapes the instructor as he realizes, despite Sangyu's attacks lacking experience, his defense is unexpectedly difficult to overcome. From the sidelines, the masked observer watches intently, a quiet thought forming that Sangyu's defense is unlike anything he's seen, perfectly dodging every movement. Suddenly, the tables turn as Sangyu finds an opening, delivering a swift, powerful blow that sends the instructor recoiling with a cry of pain. The force of the impact continues to propel the instructor backward, his body blurring through the air. Before he can recover, Sangyu closes the distance, landing another forceful strike that leaves the instructor gasping. With a final, decisive blow, Sangyu overwhelms his opponent, sending him crashing to the ground. The instructor, still reeling from the previous exchange, internally acknowledges the strange nature of Sangyu's attack, noting how quickly he copied his own technique. He regains his composure, staffs held ready, and lunges forward, swinging his wooden staffs in a blur of motion. From the sidelines, the masked man and his companions watch, one exclaiming that Sangyu dodged the strike. Indeed, Sangyu had already moved, intercepting the instructor with a swift staff strike of his own, the impact contorting the instructor's face in pain. Without missing a beat, Sangyu delivered another precise blow, sending the instructor sprawling to the ground, bruised and defeated. Lying there, the instructor could only look up in stunned disbelief. He moves with blinding speed, his staff a blur, striking out at the masked figure who barely manages to block the initial assault. The force of the blow pushes the masked man's arm back, his face contorting in a grimace of pain and effort as he struggles to withstand the relentless assault. The staff continues its relentless pressure, driving the masked figure backward. Another powerful strike lands, sending ripples of impact through the air. But in a flash, the masked man counters, grabbing Sangyu and pulling him close, leaving the instructor on the ground to wonder, what? Before he can capitalize, Sangyu delivers a swift, unseen blow, forcing the masked man to recoil once more. Following up instantly, he drives a powerful kick into his opponent's midsection, leaving the masked man's face twisted in agony from the relentless barrage. The masked man's grip tightens. As two observers comment on the fight, one noting that Sangyu's opponent is no ordinary man, but still not a close one. Sangyu cries out, his wrist painfully squeezed. The instructor watches, a gasp escaping him as he realizes the danger. The masked man holds his staff, his voice calm as he asks if Sangyu wishes to continue. Sangyu stares back, silent. George Lucas, now wearing a cap and mask, approaches Sangyu, asking if he is all right. A sharp intake of breath from George Lucas. Sangyu launches himself into the air, a powerful kick wreathed in green energy, aimed at his opponent. The masked man reels back, a guttural cry escaping him as the force of the blow sends shockwaves through his body. Watching from the sidelines, the instructor and George Lucas observe his recovery, the masked man quickly regaining his composure, his eyes narrowing in focus. Without warning, he lunges forward, seizing Sangyu's arm and twisting it with brutal efficiency, a sharp, painful lock forming as he challenges. You will continue? Blue energy crackles around the joint as the masked man maintains the agonizing hold, forcing Sangyu's entire body to contort under the immense strain. He holds the position, his voice calm despite the violence of the action. One more time, please. The instructor watches with a furrowed brow, a clear look of concern on his face, while George Lucas remains impassive, observing the scene with detached interest. Finally, the masked man releases the hold, leaving angry red marks on Sangyu's wrist, a silent testament to the pressure he endured. As Sangyu rubs his aching limb, The masked man's voice cuts through the air once more. Good. Now to number 2. Enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, Sang-yu prepares for the next phase of his rigorous training. Suddenly, a deafening blast echoes through the confined space, as debris erupts violently from the impact point. Meanwhile, in another location, a hunter grins, boasting to his partner about the impressive display he just witnessed. His partner, a woman with long dark hair, eagerly praises his cool demeanor. Yet, his confident smile quickly falters, a flicker of concern crossing his face. As the masked man observes him, a silent narration reveals that this, number 2, is even stronger than the individual currently being trained by his side. Shaking off his unease, the hunter refocuses, determined to achieve the highest score in this perilous hunt. Yet, his resolve is swiftly met with a plummeting fall through the open sky. Elsewhere, a masked figure stands, pistol held ready. His grip is firm, the weapon steady as he focuses on maintaining a stable upper body. A shot rings out, the masked man instructing, "Don't move the body, but follow in the direction, following the movement of the clay." Another clay target sails through the air, the instruction continuing, and when the aim is perfected, switch. The bullet strikes true, shattering the clay target into a cloud of red fragments. The pistol remains perfectly still in his gloved hand. He looks up at the sky, a single word echoing, "Remember." The shattered pieces of the target drift down, a testament to the precision of his lesson. A gloved hand meticulously adjusts a small device, focusing on every minute aspect. As the wearer's tactical gear hints at a readiness for action, a voice echoes, revealing the profound connection to another self. "I have to take in everything that my clones have." The city awakens under a vibrant sky, as Sang-yu, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, processes the influx of information. His eyes open, a subtle shift in his expression. Later, speaking into his phone, he admits the strain. It's killing me to switch between me and my clone." The effort is clearly visible on his face, as he feels the world spin around him. "But, my mana ran out. I feel dizzy." Overwhelmed, he can only conclude, "Let's take a rest." He remains lost in thought, the aftereffects of his clone's experiences still reverberating through his mind. Sitting on a park bench, he reflects that the movements of his clones are still hazy, yet they didn't hesitate, didn't even bother to hide, moving as much as they needed. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, a physical manifestation of the mental strain. Suddenly, a soft step sounds nearby, breaking his concentration. He glances up to see a young woman walking away from him, her dark hair flowing behind her. A flicker of recognition crosses his face as he murmurs, "Teacher?" His brow furrows in confusion, unsure if he saw correctly. The young woman turns, revealing her face, and he exclaims, Haebyong." She continues on her way, leaving him to ponder the unexpected encounter. As his thoughts drift, Sang-yu finds himself in a memory, or perhaps a dream, where Haebyong confronts him in a school hallway, asking what he's doing out so late in the evening. He replies that he was studying in the library. The scene shifts to another school memory, where a male friend teases him, remarking on his exhaustion from not even summoning him. Sang-yu retorts, claiming he almost finished his homework too. Elsewhere, a bald, imposing man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, speaks with a grim expression, referring to the guy you were talking about. He continues, his scarred face stern, as George Lucas and Haebyong listen intently, confirming, he's the one who's been causing trouble lately. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the muffled sounds of a city, as the masked man listens intently to the voice on the other end of his call. Then, a sharp, accusatory tone cuts through, demanding to know, "So you just let Kang Junmo go?" The masked man, his face etched with frustration, offers a strained apology, admitting he made a mistake trying to recruit him, only for Kang Junmo to have already succeeded elsewhere. The voice on the other end reacts with disbelief, then immediately shifts to a more pressing concern. Was the assault filmed? A wry chuckle escapes the masked man, who assures the caller he will handle the situation, but the voice quickly interjects with a stern command, "Forget it. Don't say anything about it. Don't even go anywhere near the Gangnam field." The caller's warning continues, emphasizing that, even if something happens, you have nothing to do with the Haesung Guild. Do you understand me? As the call abruptly ends, the masked man mutters to himself, realizing the gravity of his situation. "So it's just you, a street bully." A powerful impact shakes the ground. As a heavy boot slams down, the man's voice seething, "This motherfucker." He lunges forward, his foot crushing down again, demanding, "Do you know who you're messing with right now? You son of a bitch." His rage barely contained, he continues, "What is it again? What are you so mad about?" He pants heavily, sweat beading on his brow, when a familiar voice cuts through the tension. "It's been a while. I've seen you." The bald man's eyes widen in shock, recognizing the speaker, Gun Suk Hyungnim. As Gun Suk offers a wide, unsettling smile. "What's wrong?" A harsh, mocking laugh echoes as discarded cigarette butts lie scattered on the ground. George Lucas confronts the unmasked bald man, demanding to know why he failed to act and let someone escape. The bald man kneels in apology, as a woman stands silently beside George Lucas. George Lucas berates him, calling him a punk and expressing disbelief at his screw-up, especially after traveling so far. Later, George Lucas muses to himself, wondering if there are still more targets and recalling a bald man who was supposed to wear sunglasses. He then declares that the punk is coming straight to him, assuring that he has already won, before asking the bald man if he has any other jobs. George Lucas's expression hardens, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. Gun-suk confronts the instructor, his expression stern as he asks if the situation is truly painful, while Sang-yu, observing, questions the sincerity of the instructor's distress. Later, Sang-yu sits casually on a bench, engrossed in his phone, as Hae-byung approaches him with a surprised exclamation. Back with the confrontation, Gun-suk grips the instructor by the collar, his voice firm, insisting on the necessity of the situation and demanding recognition. With a calm smile, Gun-suk tells the instructor to settle down, his grip unwavering as Sang-yu watches the scene unfold. His hand remains firmly clamped on the instructor's collar, leaving the instructor's face contorted in discomfort and fear. Gun-suk continues, his smile unwavering, referring to the guy you were talking about. Meanwhile, Sang-yu, still focused on his phone, inquires if the person being discussed is him. Hae-byung finds him, asking why he's there. He replies that he's just exercising, when a gruff voice suddenly calls out, "Oi!" Both students turn, surprised by the unexpected interruption. A heavy boot steps down, and a menacing voice declares, "I heard my brother owed you something." Gun-suk stands before them, flanked by his intimidating associates, confronting Sang-yu and Hae-byung. Hae-byung nervously asks who these people are, but Sang-yu, looking away, claims he doesn't know them. Gun-suk's face hardens, his expression unyielding. Sang-yu, his face etched with worry, defiantly states, "No, I am number 2. As the two students walk away, they cast a wary glance back at the imposing figures. A video plays on a phone, showing a person's bare back, the image crackling with static. A man with a wide, unsettling grin holds a stack of cash, while Gun-suk stands behind him, adding, "Wait a second. If you don't know." The grinning man's voice carries a clear threat, asking if it's true that they possess a video of their brother making a mistake out of excitement. His grin widens, a silent confirmation of the leverage he holds. Sang-yu looks away, his face etched with distress. The man's voice then offers a chilling proposition, delete the video, and they will leave peacefully. Bound on the ground, Sang-yu looks up at the man, who holds the phone, and asks, "Are you saying you'll let me go if I delete the video, Hyung-nim?" The man flexes his arm, his tone dismissive as he confirms, "That's right. I don't like tired work either." The phone screen, still displaying the incriminating video, is held steady, a silent gulp of fear echoing in the tense air. He questions the grinning man, demanding to know if there's a guarantee of his freedom should he delete the video. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across the man's face, as if mocking the very idea of a guarantee. He chuckles, his hand covering his mouth in feigned politeness, reminding Sang-yu that he's not stupid enough to simply let him go. A memory flashes through Sang-yu's mind, of a time when he wore a mask and an orange hoodie. The grinning man's voice cuts back in, explaining that the video is not something easily deleted, especially after he took it. The memory continues, showing him alongside Hae-byung, as the man's voice advises him to look for the right time and run. The grinning man's face fills the frame, his words dripping with condescension, asserting that a difference in power is absolute. But Sang-yu's eyes narrow, a fierce resolve hardening his expression. As he declares, "I will beat you all," and with a sudden, explosive movement, delivers a powerful kick to Gun-suk's chest. He watches the bound man, a mocking laugh escaping him. As the three figures loom over their captive, "Pat," the grinning man says dismissively, his finger pointing down, "You're going to beg me to let me erase that video after this." But before the words fully register, a blur of motion. A fist connects with Gun-suk's face, sending him reeling backward from the sheer force. He stumbles, a pained gasp escaping him. But the attacker pushes through his own effort, eyes burning with a fierce, yellow glow. Grabbing Gun-suk by the collar, pulling him close. As he lay reeling from the impact, Hae-byung's voice cut through the haze, a desperate cry for help. He crumpled to the ground, a guttural groan escaping him as the force of the attack overwhelmed his senses. His mind raced, acknowledging the bitter truth. His initial confrontation had not gone as planned. As he struggled, Hae-byung knelt beside him, her concern palpable. Suddenly, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from her palm, coalescing into a brilliant orb of pure energy. With newfound resolve, she commanded everyone to retreat, her voice firm and unwavering. A vibrant green aura erupted around her, swirling with protective power as she prepared to act. From the ground, Sang-yu could only stare, uttering her name in stunned disbelief. Having made her stand, Hae-byung turned and walked away, leaving the scene behind her. Her hand clenches, knuckles white with resolve. As the bald man in front of her scoffs, questioning if they're amateurs for hesitating, then curses under his breath. Another of his companions chimes in, incredulous that they're intimidated by a mere high school girl. But Hae-byung's eyes narrow, a faint glow emanating from her hand as she challenges their resolve, asking what if they don't back off. The bald man remains dismissive, still unable to comprehend the threat she poses, repeating that she's just a high school kid. Her voice cuts through the air, sharp and clear, as the green energy around her intensifies, warning them explicitly not to come any closer. The raw power surges from her open palm, a blinding white light erupting. The force of her ability impacts the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the concrete. The bald man stares, utterly stunned by the display of power, a single word escaping his lips. Her power erupts, a green energy blast tearing through the air with a resounding crack, sending fissures across the ground. The impact spreads, a sharp, echoing sound accompanying the expanding force. The masked bald man recoils, a pained grunt escaping him as the energy washes over his position. The ground continues to fracture, the powerful force intensifying with a distinct, resonant sound. Dust and debris explode upwards, obscuring the immediate area in a chaotic cloud. One of the men, witnessing the devastation, cries out to his leader in alarm. His face contorts in a mixture of shock and fear, the reality of the situation sinking in. As the dust cloud slowly begins to dissipate over the street, a low groan echoes through the air, revealing the extent of the impact. In the first place, the awakened are more common than the flies lying on the streets. A powerful blow lands with a guttural impact, sending a ripple of force through the muscular, tattooed body of the bald man. He sneers, declaring that his opponent has no right to boast. With a heavy thud, the bald man's tattooed arm tenses, preparing for another assault. A menacing grin spreads across his face as he winds up for a devastating strike. The impact connects with a sickening crunch, sending Sangyu reeling from the force. The bald man follows through with his momentum, his powerful form a blur of motion. Despite the heavy hit, Sangyu's eyes blaze with defiance, vowing that the fight is far from over. With a rapid flurry of movement, he launches his own counterattack. His leg arcs through the air, connecting with a sharp, painful impact. A hand clenches, fingers curling tightly, as if bracing for impact or gripping something with immense force. While Haebyong's eyes widen in sudden, profound shock, her mouth slightly agape at an unseen sight. Sangyu's eyes burn with fierce resolve, a declaration escaping his lips that it isn't over yet. With that, he lunges forward, a blur of motion as he closes the distance, delivering a powerful strike. His fist connects with brutal force, the impact radiating outward. The force of the blow leaves his hand momentarily suspended, recoiling from the sheer power. Nearby, Haebyong watches the unfolding chaos, her expression one of utter shock. Despite the exertion, sweat beading on his brow, Sangyu's determination remains unwavering. Held firmly in the masked man's grip, he lets out a strained grunt. As his captor snarls, utterly enraged by the resistance. Despite the overwhelming force, Sangyu struggles, his gaze unwavering. His mind already racing, recalling Perron's memories, recognizing the familiar, almost cloned, fighting style of his opponent. As the masked man lunges with a wild strike, Sangyu calmly assesses the trajectory, knowing he must adjust his own movements to evade the blow. He prepares a counter, focusing on a strike that doesn't require a wide arm swing. Channeling power from his legs, up through his waist, and finally into his arm, a perfectly executed chain of motion. The strike lands with devastating force, shattering the air with its impact. The force of Sangyu's blow distorts the masked man's face, sending him reeling from the impact. But before Sangyu can press his advantage, the masked man recovers with terrifying speed, launching a swift counterattack that Sangyu struggles to evade. A heavy fist connects squarely with Sangyu's jaw, the impact snapping his head back. Without missing a beat, the masked man follows up with a powerful kick, executing a brutal double strike. Sangyu doubles over, clutching his stomach, the pain evident in his strained cry. He struggles to catch his breath, gasping for air. A smirk plays on the masked man's lips as he looks down, taunting. "So you can fight, huh?" He continues, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "I was hoping to beat someone who could actually hit me." And with another swift motion, the masked man delivers yet another powerful kick. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Sangyu braces himself, a sharp pain tingling through his body as he knows he can't afford to lose focus. But the masked man is relentless, his fist connecting with a brutal force that makes Sangyu question if his opponent is using some kind of muscle-strengthening skill. Despite the impact, the young man clenches his jaw, refusing to yield, a silent vow echoing in his mind. He can't let him hit him. The masked assailant presses his advantage, a swift follow-up strike blurring through the air. A cruel smile spreading across his face as he watches his opponent falter. Another devastating punch lands squarely, eliciting a pained cry from Sangyu. The blows come in quick succession, a relentless barrage. Sangyu struggles to stay upright, his vision blurring. As the masked man's eyes glow with an ominous light, delivering a final, crushing impact. Even as the masked man's assault continued, Sangyu found a moment to seize his attacker's arm. But a swift counterpunch connected squarely with his face, sending a shockwave through him. Another brutal blow slammed into his side, forcing a pained gasp from him. The relentless assault continued, drawing a desperate cry of "Hyungnim" from Gun Suk, who watched the brutal exchange. Yet, Sangyu's spirit remained unbroken, his arm rising in defiance. As a fierce red aura erupted from his body, his eyes glowing with an intense, crimson light. A powerful blow lands squarely on the masked man's arm. sending a visible shockwave through his body as he recoils from the impact. With a snarl, the masked man promises death, his eyes narrowed in fury. Recognizing a critical move, Sengyu braces himself, knowing he must dodge the incoming attack. He stomps down with his foot, attempting to disrupt his opponent's balance. But the masked man's counter is swift, catching Sengyu completely off guard. Thrown to the ground, Sengyu curses in frustration, his hand beginning to glow with a familiar red energy. The masked man follows up with a brutal punch, connecting squarely with Sengyu's face, causing his eyes to flare crimson and a powerful red aura to erupt around him. The masked man's attack lands with devastating force, a spiky burst of energy radiating outward from the point of impact. Collapsing from the blow, Sengyu lets out a pained groan, struggling to draw breath. Watching him, Haebyong's eyes widen in terror. He tries to fight back against the crushing pressure, a desperate "no" tearing from his throat. The air feels thick and heavy as he gasps. It is hard. Crouching low, his hands clasped, he continues to fight for every inhale. A mocking voice echoes, asking if he enjoys this torment, as he desperately tries to breathe. His chest heaves, each ragged huff, a testament to his desperate struggle for air. Still reeling from the masked man's assault, he struggles to maintain consciousness, a pained grimace twisting his features. The masked man's grip tightens around his head, a chilling voice declaring, "It's over." A surge of raw power erupts from the masked man's hand, blasting Sengyu with an invisible force that sends him crashing down. The masked man lets out a grunt of exertion, as Sengyu lies gasping, his eyes wide with shock and agony. Suddenly, a vibrant yellow aura flares around Haebyong's hands. As Sengyu weakly reaches out, a desperate cry escaping his lips. But before her attack can land, the masked man whirls, snatching Haebyong by her hair with a furious snarl. "Damn it! You bitch!" Still gripping Haebyong, the masked man snarls, his voice laced with contempt. He then delivers a swift, brutal strike, the impact echoing through the ruined street. Haebyong's head snaps back from the blow, her eyes squeezed shut in pain. Still held firmly in his grasp, she remains dazed and helpless. The masked man's eyes glow with a furious red light, his expression a mask of pure rage. From a distance, Gun-suk watches in horror, his voice barely a whisper as he calls out. His hand clenches into a tight fist, trembling with impotent fury. Meanwhile, Sengyu pushes himself up from the ground, his eyes now burning with a fierce blue light as he declares his return to the fight. Gun-suk, his face contorted in a snarl, lets out a furious roar at the masked assailant. With a surge of renewed determination, Sengyu unleashes a powerful strike. Grunting with effort as he pushes through the impact, a guttural cry escaping his lips. The blow lands with a heavy thud, and he follows up instantly, arcing through the air for another downward assault. Yet, the masked man meets his gaze with a chilling, aggressive grin, seemingly unfazed by the assault. Sengyu's next strike connects with a violent force, sending the bald figure reeling back amidst a shower of debris. The masked man grimaces, a faint, glowing aura flickering around him, absorbing the impact. The reverberations of the blow continue, a testament to the power exchanged. Still catching his breath from the intense struggle, he exhales deeply. As the masked man recoils, a grimace of pain twisting his features. With a heavy thud, the masked man collapses to the ground, defeated. A series of system notifications chime, announcing significant increases in his muscle strength, speed, stamina, and endurance, along with the temporary leveling up of his clone skill to its maximum, allowing him to deploy 2 clones at once, each inheriting 50% of his stats and lasting for 30 minutes. A wide smile spreads across his face as he takes in the good news. A pained groan escapes him as the masked man collapses to the ground, the system window still glowing before his eyes. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Haebyong calls out for her teacher, while Gun-suk mutters about the consequences of their actions. Back at the scene, the young man lies on his back, staring up at the sky, processing the events that just transpired. Later that night, the city lights glowed, casting long shadows over the towering buildings. Still recovering from his ordeal, he walks with a bandaged ankle, the quiet streets reflecting his thoughts. Reaching out a hand, he questions why certain things had to happen the way they did. Later, sitting across from Haebyong, he finds himself on the receiving end of a lecture, defending his choices as dangerous and dangerous. Haebyong looks on, a deep surprise etched across her features. She can hardly believe it, muttering that she can't fathom how a rookie hunter like him could be so strong, a fleeting image of the masked, bald man flashing in her mind. Sengyu, however, quickly cuts her off, warning her not to go around telling people about it, asking if she wants to be famous. He explains that such revelations could be dangerous, and Haebyong, understanding the gravity of his words, promises to keep quiet. His hand clenches subtly. As they walk past a building, Haebyong pointing out that it's his house, to which he confirms. She then notices his hand, asking if it's injured, expressing concern that it looks bad. Sengyu dismisses it as his left hand, insisting it's nothing, but Haebyong suggests he should reduce his student workload if he's hurting so much. She then adds that he only seems to have a good memory at times like this. Sengyu offers a quiet thanks, while Haebyong, relieved, expresses her gladness that he is safe. As they walk together through the city night, he suggests his victory was only possible because she had blocked their opponent, though she quickly dismisses the idea, recalling the masked figures from the previous encounter. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, Haebyong proudly declares that she did, in fact, play an important role. She playfully taps her bandaged nose, a small smile gracing her lips. Continuing their stroll, she reminds him that he should treat her well, especially with her stomach empty after such an ordeal. Sang-yu, conceding, agrees to buy her something, to which she eagerly responds, demanding he make it a promise. Her face lights up with a wide, satisfied smile, clearly pleased with the outcome. With their agreement made, Haebyong announces her departure, heading inside as Sang-yu watches her go. Sang-yu, with a small bandage still on his cheek, declares his intention to secure a lot of meat. Suddenly, he finds himself confronted by two masked figures, their presence unsettling in the quiet street. One of them questions him, asking why he had to meet them in such a difficult place. The other masked figure adds that it's too late now, as all the nearby shops are closed. Later, Sang-yu finds himself alone, crouching down to examine something on the ground, a rustling sound accompanying his focused gaze. One of the masked figures reappears, offering a simple piece of advice. He can do it in the park. 1 month later, Sang-yu stands before a towering building, contemplating his next hunter's second instruction as the city lights begin to glow around him. Meanwhile, an executive speaks into his phone, inquiring about the progress of a critical plan, receiving confirmation that it was very successful. Back in the field, Sang-yu, now clad in tactical gear alongside his masked companion, reflects on his newfound proficiency, noting that even he can now manage clay shooting with a pistol. The news of his progress reaches Haebyong, who listens intently on her phone, learning that the clone's skill level has increased, and a third clone has been acquired, prompting the voice on the other end to congratulate her, adding that she would now be able to learn faster. Meanwhile, the executive observes a screen displaying Sang-yu's dramatically improved stats, acknowledging the impressive growth with a simple, well, yeah. Sang-yu himself looks on with a hint of surprise, as a notification reveals that the current skill performance applied to his clone is 10%, with the promise that he will be surprised when you see this. He makes a sudden request over the phone, asking if it's possible to secure 3 F-class hunting grounds for the following day, then reacts with surprise at the confirmation. Wondering if it would be difficult, he is quickly reassured that the person on the other end will provide whatever is needed, no matter what. Meanwhile, the executive, pleased with Sang-yu's reliability, confirms the arrangement, planning to make his agents exercise and run errands in the morning before texting the details tomorrow. Back at his desk, Sang-yu considers his next move for the day. His clones, already in training gear, are diligently working on their upper body, lower body, and cardio. From his desk, Sang-yu issues a clear command. They are to go to the park and ensure they return by midnight. One of his clones, now in a hunting ground, swiftly disarms a monster, executing the monster hunting plan with precision. As Sang-yu meticulously reviews various online resources, he observes the effectiveness of his clones' training, noting their rapid progress. He understands that unless a movement is physically impossible, his clones possess the uncanny ability to copy and learn almost anything they witness. This realization sparks a new line of thought. What if he were to thoroughly study all types of monsters and the most effective ways to hunt them? He begins to compile a comprehensive guide, starting with an explanation of various monster types. His research delves into understanding each situation, analyzing specific monster patterns like Og's pattern to gain a tactical advantage. He also considers the practical aspects of hunting, such as choosing the right weapon, especially for those new to the field. This meticulous preparation extends to specialized techniques, including methods for detoxification, ensuring his clones can easily follow this comprehensive guide. Under a clear, expansive sky, the urban landscape stretches out, awaiting the next phase of their operations. Footsteps echo with a soft click, as the steady tick-tock of a clock marks the passage of time. Suddenly, he glances at the time, realizing with a start that it is already noon. Despite the late hour, the hunting ground progress on his screen shows his clones are still full of energy, continuing their extensive battles even after a full day's work. A message from one of them confirms their success. They have dispatched most of the F-class monsters in the dungeon, all by diligently following the guide he created. He decides to use his break to personally check on the situation, gain experience with familiar skills, and begin learning about mana. He points to a diagram, recalling a past failure. His phone buzzes, and he looks down in surprise, seeing a message from Jun Mo, who will arrive in 10 minutes. Soon after, he sits across from Jun Mo, who urges him to finish eating, ready for whatever comes next. As Sang-yu and his escorts arrive, Kim Byung-cheol greets them, acknowledging their presence. Noting the weariness of Sang-yu's companions, Kim Byung-cheol observes their fatigue, while Sang-yu admits his discomfort in their presence. Turning to the matter at hand, Kim Byung-cheol confirms the readiness of the training grounds, having secured 3 distinct locations. With the arrangements confirmed, Sang-yu entrusts the care of the other individuals to Kim Byung-cheol. He then reveals his own intention to participate, planning to utilize his familiar skills and mana-breathing techniques, while the others are directed to the hunting grounds. Kim Byung-cheol accepts his decision, as a car door closes with a soft thud. Standing before a doorway, Sengyu smiles, ready to begin his part of the training. The car departs, leaving Sengyu to focus on his breathing, slowly exhaling as he prepares for his intensive practice. Sengyu settles into a meditative pose, a soft blue glow beginning to outline his form as the instruction to relax your body and concentrate on your senses echoes in his mind. The blue light around him subtly strengthens, the internal guidance continuing. Ignore the noises and focus on yourself. His eyes open, a thoughtful expression on his face as he ponders, what I felt when using my skill. A vivid memory surfaces of his past self, surrounded by summoned skills, the internal voice explaining, right, when I used the summoned skills, it felt like something was flowing out of my body. I need to be able to imagine that you have some kind of energy flowing through your body. Closing his eyes once more, he focuses on that sensation, the energy I felt that time, cycling in my body. The blue aura around his torso pulses with a faint, crackling sound. His eyes snap open, now blazing with an intense blue light, the energy around him flaring dramatically as a powerful surge courses through him. Internally, the energy manifests as a complex network of glowing lines spreading throughout his body, accompanied by a resonating hum. His face is fully illuminated by the brilliant blue energy, his eyes burning with ethereal power as the raw force swirls and crackles around him. The raw energy he had cultivated pulsed, coalescing into a brilliant, crackling orb. His eyes widened, reflecting the blinding light, as the sheer power overwhelmed him. A system message flashed into existence, announcing the acquisition of a new skill, meditation skill obtained. The description detailed its function, a continuous type skill, allowing for the efficient management of mana, increasing recovery speed, and enhancing the body's natural mana flow. The world around him began to distort, streaking with blinding white light. He crumpled to the ground, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Impossible, he muttered, staring up at the fractured reality. The very ground beneath him began to crack and shatter. And suddenly, he found himself hanging upside down, gazing in horror at a monstrous claw. Why is that monster here? He wondered, a curse escaping him. He lies battered on the ground, a single expletive escaping his lips as he comprehends the impossible situation. This was supposed to be an F-class dungeon, a simple hunt for alien fish. Yet, before him looms a creature far beyond anything he'd anticipated, its monstrous maw filled with jagged teeth, a chilling reminder that this monster isn't supposed to be here. He has to report it, he thinks, to the authorities. The creature's massive, scaled leg descends. Struggling to move, his hand reaches out instinctively. As the monstrous fish-like head lunges forward, its gaping maw ready to consume him. A primal scream tears from his throat. As he plunges through the air, his desperate cry echoing into the void. The sky above a desolate landscape rips open with a thunderous roar as dark energy surges through the air. A car door clicks shut, revealing a clear, blue sky over what is known as the last hunting ground, a place where the very ground seems to pulse with a rhythmic thrum. At a sewage treatment plant, Kim Byung-cheol confirms his task, stating, I got it, then advises, be careful. As he steps out of the vehicle, checking his phone, he notes that he must now leave the clones he's dropped off together, confirming all the clones are in their places. He muses on the incredible ability of a single hunter to operate in multiple places simultaneously. As the situation outside began to grow noisy, an executive stood with two guards, observing a building through a large window. Meanwhile, at Zhang Sengwa's house, he celebrated a breakthrough, exclaiming that he had already mastered the mana-breathing skill, feeling like a genius. Reflecting on the mana-breathing skill, he realized there was a significant difference in how it manifested, leaving him with a touch of sadness. He mused to himself that perhaps mastering the mana-breathing skill was simply more challenging than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. The clones must have finally arrived. Checking his phone, he confirmed that all the clones were in their designated places, then wondered if it was time for him to proceed to the last hunting ground. With a surge of energy, his eyes began to glow with an electric blue light as a vibrant aura enveloped him, activating a familiar skill. Suddenly, a guttural snarl rips through the air as a massive, shadowy beast with glowing red eyes lunges from the darkness. The sheer ferocity of its appearance draws a startled cry from a young hunter, his eyes wide with alarm. Standing beside him, a masked figure remains silent as the young man nervously explains, No, I was just hunting. Before he can finish, the shadow beast lunges again, its claws blurring towards them as a hand instinctively reaches out to meet the attack. The masked hunter calmly assesses the escalating threat, remarking, Looks like there wasn't any problem until now, but this could really help. The beast's shadowy form continues to loom, its presence a palpable weight in the confined space. It moves with unsettling speed, a dark blur in the periphery. As the two hunters prepare for the inevitable clash, their eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, the young man stating, I guess I'm about to find out. Giant rats are among the most common F-class monsters, yet they pose a significant threat. You can do it. Adjusting his glasses, Kim Byung-cheol explains. So, if you're planning to hunt them, I suggest you form a party. He continues, his expression stern. First, since their dash is straight, just keep your distance and shoot. A shadowy creature recoils from a barrage of unseen projectiles as the image of a monstrous rat appears. And when you couldn't kill them all by shooting, and if it's a close-range fight, he advises, demonstrating a strike against a shadowy figure. Their skulls are hard, so. Continuing his instruction on hunting, Kim Byung-cheol emphasizes the critical weak point, explaining that one must aim for their spine. As if to illustrate his point, the shadowy form of a giant rat lunges forward, its speed blurring across the vision. Before another appears, its glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen target. But of course, a whole pack of the monstrous rodents charges, their red eyes burning with feral intent, their clawed feet pounding the ground. They are great at breeding, just like regular rats. Kim Byung-cheol adjusts his glasses, his expression firm, concluding that if one is studied well, these creatures will be nothing more than chunks of experience points. Meanwhile, a masked figure, holding a camera, records the scene, telling someone not to ruin his video. The executive, standing behind him, echoes the sentiment, remarking that they are indeed just chunks of experience points. The masked cameraman then shifts his grip, now holding a pistol, ready for action. A spent casing clatters to the ground, the impact tearing through bone. A pained shriek escapes the creature as blood splatters. Sang-yu watches his clone from a distance, observing its movements with a critical eye. As expected, the clone man can hunt just like him, utilizing all his techniques. The clone navigates the desolate, rocky terrain, leaving trails of disturbed earth and faint energy signatures in its wake. But a new thought crosses Sang-yu's mind. How can it operate without being controlled or directed? Suddenly, the clone faces a massive scorpion-like monster, its tail arcing high, ready to strike. Sang-yu observes the clone's reckless abandon, realizing they are moving with no regard for the surrounding level or potential dangers. The clone, glowing with fierce energy, is already deep in battle, surrounded by multiple scorpion monsters, one already defeated at its feet. Another swift, precise strike cuts through the air. With newfound agility, the clone of Sang-yu lunges forward, a blade flashing with blue energy, intercepting an incoming attack with a confident declaration. I can intercept their attacks now. Even as a monstrous scorpion leg slams into the ground nearby, sending debris flying, the clone remains defiant, proclaiming, I'll show you the true power of monster grounds. Observing the fierce battle, Sang-yu realizes that with his own increased stats, his clones themselves will grow stronger too. Now, not one, but two identical figures stand ready, blades drawn, facing down the monstrous threat with a shared, unwavering resolve. I'll show you. One of the clones surges forward, a blur of motion, its blade arcing towards the scorpion monster with deadly precision. After a swift, unseen maneuver, a clone lands firmly on the rocky terrain, its boots thudding against the ground. Deep within a cavern, a masked hunter questions the unusual silence of the hunting grounds, his companion holding a flashlight, scanning the dark expanse. Suddenly, a chilling discovery breaks the quiet, as they stumble upon a grotesque, lifeless creature. The masked hunter exclaims, realizing the sheer number of fallen beasts, and that more are heading north. A closer look reveals the massive, armored body of a dead scorpion monster. Overjoyed by the unexpected bounty, one of the hunters eagerly demands they be packed away immediately. Above the rocky terrain, the sky stretches clear and blue, dotted with vibrant autumn foliage. A gloved hand grips a weapon, reflecting on the successful hunt. Suddenly, the unmasked hunter turns, his eyes widening in shock, as he spots Sang-yu standing silently behind him, clad in a dark hunter's suit. A gasp escapes the hunter's lips, his face contorted in utter disbelief and fear. In a sterile hospital room, Kim Byung-cheol stands over a bandaged patient, his voice firm as he questions why the monster cores were not collected. Back in the present, a look of utter disbelief crosses Sang-yu's face, as he vehemently denies any involvement, stating he collected none of the monsters. The masked man, observing the scene, simply remarks that the sheer number of dead creatures is astonishing. Sang-yu, still reeling from the sight, presses him, wondering if someone else could have taken them down. A flicker of confusion crosses his features as he processes the implications. The masked man then points out the obvious problem, that if another hunter had killed them, they would have collected the cores. Sang-yu, still insistent, argues that perhaps they were simply too weak, unable to carry all the cores, or perhaps they were just two hunters. The camera pans down to a gruesome sight, a scorpion monster lying dead, its body mangled and covered in blood. The masked man's voice cuts through the grim silence, lamenting that it's not just the uncollected cores, but the fact that someone chopped them up like this. The masked man's grip tightened on Sang-yu's shoulder, his voice a low growl as he demanded to know if he was the one responsible for the carnage. A sharp, metallic sound accompanied his intensifying hold. As he pressed his point, questioning Sang-yu's presence and the brutal dismemberment of the monsters. But Sang-yu's eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance in their depths, as he dismissed the accusation. With a sudden, explosive movement, his hand lashed out, striking the masked man's arm. The masked man reeled back, thrown to the ground by the unexpected force, Sang-yu now standing over him. But before Sang-yu could press his advantage, the masked man swiftly drew a pistol, aiming it directly at him, a chilling question hanging in the air. A sharp, percussive sound echoed, and the masked man looked up at the sky, perhaps tracking Seng-Yu's evasion, or simply contemplating the sudden turn of events. A sharp cry of pain escapes Seng-Yu as the masked man's first shot goes wide, instead striking a nearby scorpion monster. The creature recoils, its red eyes wide with confusion, wondering if it's merely bait. Without hesitation, the masked man fires again, the second bullet finding its mark. Seng-Yu's eyes widen in shock as the impact hits him, sending him reeling backward with brutal force. A searing pain erupts through his body, leaving him disoriented and questioning what just happened. He clutches his right arm, realizing the extent of the damage. A guttural scream tears from his throat as he tumbles to the ground. A guttural scream tears from him, his arm throbbing with excruciating pain as blood stains his shirt. The world around him dissolves into a cacophony of raw, piercing anguish. Eventually, the intensity of the pain subsides, leaving him gasping for breath, slumped against the wall. He stares at his hands, a strange, dark energy now clinging to them like smoke. The black residue shimmering with faint, glowing particles as his body trembles uncontrollably. Still struggling to regulate his breathing, he curls into a fetal position on the floor of his apartment, overwhelmed by the ordeal. A realization dawns on him. The sheer, overwhelming pain had severed some unseen link, a connection he hadn't even known he possessed. But as he glances at his phone, a more immediate, pressing concern pulls him back to reality, reminding him that this is no time for introspection. Kim Byung-cheol confirms the successful handling of hunting ground number 3, acknowledging the agent on the other end of the line. He listens intently as the agent reports the location of the incident, the waste disposal plant in Incheon, before a sudden realization dawns on him. Meanwhile, Seng-Yu, his face etched with urgency, demands that the first and second teams be brought to the main site, declaring there's no time to waste and questioning what will happen once he arrives. Without hesitation, he confirms he's on his way, already sprinting towards the unfolding crisis, a grave problem, a really big one, now demanding his immediate attention. Arriving at the scene, Seng-Yu is already battered and bleeding, hunched over and gasping for air, his hunter gear stained with fresh wounds. Despite his injuries, he pushes himself forward, fleeing from the colossal limb of a monstrous entity that looms just behind him. As he runs, a guttural sound escapes him, and dark, glowing energy begins to erupt around his head, his eyes burning with an eerie, supernatural light. A guttural roar echoes through the ravaged city, as a colossal claw tears through the skyline, revealing the immense, armored form of a reptilian beast, its presence radiating raw, destructive power. With each thunderous step, the ground trembles, its massive leg crushing debris beneath it. Meanwhile, a hand reaches out, tentatively touching a cold, hard surface. As Seng-Yu glances back, a faint green glow reflecting in his eyes from a nearby digital display. He lets out a soft sigh, his gaze drawn upwards to the unfolding chaos. The vast, open sky above offers little comfort against the encroaching threat. From a precarious rooftop, he surveys the industrial landscape, the scale of the devastation becoming clear. Then, with a sudden surge of resolve, a dark, crackling aura erupts around his head, his eyes blazing with an intense, crimson glow. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Seng-Yu finds his communication device has lost connection with his partner. The device confirms no other hunters are nearby, and while a signal remains, his satellite phone function is unusable. Suddenly, two masked figures appear, one demanding to see his communication bracelet. After a brief exchange, the masked figure dismisses him, a silent hope crossing his mind about the whereabouts of Agent Nim. As Seng-Yu reacts with a surprised sound, the masked figure addresses him as Hunter Nim, then questions if he is indeed a hunter. The masked figure then reveals that he has brought number 1 in himself. Looking around the devastated urban landscape, Seng-Yu wonders aloud about their location, feeling an inexplicable weakness despite his high rank. His eyes widen in shock as he spots another colossal monster in the distance. Meanwhile, Kim Byung-cheol, his face etched with worry, pledges to protect everyone with his life, before a sudden realization cuts him off. He reveals that the monster Seng-Yu encountered was not an isolated incident, confirming there are more, and identifies this new threat as a creature called Through. Its gaping maw filled with razor teeth, the creature's very presence is enough to send shivers down the spine, and its rank is confirmed as D. A single Through is a formidable opponent, but the true horror lies in the knowledge that even a full party of E-class hunters would not be enough to defeat this monster. Kim Byung-cheol, his expression grim, begins to outline a plan, stating he will act immediately, but Seng-Yu quickly interjects, insisting that now is not the time. Instead, Seng-Yu suggests they wait until after his classification within the portal, a masked figure standing silently beside Kim Byung-cheol. Turning away, Seng-Yu's resolve hardens, knowing they cannot simply sit and wait for the inevitable. He looks back, a slight smile playing on his lips, asking Kim Byung-cheol to trust him. Kim Byung-cheol's surprise is evident as Seng-Yu finishes his thought, declaring he trusts his allies just as much, and then, a familiar skill activates. A brilliant blue aura erupts around Seng-Yu, his eyes glowing with the same intense light, a clear manifestation of his awakened power. Deep within a verdant, glowing forest, a lone hooded figure stands, looking up into the canopy, a faint exclamation escaping them as the ethereal light filters through the leaves. Further in, two masked figures in tactical gear move cautiously, one with eyes that glow faintly in the dim light, their presence a stark contrast to the natural luminescence around them. The forest itself seems alive, particles of light drifting through the air, creating an atmosphere both beautiful and unsettling. The masked figures press on, their footsteps muffled by the soft forest floor, a sense of urgency guiding their path through the shimmering foliage. One of them, the bald man, reaches for a weapon at his side, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of a knife. They continue their silent advance, the glowing forest seemingly endless around them. Then, the masked cameraman points sharply ahead, a quiet command given, and the bald man turns his gaze, acknowledging the discovery. A monstrous red eye, sharp teeth, and bloodied skin fill the view, a guttural growl echoing from the depths. Looking down into a dark pit, the masked cameraman confirms their success, declaring, "We found it." From the depths of the pit, the monstrous lets out a guttural growl, its bloodied claws clenching. Observing the creature, the cameraman considers himself lucky, believing he has the advantage for the first strike. Beside him, the bald man recalls the old adage, in a forest with an extremely hostile monster, one must always be on guard. Yet, the monster below seems utterly unconcerned by their presence. A quick glance between them confirms their shared assessment. This is doable. Without further hesitation, they both raise their pistols, the cameraman instructing his partner to aim for the head. With a sharp crack, the bald man fires his weapon. The bullet finds its mark, striking the monster's head with a wet impact, blood erupting from the wound. Two masked figures, caught off guard, could only stare in disbelief. As the monster loomed in the distance, one of them questioned the futility of their attack, realizing bullets were having no effect. Indeed, the projectile had merely impacted the creature's incredibly tough hide, causing a slight, almost dismissive tremor. Instead of falling, a powerful, concussive force erupted from its form. The monster, now fully revealed its terrifying, fish-like visage, its red eyes glowing with unbridled fury. With a guttural sound, the enraged creature let out a deafening, piercing shriek. High above a monstrous, shadowy form, two masked hunters open fire, but their efforts are futile. Bullets simply don't work against this creature. Meanwhile, a different horror emerges, a grotesque fish-like monster with razor teeth, letting out a guttural roar. Its armored body gleaming in the dim light, the creature's shriek echoes, its single blue eye glowing with malevolent intent. Back with the first encounter, the massive scorpion monster, its red eyes burning, descends upon the three masked hunters below. With terrifying speed, its enormous claw lashes out, slamming down towards a kneeling hunter amidst a shower of debris. The massive claw of the scorpion monster slams down with crushing force. But a dark blade flashes through the air, piercing the head of the fish-like monster with a sickening crunch, leaving blood to stream from the wound. The masked cameraman stares in disbelief, hardly able to comprehend that a mere scratch from his sword could be so ineffective. Despite the deep wound, the fish-like monster lets out a guttural roar, its resilience shocking them all. Another masked hunter, wearing a cap, recoils in surprise, realizing the true danger they face. As the monster lunges forward with terrifying speed, it strikes the hunter, sending him reeling. From above, the scorpion monster's massive claw descends, its voice echoing with a chilling declaration, "Good job, you guys. I'll be taking this one." The masked hunter's attack lands with a sharp crack, striking the resilient monster's leg, sending a spray of blood as the limb recoils from the impact. Meanwhile, the scorpion monster, observing the futile struggle, decides to hold back, concluding that it would simply take it easy. Another blow lands, but the monster barely flinches. The relentless assault continues, each impact echoing with a dull thud against its unyielding hide. With a desperate cry, the masked hunter swings his axe, aiming for a critical strike. The heavy blade connects with a resounding crack, but the monster remains unfazed. Frustration mounts as the hunter realizes their efforts are proving fruitless. He stands ready, axe in hand, searching for any weakness. The fish-like monster lunges forward, its massive head blurring through the air. Its scaly body following, a formidable mass of green-blue muscle. A masked hunter, blade flashing with vibrant energy, slashes across the monster's hide, but the attack barely registers. Frustration mounts among the hunters, one muttering about their continued ineffectiveness against the creature's resilience. The cameraman, observing the futile efforts, recalls his earlier shot, realizing the bullet's impact was some time ago. He remembers one bullet bouncing harmlessly off the monster's tough skin, while another managed to inflict only minor damage. A new idea sparks in his mind, a potential strategy. He considers aiming for the ground, perhaps to disrupt the creature's footing or create an opening. Before he can act, the bald man delivers a powerful, glowing kick, sending the monster reeling with a resounding impact. The sheer scale of the unfolding chaos leaves Sangyu wide-eyed. As the masked cameraman, standing beside Kim Byung-cheol, calmly declares his intention to feed the resilient monster some bullets. Without hesitation, he swiftly loads a fresh magazine into his weapon. even as the monstrous through lets out a guttural shriek of defiance. A barrage of bullets immediately tears into its tough hide, one striking its leg with a sickening thud, as more impacts pepper its body, drawing copious amounts of blood. A spent, bloodied casing drops to the ground, the air thick with the metallic scent of fresh gore. Still reeling from the barrage, the monster lets out a pained shriek. It grunts, struggling against the relentless assault. With renewed vigor, the masked cameraman, now wielding a glowing orange blade, lunges forward. He delivers a powerful, resounding blow. The creature recoils violently, its massive form thrown backward by the impact. Observing the monster's resilience, the cameraman's thoughts betray his surprise. He suddenly got stronger? The monster screams again, as a flurry of glowing attacks rains down upon its form. The orange blade pulses with energy, visibly drawing blood from the creature, prompting the realization. Is that sword the reason why? It's emitting his blood. Meanwhile, Sengyu turns to the masked bald man, who states, I also need to get hurt. Sengyu replies, I've already suffered enough. The creature thrashes, its massive form racked with pain as the glowing blade continues to tear through its resilient hide, drawing more blood with each impact. Deep gashes mar its dark skin, and a guttural cry escapes it as another blow lands, leaving a weapon deeply embedded in its face. A sharp intake of breath, a pained grunt, escapes him. Even with such grievous wounds, the monster still struggles, its arm held fast by a determined grip. The masked bald man acknowledges the grim reality, knowing this confrontation was never destined for a clean resolution. Yet, as he tightens his hold on his weapon, he resolves that if blood must be shed, then so be it. The masked man lunges forward, his glowing blade arcing with deadly precision. He plunges the radiant weapon into the monster's tough hide, declaring that it's time for a true test of wills, wondering who will bleed more. Again and again, the blade tears through the creature's defenses, eliciting a pained shriek from the monstrous through. Another powerful strike sends shockwaves through the air, as the masked man continues his relentless assault, drawing more blood from the resilient foe. The creature lets out another agonizing scream. But in a sudden, desperate counterattack, the monster lashes out, its blow connecting squarely with the masked man, cracking his mask and drawing blood. Still reeling from the previous blow, the monster shudders, as the masked man's grip tightens around its head, and a guttural shriek tears from the creature's maw, even as a powerful kick from his leg sends it further off balance. He follows up, his left hand glowing with ominous red energy, forcing another pained cry from the monstrous through. But the creature is not defeated, its own massive fist blurring forward, connecting squarely with the masked man's face, cracking his protective gear. He stumbles back, blood splattering from the shattered mask. He continued his relentless assault, delivering a powerful kick that glowed with green energy. The blow connected with a sickening crunch, sending blood splattering from the monster's neck. But before he could follow up, the creature lashed out, its claws striking his face with immense force, further cracking his mask and drawing blood. The monster, bloodied but unyielding, regarded its opponent with a menacing glare. He lay defeated on the ground, as the monstrous form loomed over him, seemingly victorious. Then, with a deliberate motion, the creature placed its massive foot directly onto his head. A sickening pressure built, the mask finally shattering completely as green energy crackled around the monster's foot. As the monster lifted its foot, the man's unmasked, bloodied face was revealed, eyes closed in unconsciousness or severe injury. His breath hitched, a faint, despairing thought echoing in his mind. I'm over. Barely conscious, the masked bald man lies defeated on the ground, while nearby, his companion, the cameraman, struggles to remain upright, gasping for breath and admitting he can't take another step. His mask pulled down, the cameraman stares at his empty gun, a grim realization dawning that his bullets have run out, marking what he believes to be the end of his first hunt. Nearby, the bald man, still struggling, manages to utter a desperate thought, feeling as though he's dying and needing to inform someone about his situation. The ground around them tells a silent story of the brutal struggle, strewn with blood and the clear imprints of frantic footsteps. Suddenly, a heavy impact echoes, accompanied by a fresh splatter of blood. The cameraman's eyes widen in horror, realizing the monster didn't die, while the bald man defensively insists it wasn't his fault. With a desperate curse, the cameraman makes a split-second decision, turning and fleeing in a specific direction. The trail of blood and footprints continues, marking his urgent path. His frantic escape leads him directly towards the portal. Back at the command center, a somber Sengyu offers a quiet apology, as Kim Bang-cheol reveals the critical error. A report of the monster's defeat led them to dispatch hunters prematurely, meaning the initial assessment was false. Kim Bang-cheol questions why Sengyu didn't personally intervene, then explains that more hunters from the association will be dispatched soon, hoping to gain a clearer picture of the situation. Sengyu's eyes widen in disbelief, his frustration boiling over at the thought of the resources he poured into recruiting his team, now potentially wasted. A tense silence falls between them, Kim Bang-cheol's stern gaze fixed on the distressed Sengyu, a silent soldier standing by. Suddenly, Kim Bang-cheol's composure shatters, his eyes widening in alarm as a new, shocking report comes in. He shouts the dire news to his men. The monster is still alive, prompting immediate, frantic confirmation from the soldiers aiming their rifles into the ravaged cityscape. In the distance, the colossal form of the monster through looms, its dark silhouette a stark contrast against the glowing green energy still crackling around it, as Kim Byung-chul and his soldiers observe. Despite the previous assault, the creature remains formidable, its body scarred and bleeding, yet still radiating a menacing aura. A closer look reveals the extent of its injuries, but also the terrifying resilience of its monstrous form, its red eyes burning with undiminished malice. A terrifying presence booms through the air, green and yellow energy crackling around the monstrous form. As the creature advances towards a shimmering portal, hunters open fire, their desperate shouts echoing to stop it. Despite the onslaught, the monster's massive leg stomps forward relentlessly, green energy still pulsing around it. Explosive impacts erupt against its armored hide, blue and yellow energy flashing with each hit. As it takes more damage, the monster's form begins to shed dark, particulate matter, a sign of its deteriorating state. A swift, dark blade then slices through the air, its black energy trail cutting towards the monster. Another hunter prepares a follow-up, aiming a firearm with focused intent. The combined assault causes the monster to recoil violently, its form blurring with the force of the impacts. Finally, its body is visibly deteriorating, oozing dark, viscous fluid as the relentless attacks take their toll. Sang-yu unleashes a furious barrage, his weapon striking the monster with a resounding impact, driving the massive creature back with each powerful blow. He pushes his limits, roaring, "With all my might." Another devastating strike lands, sending shockwaves through the monster's body. As the blade tears through its tough hide, the monster stumbles backward, forced away from its objective by the relentless assault, leaving Sang-yu panting with exertion, his blade now deeply embedded in the creature's arm. Behind him, the other hunters, including Kim Byung-chul, watch with wide-eyed shock. The air crackles with residual energy, as a powerful force sends something hurtling through the space. Sang-yu is violently thrown backward, his body slamming into an unseen barrier with a heavy impact. The reverberations of the blow echo, a testament to the sheer power behind the monster's counterattack. From a kneeling position, an armored hunter watches the scene unfold, a single word escaping him in stunned acknowledgement. Sang-yu's fist connects with brutal force, sending the masked, bald man reeling. The impact lifts him clean off his feet, propelling him backward through the air. Without a moment's pause, Sang-yu surges past the falling figure, his attention already on the next group of masked opponents. Another swift strike finds its mark, a powerful blow to the chest of a masked cameraman. The impact sends him staggering backward, clutching his chest in agony. Before he can recover, Sang-yu follows up with another blurring strike. A final, decisive blow connects, sending the masked figure flying through the air. He sails helplessly across the space, a testament to Sang-yu's overwhelming power. A female figure, clad in dark armor, gives a casual thumbs up from her seated position on the ground, a small insectoid creature nearby. Elsewhere, a man in a crisp white shirt and black tie confirms a decision over the phone, his voice firm. He continues the call, promising a detailed report after further inquiry, a hint of concern etched on his face. His expression shifts to surprise, a sudden development catching him off guard. The scene changes to a gruesome sight, the mangled, bloody remains of a monstrous creature, its limbs scattered across the ground. Two figures, one with spiky black hair and the other in green armor, stand over the carnage, surveying the destruction. The man from the association, now holding a pistol, questions the nature of the creature, recognizing something unusual about its form. He then identifies himself to a uniformed officer and another man, urgently asking for an explanation of the chaotic scene before them. He listens intently as the uniformed officer explains that a hunter who went into the portal before the lockdown was the one who killed the monster, adding that it was true that the monster was powerful, but Kim Byung-chul cuts him off, questioning, "Isn't this a B-class monster? You're telling me you're having a D-class hunter handle it." The officer clarifies that it wasn't just one D-class hunter, but a team of hunters. A skeptical expression crosses his face as he processes the information, a single word escaping him. The officer continues, explaining, "We are investigating the incident, but as we know, an F-class hunter managed to kill a B-class monster with his clones." In the background, the masked bald man and the masked cameraman observe the exchange. Kim Byung-chul's gaze sharpens, his thoughts turning to the monster's remains. He wonders if an F-class hunter managed to shoot the monster accurately on a wound. The monster's body lies mangled, every attack having landed on a specific wound, leaving no room for error. It seems impossible that a hunter without special abilities could achieve such precision. The officer, oblivious to Kim Byung-chul's internal debate, continues his report. But is it possible to shoot a moving monster? Kim Byung-chul's expression remains thoughtful, a silent question hanging in the air. Finally, he gives his instructions. "We will first go and see if there are any other D-class hunters in the portal. Finish your investigation as fast as you can." The grotesque head of the B-class monster lies defeated, its blood staining the ground, a testament to the brutal battle that just concluded. As the system interface materializes before him, Sengyu lets out a soft gasp, his eyes fixed on the glowing blue text. He ponders the official report, wondering how he could possibly explain defeating a B-class monster alone to the association. The system continues to update, revealing new abilities, a sprinting skill for active buffs while running, and a shooting skill to increase power with gun-type weapons. Then, a crucial new ability appears. Regeneration is unlocked, along with Smite, a cast-type skill to exert full force on a single attack. Finally, a series of stat increases flash across the screen, boosting his strength, endurance, and stamina. Wiping blood from his cheek, Sengyu remarks on the sheer number of skills he's acquired this time. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, the masked bald man observes his injured comrade, questioning if their survival was due to the regeneration ability. His companion explains that he used the clone cooldown to heal and summon them after they were hurt. Back with Sengyu, a concerned expression crosses his face as he wonders about the clones, believing that letting them fight monsters will help increase their level. As Sengyu considered his next steps, the chief examiner, Kim Byung-chul, addressed him, praising his recent success against a B-class monster and acknowledging the difficulty of such a feat. He continued, emphasizing the trust he placed in Sengyu, but admitted that even he found it hard to believe the young man had handled such a monster without any trouble. Sengyu, with a slight smile, modestly suggested that it was possible because he studied well. Giving a thumbs up, he then remembered something important, the short sword. Kim Byung-chul confirmed, explaining that the monster had indeed wielded a short sword, and then questioned what Sengyu meant by blood in relation to it, as the item was now being examined by another hunter. The item itself, a jagged, red-hued blade, lay on a cloth, emanating a faint, unsettling aura. Kim Byung-chul, now holding Sengyu by the shoulder, suggested that the item might be a cursed one, asking if he thought someone should pick it up. Sengyu, his eyes wide with curiosity, wondered aloud if he could use such a cursed item. Kim Byung-chul explained that cursed items were rare, making them incredibly valuable for their unique effects, a fact that seemed to excite Sengyu greatly. Still buzzing with excitement, Sengyu exclaims, "I love it." Kim Byung-chul, observing the young man's enthusiasm, explains that while the monster was only D-class, the collecting team would handle the rest of the remains. Sengyu, holding a small, intriguing object, declares his day finished, unaware that Kim Byung-chul had something else entirely in mind. With a knowing look, Kim Byung-chul extends his hand, offering a new item to Sengyu. His expression remains carefully neutral, masking his true thoughts. The object in his palm glows with an ominous red light, a crystalline shard pulsating with hidden power. He dismisses it casually, calling it a low-class jewel and worthless item. As Sengyu gazes at the glowing artifact with wide-eyed wonder, Kim Byung-chul thinks to himself how difficult it is to conceal the truth from the eager young man. Still trying to downplay the item's significance, Kim Byung-chul apologizes, insisting it's merely a cheap trinket. Meanwhile, Sengyu clutches his chest, a fresh stain of blood blooming on his orange hoodie. As Kim Byung-chul continues, "It has some severe side effects, but it's really cheap." He then leans in conspiratorially, advising Sengyu that while other such items might be valuable, he shouldn't speak ill of this particular one. Sengyu, still processing the encounter, offers his thanks, asking Kim Byung-chul to take care of collecting the other items. A quiet, almost unheard, "Thank you too," escapes his lips as he prepares to leave. The door clicks shut behind him, and Sengyu steps out into the street, a sigh escaping him as he muses, "Phew, a lot happened today." Unbeknownst to him, the masked bald man and the masked cameraman watch his departure from a shadowed corner. Later, in the quiet of his own room, Sengyu holds the glowing item, his expression hardening with resolve as he declares, "First, I will summon number 3 again." His gaze remains fixed on the mysterious object, a mixture of curiosity and grim purpose in his eyes. A sharp gasp escapes him, the sensation of water rushing over his face, a familiar yet unsettling side effect. His hand presses against his bare chest, glowing lines of energy radiating from the point of contact, another involuntary reaction to the item's power. Later, looking at his reflection, he acknowledges the changes within him, muttering, "It's been a while and oh. 3. Here is your body, mind, and exercise." He pulls a shirt over his head, preparing himself for whatever comes next. Then, as the other man's footsteps recede, he sits on the floor, contemplating the items left behind. A red, ornate dagger-like object rests in a black case, its jewel glowing faintly. Beside it, a crystalline object catches his eye, prompting him to realize, "So these are the items I personally took." Consulting his smartphone, he identifies the crystal, confirming, "So this is a strength jewel." The description reveals it to be a low-class strength jewel, capable of permanently increasing strength by absorbing mana, but with a critical warning. Excessive use can transform the target into a monster, and it cannot be used on a person. Still pondering the implications of the strength jewel, he understands it cannot be used on a person. The thought of a strength increase is tempting, but the risk of monstrous transformation gives him pause. He recalls how his clone's injuries typically don't affect him, yet this situation feels different, more personal. As if to test the theory, 3 distinct manifestations of himself appear before him, each embodying a different aspect or state. One of them, perhaps a clone infused with the jewel's power, transforms into a grotesque, cackling green monster. Without hesitation, Sang-yu, now clad in combat attire, unleashes a furious strike, determined to eliminate the monstrous threat. The vivid mental simulation concludes, and he decides against using the dangerous jewel immediately. His gaze then shifts to the ornate dagger he also acquired, concluding that a clone should be the one to interact with it first, minimizing his own risk. Kim Byung-cheol looks down at Sang-yu, his voice laced with caution, suggesting the item they've found might be cursed. After a moment of consideration, Sang-yu recalls the ornate dagger, which had been placed in a box without causing any immediate problems, yet he knows its true nature remains a mystery. He muses that it's meant for sale to the emperor, but the inability to even test it once before parting with it is proving quite annoying. Later, sitting on his bed, he watches as a masked figure, his summoned clone, stands ready, responding with a simple, obedient, "Yes, sir." The clone's gloved hand reaches into the box, carefully grasping the hilt of the mysterious dagger. As the blade is drawn, a sudden, intense sensation washes over the clone, eliciting a surprised gasp, a visible shock rippling through its form. From his vantage point, Sang-yu observes the reaction, a question forming on his lips, a voice. The clone confirms, its voice echoing with a strange resonance. "I can hear a voice." As the words register, a faint blue glow emanates from Sang-yu, his system responding to the unexpected development by activating the familiar skill, a direct consequence of the clone's interaction with the dagger. The dagger, still pulsing with dark energy, seems to call out, its voice echoing with a desperate plea for sustenance. Watching his clone recoil, the dark energy from the dagger still clinging to him, Sang-yu hears the clone cry out in distress. With a decisive mental command, he deactivates his familiar skill. The clone's hand, still tingling from the dagger's touch, feels the lingering, unpleasant sensation. Observing the clone's reaction, Sang-yu asks if the dagger's influence would affect him directly if he were to hold it, receiving a firm negative in response. Considering the information, he decides to utilize the dagger's unique properties for a while, and the clone readily agrees. A system window flashes before Sang-yu, displaying an unexpected message: regeneration increased. He observes his clone, now resting, and muses that their current state of inactivity must be accelerating their regeneration. Still, a sense of urgency washes over him, knowing he must take them out for a fox hunt tonight, before they fully recover from their current weakened state. For today, Sang-yu instructs his familiar, they will both meditate, unlocking the ability to continue even when he's not physically present. The familiar, now on the floor, simply acknowledges the command. As the new day dawns, Sang-yu activates his meditation, a soft blue glow emanating from him. His thoughts drift to the mundane, a stark contrast to his training. As he prepares for another day at school, the campus bustles with students, all unaware of the hidden power walking among them. A sigh escapes him, reflecting on a vacation that felt entirely consumed by his relentless pursuit of strength. He wonders if his constant focus on increasing his stats is the reason for his lack of leisure. He reviews his updated stats, a significant increase achieved in a remarkably short time, though it meant sacrificing much of his personal life. Returning to the mundane, he muses, "Anyway, I didn't realize I was such a loner. No one even pretends to know me." As he walks through the school halls, a faint blush touches his cheeks, perhaps from the awkward realization. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks his reverie, asking, The bulky man, Kim Byung-cheol, expresses surprise. "You were in the same class as me." "What? You are in this class too?" He continues, a hint of judgment in his tone. "I didn't know you were someone like that." Then, with a change of subject, he asks, "Still exercise regularly?" Sang-yu replies, "Of course. I'm not like you." As two female students observe from a distance, one wonders aloud if the person they're looking at is senior Sang-yu, noting how much he seems to have changed. Nearby, Kim Byung-cheol, already engaged in conversation with Sang-yu, admits he almost didn't recognize him either, while an off-panel voice jokingly asks if they could hire him for a blind date. With a wide grin, Kim Byung-cheol claps Sang-yu on the shoulder, teasing him about his newfound popularity. Sang-yu, however, seems uncomfortable with the attention, thinking to himself that the girls didn't want him before, and wondering if he truly has changed that much. Kim Byung-cheol, still beaming, agrees that even they wouldn't recognize him now. He then asks if Sang-yu's transformation is that serious, before musing to himself how he almost couldn't recognize him on the street. With a friendly arm around Sang-yu, Kim Byung-cheol suggests they all go for a drink with the class, already having a plan in mind. But Sang-yu's response clearly catches him off guard, leaving him wide-eyed and exclaiming in shock. Looking directly at Kim Byung-cheol, Sang-yu firmly states that he already made a promise and cannot go with them. In the classroom, a student erupts in anger, accusing someone of being a dirty traitor and questioning if a girl was involved, before quickly trying to calm himself down. Another student, clearly embarrassed, apologizes profusely and asks for help explaining the situation to others, only to realize it's too late. Everyone has already heard. At a nearby desk, two students exchange surprised glances, one exclaiming in disbelief that Chanwoo and Jongsung were also in this class. By the window, a student stares out with fierce determination, vowing to make everyone remember this day, before a sudden realization dawns on him. Oh, my God. Everyone is here. From a towering skyscraper, a man in a sharp suit gazes out over the sprawling city below, his expression unreadable as he takes in the vast expanse. Later, within the polished confines of an office, the same executive sits at his desk, surrounded by the quiet hum of a busy organization. A grave pronouncement echoes through the room. The oracle has foretold a disaster. Michael Harris, the MHA chairman, stands with a stern demeanor, his presence commanding attention. The executive listens intently as the chairman elaborates on the prophecy, detailing the creation of a portal and the destruction of hundreds of monsters. Michael Harris then presses for confirmation, asking if the portal's location and creation date are confirmed, before revealing that while the oracle's vision was clear, the portal is highly likely to appear within the next few days. Following the dire prophecy, an executive receives further details, learning that the suspected location of the impending portal is revealed to be South Korea. The revelation echoes with a soft sound, as an aerial view highlights a specific coastal region, dotted with islands. The implications of the location settle in, a quiet moment of realization. A sudden, sharp sound breaks the silence. As the executive paces with heavy steps, his mind racing with the unfolding crisis. He questions the escalating situation, wondering aloud, what's going on? Why is there such a huge gathering? Another figure approaches, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, as the weight of the prophecy settles upon them all. Kim Won-tae, a man in a sharp suit, is visibly startled, his eyes wide as he calls out a name. He recoils slightly, a gasp escaping him, as a woman in a striking red dress and cat-ear headband appears to have just made a playful, yet impactful, entrance. The woman, Han Mino, offers a casual greeting, acknowledging that it has been some time since their last encounter. Won-tae, still recovering from the surprise, remarks on the significance of their meeting, implying that only a major event could bring someone like her to this location. A narration box identifies her as Han Mino, the YWLO Guild Master, holding the prestigious rank 3 position in the country. Won-tae adjusts his tie, a slight smirk playing on his lips, returning her sentiment with a similar observation about her presence, while a narration box reveals him as Kim Won-tae, the keenest Guild Master, holding the even higher rank 2. Mino compliments his longer hair, finding it attractive, to which he responds that he has simply been busy. The perspective shifts, looking down into a spacious office where the 2 Guild Masters are now seated at a large, polished table. They remain seated, the meeting room quiet, as their conversation continues, unseen from this high vantage point. As the meeting continued, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, a soft escaping his lips. Across from him, Han Mino, the YWLO Guild Master, inquired, wondering who this Mr. Won-tae was, referring to Kim Won-tae, the rank 2 keenest Guild Master. A clear annoyance etched on her features. She muttered about that boastful old man. Kim Won-tae could only offer a soft ugh. In response, his expression a mix of resignation and concern. Han Mino leaned forward, her voice cutting through the tension, asking what was happening, adding that she could at least hear the couple if they were discussing something important. With a steely gaze, Kim Won-tae declared that if she was done, he would return to his seat, his thoughts clearly on Odin's tower. A hearty laugh erupted from Han Mino, as she mentioned hearing that the keenest Guild Master had recently gone there. Kim Won-tae's expression remained serious, as he added that he hadn't heard back from him for the past few days. Finally, settling back into his seat, Kim Won-tae addressed Han Mino directly, stating he could endure anything except curiosity, and asked how things were going. A man with spiky white hair stares intently, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, as if witnessing something truly overwhelming. Meanwhile, the formidable Leon, known as the Taeyong Guild Master and the second-ranked guild leader in the entire country, points a decisive finger, making a declaration. Elsewhere, Kim Won-tae, having concluded his conversation, walks away with a dismissive chuckle, seemingly unconcerned by the gravity of the situation. The white-haired man, still reeling from what he's seen, lets out a pained gasp, his face contorted in distress. Han Mino, her cat-ear headband a stark contrast to her serious expression, also reacts with a sharp intake of breath, her red eyes wide with surprise. A dark-skinned hand reaches out, its fingers splayed as if grasping for something just out of reach. With a distinct click, a heavy door swings open, revealing a new scene. Inside, Leon stands alongside the esteemed association leader, both turning their attention to the newly opened entrance, awaiting the arrival of their guest. As Kim Won-tae steps through the doorway, the association leader, noticing his demeanor, inquires if something significant has occurred. As the city crumbles under the shadow of a colossal, lightning-wreathed entity, Sang-yu stands firm, his eyes burning with an ominous red glow. Meanwhile, in a stark contrast to the chaos outside, Kim Won-tae sits in a formal meeting room, his posture composed. He is joined by Leon, the Taeyong Guild Master, as the association leader addresses them, offering a polite greeting. The elder man's expression, however, betrays a deeper concern, as he muses that something significant must have transpired. Addressing the assembled guild masters, the association leader formally welcomes them. He expresses his gratitude for their prompt response, before delving into the urgent matter at hand. His gaze sharpens as he reveals that the Hunter Association recently issued a disaster warning concerning their country. The association leader continues, explaining that they received intelligence about an impending portal breach, a fact he assumes the guild masters are already aware of. Holding up a document, he clarifies the severity of the situation. They suspect an A-rank portal, necessitating the full cooperation of all guilds across the nation. As the association leader continues to explain the dire situation, Kim Won-tae, one of the guild masters, demands to know the exact location and timing of the impending disaster. His voice rising as he challenges the notion of covering the entire country and waiting indefinitely for the portal to manifest. The association leader, holding a document, reiterates that the meeting itself is to address these very concerns, confirming only that the event is imminent. Kim Won-tae presses further, highlighting the severe shortage of hunters and the impossibility of preparing for an unknown, widespread disaster. Leon, another guild master, joins the chorus of dissent, questioning who will bear the financial burden of dispatching hunters across the nation. The association leader visibly falters, a nervous laugh escaping him as he struggles to formulate a response. The murmurs of concern from the other attendees grow louder, reflecting the collective anxiety in the room. Kim Won-tae, his expression firm, raises a hand, ready to propose a solution or demand further action. Still challenging the vague plans, he turns to another official, demanding, "Yes, Leader Park, Won-tae, tell me." The association leader, holding a document, outlines the proposed strategy. Each guild would dispatch a group of hunters for immediate emergency response, checking monster appearance sites, with the association taking the lead during a full-blown disaster. He acknowledges the plan's inherent flaw, stating it's an exception that relies entirely on the guild's cooperation. The elderly leader then seeks consensus, asking if anyone finds the opinion reasonable and wishes to vote by raising their hands. From her seat, Hanmino offers a pragmatic response. "We can do that much." She continues, explaining that her guild has been patrolling our region anyway. Kim Won-tae listens, a thoughtful expression on his face, before turning and walking away from the table. His departure signals a clear stance against the proposed plan. As the meeting drew to a close, the association leader acknowledged the lack of a definitive resolution, concluding that they had not yet reached a consensus. His words echoed through the conference room, a final plea for unity as he urged everyone to defend their regions diligently and to maintain close cooperative relationships. The city streets lay quiet, a brief moment of calm before the next challenge, as time continued its relentless march. Jang Sengyu walked, engrossed in his phone, reflecting on how quickly time passed, with the exam already scheduled for tomorrow. Suddenly, Kim Byung-cheol noticed him, a questioning sound escaping his lips, while Han Mino looked on. The chief examiner was on the phone, sounding serious as he asked, "Seriously, are you really going to do that? I will leave as soon as you tell me to come." Still focused on his phone, Sengyu seemed oblivious as Kim Byung-cheol awkwardly tried to explain. I told you I have a girlfriend," while Han Mino interjected, "Don't be like that. Let's be friends." As Sengyu walked away, seemingly startled by something, Kim Byung-cheol called out, "Why are you here?" A young woman with long, dark purple hair and a school uniform rushes forward, her voice filled with surprise as she calls out. While Jang Sengyu, caught off guard, can only respond with a bewildered, "Baby?" She quickly takes his arm, pulling him along as she declares, "I have been waiting for you. Let's go." As they move, a soft sigh escapes her, a small sound of exasperation. Soon, they find themselves walking along a busy street, the city's architecture towering around them, where the young woman continues their conversation, explaining, "He was pressuring you to go to the study room, and that's the reason why I had to leave in a hurry." She then emphatically clarifies, "Anyway, I don't have a boyfriend. I don't do anything." Sengyu, now looking at her, questions her request. "You asked me to buy you meat today? You have class today." He then adds, "Today is our school's anniversary." As they continue walking, he concludes, "That's why you weren't wearing your uniform. I thought something else happened." The young woman continues to express her concern, asking if he's being pressured by someone to go to the study room, but Sengyu simply shrugs it off, claiming it's nothing. As he checks his phone, a notification catches his eye. All charges have been deducted, and the remaining 50 million has been deposited. He reads, a wide grin spreading across his face as he exclaims, "I already earned 50 million? Cloned money is the best." The young woman, oblivious to his sudden windfall, suggests they go for some expensive meat, to which he responds, "Really? I eat a lot. Are you sure you can handle it?" She simply smiles, assuring him, "It's fine. Let's go eat some delicious Korean beef. Don't worry." Her confidence seems to sway him. And soon they find themselves at a restaurant specializing in premium Korean beef. The sizzling sound of meat on the grill fills the air, promising a delicious meal. As they enjoy their meal, the young woman continues to talk about money, while Sengyu listens intently. With an enthusiastic exclamation, Yerim delights in the meal. He agrees, finding the food equally delicious, as she then wonders aloud about the long-term effects of eating so much meat. Sengyu dismisses her concern, telling her not to worry and to simply eat, adding that he'll just feel sorry for his hand. Her expression shifts to one of surprise. Without missing a beat, she calls for more beef, enough for 4 people, leaving Sengyu utterly bewildered. Elsewhere, A man stares intently at his phone, a notification sound echoing. More notifications chime in, demanding his attention. He mutters a name, Yerim. Sian was Da. The man continues to eat his noodles, the sound of slurping filling the air, as he remains engrossed in his device. As the emergency disaster alert blared across the country, confirming a real monster invasion from a portal break, Yerim looked on, while Sang-Yu's eyes widened in shock at the news that this was not a drill, but an actual situation affecting all of South Korea, including Seoul, urging citizens to secure supplies and find evacuation facilities. A sudden, jarring alert blares across the country, an emergency broadcast declaring, "This is not a drill." The urgent message continues, confirming a disaster alert has been issued for all of South Korea, including Seoul, due to the imminent danger of a monster invasion or portal break. The broadcast repeats the warning, emphasizing the threat originating from a portal. As the alert continues to blare, Sang-Yu and Yerim listen intently, the broadcast reiterating that a disaster alert has been issued across the country, with all communication systems currently inoperable, and a second warning already issued. A look of profound shock washes over Sang-Yu's face, as Yerim's expression mirrors his concern, a silent thought echoing between them. "Stop it already. There is nothing we can do. We have no plans." He stands with Yerim, their presence drawing the attention of a nearby man who grumbles about the unfairness of someone playing around with a girl while others are working hard, and not even alone. A scoff escapes him, as the man dismissively refers to Yerim as just a girl, his words laced with disdain. The tension in the air thickens, as Sang-Yu and Yerim remain in the man's line of sight. Suddenly, a different man, his face contorted in rage, screams, threatening to kill someone he labels a traitor, his outburst startling those around him, who wonder what could be wrong. He struggles violently, his body straining against the grip of another man attempting to restrain him, the word fighting emblazoned across his hoodie. A sharp, metallic clang echoes through the air. Another distinct sound, like a heavy impact, follows. The angry man, now calmer, looks confused as his companions question his outburst, asking what he's talking about, while still referring to the unseen traitor. One of the men, his expression grim, realizes the gravity of the situation, sensing that something truly bad is unfolding. As the internet buzzes with frantic messages, some claiming the world is ending, others dismissing it as an overreaction, and a few even joking about school being suspended, Sang-Yu stares at his phone, a classmate beside him asking if their class is truly suspended. He responds, a hint of disbelief in his voice, that he thought so, but then questions if there should be a siren if something truly bad were happening. Looking up from his device, he seems to ponder the implications of the silence, a faint clang echoing in the distance. Later, walking with Yerim, she asks him what he and the other boys were talking about. He recalls his friend's earlier conversation, one of them having mentioned seeing a woman on their way, and another friend had then asked if she was his girlfriend. Yerim, now looking slightly annoyed, repeats the word, girlfriend? Addressing Yerim's earlier question, Sang-Yu clarifies that there isn't a girl he likes, only a college friend named Jang Haeyeon, whom he treated to a meal to repay her. He adds that his other college friends, Gyeonbok, Minsu, and Jinsung, were also present. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Kim Bang-cheol eyes Han Mino, asking Kim Won-tae if she is a student, as the young woman shyly offers a greeting. With a bright yellow glow, a black garment is presented, accompanied by a firm declaration. Kim Won-tae explains that since they couldn't find anything else, he asked them to buy her food and clothes, urging her to eat them with her mom and dad. He continues, advising her not to go anywhere else, but to head straight home, as her parents must be worried. Kim Byung-cheol observes, noting to himself how much Won-tae acts like a teacher. Han Mino looks down, her expression crestfallen, as she quietly asks if this is all they have for an apology. Back with Sang-Yu, his face serious, he reiterates that her parents would be worried and they should go home, mentioning a transfer alert. Meanwhile, Kim Byung-cheol, with a slight smile, comments on the situation, finding it a cliché. Agitated by the comment, Kim Won-tae shouts, telling everyone to shut up and go home, his voice cutting off abruptly. Despite the recent chaos, the world around him seemed to carry on, as a teacher bid farewell to a group of students, one of whom called out, "Then, see you next time, teacher." Sang-Yu watched them go, a single thought echoing in his mind. Seriously. He observed another student, seemingly unfazed, exclaiming, "Next," with a lighthearted chuckle. As a group of students laughed and joked, Sang-Yu pointed at them, a hint of frustration in his voice, calling out, "Hey." His gaze sharpened, a profound question forming in his mind. Am I the one being overly sensitive? Nearby, Yerim shared a similar sentiment, observing the crowd with a thoughtful expression. All of them are acting so normal. As Sang-Yu walked, his attention was drawn to his phone, a new notification appearing on the screen. He paused, his gaze fixed on the device, processing the incoming message. A voice on the other end of the line urgently calls out to him, asking if he's heard about the recent disaster. He confirms, stating he was about to reach out himself, then presses for more specific details, learning that the association, despite unofficial reports, plans to remain in the city for at least 3 months. 3 months seems an impossibly long time, especially since the portal's appearance is unpredictable, If a Class S monster emerges in the capital, the danger would be immense. The caller reiterates the grim forecast. Class S monsters are expected, and if the portal manifests in the capital, casualties will be catastrophic. He can't believe the association's apparent carelessness, as many hunters are already abandoning the city for safer locations. The 3-month waiting period presents a massive economic problem, threatening huge losses and damage to vital facilities if no action is taken. This explains why information has been so scarce, as the association would be blamed for the inevitable damages. He agrees with the caller's frustration, acknowledging that at least some warning should have been given. With a renewed sense of purpose, he declares his intention to head to the shelter, preparing to hunt in the impending lockdown. Having just received unsettling news, Sang-yu concludes a phone call, telling the person on the other end that he will go to his family and to take care. Outside, the city settles into the soft hues of twilight, a stark contrast to the internal turmoil he faces. Back in his room, a concerned expression crosses his face as he asks, "How do you feel?" One of his summoned entities, designated number 1, lies injured on the floor, confirming he is okay and not dead, while another, number 2, stands nearby, emanating a faint blue glow. Sang-yu processes the information, noting that number 2 seems almost recovered, but number 1's wounds are severe. His system interface confirms that the Clone Guild ability's cooldown has completed, now available for use. The injured number 1, still lying on the ground, hesitantly suggests, let's resummon number 1. A sudden, bright flash of light erupts, accompanied by a sharp impact. He observes the system interface, confirming the Clone Guild ability's cooldown has fully reset. Turning to his summoned entities, he instructs them to rouse the newly manifested clone, ensuring the fresh arrival isn't disoriented. With a shared grunt of effort, the two figures move away, their steps heavy. One of them, adjusting his cap, lets out another weary breath. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he watches them go. Later, under the cover of night, he simply states, "Let's go home." The city lights twinkle against the dark sky, a silent witness to the passage of time. A quiet thought echoes in his mind, wondering if 3 months have truly passed since the last major event. He gazes up at the towering buildings, the weight of recent events, and the relentless march of time settling upon him. A persistent series of beeps echoes through a quiet home. As the door swings open to reveal Sang-yu, accompanied by George Lucas and number 2 Hunter, greeted by a woman whose expression shifts from surprise to confusion. Her eyes widen slightly, a soft, questioning sound escaping her lips. He observes her reaction, a pang of realization hitting him. She truly doesn't recognize him. Still hesitant, his mother ventures a guess, asking if he could possibly be Sang-woo. Then, with a sudden burst of recognition, she exclaims, confirming his identity as her son. His mother, now fully aware, immediately expresses her concern, questioning his drastic weight loss and wondering if he had been starving. From deeper within the house, a man on the phone reacts with surprise, exclaiming at the news of Sang-woo's unexpected arrival. Another voice, a younger female, echoes the sentiment, her own excited question about her appa joining the commotion. Sang-woo's mother, still reeling from his sudden return and changed appearance, lets out a gasp of surprise, her eyes wide with concern. She urges him to take better care of himself, insisting he should eat more and gain weight. Her voice rising in exasperation, she questions why he stands there so stiffly. Sang-woo offers a slight, awkward smile. As his mother continues, her expression softening slightly, admitting that even she almost didn't recognize him. Behind Sang-woo, his companions exchange a knowing glance, one of them remarking that his mother was right to be surprised. His mother then turns her attention to the masked figures, asking Sang-woo if these are his friends and why they are all wearing masks. Sang-woo quickly clarifies that they are not his friends, then instructs his companions to remove their masks. His mother, along with his father and sister in the background, reacts with a confused sound, clearly taken aback by the unfolding situation. He stands before his family, his 2 masked companions behind him, preparing to reveal their true identities. One of the masked figures, George Lucas, removes his disguise, revealing his distinct features as he explains that all of them have the same faces and promises to elaborate. The sudden revelation sends a shockwave through the room, and a hand grips a railing tightly, a silent gasp escaping. Sang-woo's father, his face etched with confusion, begins to process the implications, asking for clarification. Sang-woo, now facing his family directly, confirms their suspicions, admitting he participated in the Awakening program about a month ago, while George Lucas and number 2 Hunter stand unmasked behind him, and his father, mother, and sister look on in disbelief. His mother, kneeling beside his sister Hae-byung who has fainted from the shock, expresses her concern, recalling that most people avoided the program, and she never imagined he would participate. His father, still reeling from the revelations, questions if Sang-woo now works as a hunter, demanding to know how he could possibly do such a thing. Sang-woo awkwardly tries to explain that he didn't mean to hide it, but his mother interrupts, her voice filled with worry, asking if it isn't dangerous. Her face is a mask of profound concern, the weight of his revelations settling heavily upon her. As Sang-woo looks at his phone, he explains that his summoned clones handle all the hunting, making his role less dangerous. He then shifts the topic, mentioning a disaster warning from the Hunters Association. His father, trying to remain composed, suggests they observe the situation first, despite their prior preparations. Yet, the gravity of the situation quickly sets in, as he realizes such a disaster could strike at any moment. Meanwhile, his mother voices her practical concerns, lamenting that she still has to work and they can't simply abandon their home. Sang-yu, looking troubled, wishes there had been more public warning about the monster invasion. The weight of his family's fear presses heavily upon him. He attempts to reassure them, promising to stay with them from now on, though he knows it's a lie. Internally, he resigns himself to the situation, realizing he can't convince them otherwise and must at least stay for dinner. He recalls a time he was sitting in a restaurant, only to be alerted by a disaster warning, while his mother exclaimed about the meat and his father suggested side dishes. The memory shifts, leaving him feeling disoriented, as if floating upside down, his mother's voice still lingering, asking if he was hungry. Back in the present, he beams, delighted by the Korean beef his mother has prepared. A pang of regret washes over him, wishing he had visited them sooner. Later, on the couch with his clones, he wonders aloud if they should also be eating. His mother, ever practical, dismisses the idea of giving them the good food, suggesting they just get some plain rice. The table is laden with an array of delicious dishes. Each dish is a testament to home-cooked comfort. With a soft clatter, his clones dutifully serve the meal while he watches them. Gathered around the dining table, Sang-yu, his mother, and the two clones settle in for a meal, his mother warmly inviting them to eat. As they begin, she beams, remarking on how wonderful it is for all four of them to be eating together. She continues, reflecting that it has been quite some time since their whole family had a meal like this. With a wide, heartfelt smile, she declares her love for these rare family moments. Sang-yu, too, offers a gentle, contented smile. But in an instant, his expression shifts, his eyes widening as a sudden realization strikes him. A sharp, echoing sound accompanies the abrupt change in his focus. The sound intensifies. Then, it fades into silence. As the world around him shifts, Sang-yu stands, his back to a towering, monstrous presence that crackles with destructive green lightning. The air fills with the sound of heavy impacts and crumbling structures. As raw energy discharges violently, a massive explosion rips through the area, leaving him with only a dazed, questioning thought. He lies sprawled amidst the debris, unconscious, the faint sound of falling rubble echoing around him. Slowly, Sang-yu stirs, a hand rising to his throbbing head as he struggles to regain his bearings. He pushes himself to a kneeling position, his eyes wide with disbelief as he takes in the devastation. What was once a city now lies in ruins, a landscape of shattered buildings and twisted metal. A single, bewildered utterance escapes him, a testament to the incomprehensible destruction. A colossal green lightning bolt tears through the sky, its raw power illuminating the encroaching darkness with a deafening roar. From the heart of the storm, a massive, dragon-like creature emerges, accompanied by a swarm of smaller, winged entities, as the city below crumbles under the assault. Amidst the devastation, Sang-yu stands, his gaze fixed upwards at the unfolding catastrophe, the green lightning still crackling in the distance. A low groan escapes Sang-yu as he slowly regains consciousness, his head throbbing. Sitting up, he clutches his temples, a single question echoing in his mind. What exactly happened? He kneels, surveying the immediate devastation around him, the sound of his own ragged breath filling the silence. The city, once vibrant and bustling, now lies in ruins, buildings reduced to twisted metal and shattered concrete. A sudden, inexplicable sound draws his gaze upward, a confused utterance escaping his lips. Massive bolts of green lightning tear through the dark, ominous sky, illuminating the devastation below. Amidst the chaos, a colossal, dragon-like creature soars through the air, its form silhouetted against the storm, surrounded by smaller, winged beasts. The scale of the destruction and the sheer presence of the monstrous invaders paint a grim picture of a world irrevocably changed, leaving him to face an unimaginable new reality. Still reeling from the shock of the ravaged city, Sang-yu stands amidst the rubble, his gaze fixed on the colossal, dark creature looming in the distance, its presence underscored by the ominous green lightning that tears through the sky. The monstrous entity, a dark, dragon-like leviathan, dominates the skyline, its immense form casting a shadow over the ruined urban landscape. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant green energy erupts, crackling with raw power. Pulsing with an intense, almost hypnotic glow, it buzzes with unseen force. Then, with terrifying speed, descending rapidly, an unstoppable force hurtling towards the ground. Until the impact is cataclysmic, a blinding explosion of green light and concussive force that rips through the very fabric of the city. He gasps, a sharp intake of breath as the world around him shatters. A desperate cry escapes his lips, calling out for his mother, his father, and for Jaiwoo. His parents, huddled together, offer what little protection they can, their faces etched with terror. The sheer force of the impact sends them reeling, a silent scream caught in the chaos. As the dust begins to settle, Sang-yu looks around, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. He wonders if number one used his own body to shield them from the explosion. He kneels amidst the debris, the weight of the destruction pressing down on him. Elsewhere, in a shadowed, ruined corridor, George Lucas finds number 3, slumped against a wall. He quickly checks on his comrade, asking about his arm, only to be reassured that the bleeding has stopped. A chilling realization dawns upon him. Number 1 has vanished, and number 3, despite the chaos, is not seriously injured. The world around him crumbling, Sang-yu stares at the devastation, a grim realization dawning that the portal had opened far too quickly. He quickly finds his mother amidst the rubble, calling out to her in alarm. His father rushes to them, asking if she's hurt, as the mother lets out a pained gasp. Despite his own injuries, Sang-yu insists he's fine, urging them to escape the collapsing area immediately. His father, however, is fixated on the destruction, lamenting the loss of their home. Sang-yu looks at his hands, glowing with a faint green energy, his mind still on the immediate danger, not their possessions. The green energy intensifies around him, and he realizes the true nature of the catastrophe. A portal has opened. From the swirling green lightning, a colossal, monstrous creature emerges, its form barely contained by the storm. The air crackles with its terrifying presence, a deafening roar echoing through the devastated city. The city continued to crumble under the relentless assault, a colossal, hammer-like appendage descending from above. Amidst the chaos, a gargantuan green monster tore through the streets, its sharp claws sending a terrified civilian screaming into the debris. Sang-yu, still reeling from the initial impact, sat by a mangled car, his gaze fixed upwards as a guttural roar echoed through the devastation. As if the ground assault wasn't enough, a new wave of winged humanoids descended from the sky, their dark forms and red wings a terrifying sight against the burning city. The overwhelming terror and chaos triggered something within Sang-yu, a searing pain erupting as green energy flared around his hands, forcing a scream from his lips. The winged creatures continued their relentless assault, green lightning crackling around them as they tore into the remaining structures. The air was thick with the sounds of monstrous roars, interspersed with the desperate screams of the trapped. Another cry of pain cut through the din, a stark reminder of the ongoing devastation. Despite the overwhelming danger, Sang-yu's hands moved with purpose, rummaging through a backpack, searching for something amidst the chaos. He stands before the other young man, who asks if he wore it properly, to which the hunter replies that it feels a little big. Sang-yu insists they'll be late, adding that if he isn't ready already, then he clearly isn't ready at all. But before the conversation can continue, a sudden, violent impact shakes the very foundations of the city, sending Sang-yu flying backward with a terrified cry. As a colossal, stone-like monster crashes down from the sky, its decaying, grotesque head emerging from the dust and rubble. Staring up at the horror, Sang-yu can only question if a monster truly fell from the sky. His face contorts in disbelief and terror as the full scale of the new threat dawns on him. Still reeling from the colossal impact, Sang-yu found himself sprawled on the ground, his gaze fixed upwards at the monstrous claw looming over the shattered cityscape. A chilling thought struck him. These creatures couldn't fly, meaning they must have simply fallen from the sky, a terrifying new threat that now demanded their immediate attention. Amidst the chaos, a faint system notification registered, his mana increasing by a minuscule amount. As he focused, a subtle glow began to emanate from his hand, a nascent power stirring within him. Nearby, number 2 hunter struggled with a stubborn door, frantically calling for help as it refused to budge. Observing Sang-yu's determined expression, number 2 hunter could only offer a hesitant, "Okay," sensing his resolve. With a surge of purple energy, his hand flared brightly, the system confirming the activation of his strike skill. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, ready to unleash the concentrated force. The impact was immediate and explosive, a blinding flash erupting as his skill connected. A powerful impact reverberates through the air, as the number 2 hunter swings his metal bat with incredible force, creating a shockwave that blasts outward. The sound of the blow echoes, and a group of hunters, including George Lucas and Sang-yu, gather, their expressions grim. The number 2 hunter, catching his breath, looks towards them. He struggles to regain his composure, his heavy breathing audible as a digital timer counts down in the background. His eyes widen slightly, reflecting the gravity of their situation. The scene around them is one of utter devastation, with cars overturned and crushed, and Sang-yu looks down at a fallen figure amidst the wreckage, a sense of urgency in his voice as he exclaims about the vehicles. Kneeling beside the injured, Sang-yu assesses the damage, while the number 2 hunter stands nearby, a low hum of energy emanating from the ground. He then turns to the number 2 hunter, asking, "How far away is the nearest shelter from here?" The number 2 hunter replies, "About 2 kilometers." A chilling creak echoes through the devastated landscape, where the remnants of a monstrous creature lie amidst pools of dark, viscous fluid. Nearby, the skeletal frame of another creature clatters softly, a grim testament to the ongoing destruction. A low rumble emanates from a larger, golem-like monstrosity, its inert form adding to the scene of widespread ruin. Surveying the devastation, Sang-yu curses under his breath, realizing that despite their efforts, many monsters remain unaffected by the recent attack. George Lucas, looking concerned, questions the feasibility of their current path, suggesting they use an underground passage to a temporary shelter instead. Without hesitation, Sengyu agrees, his resolve firm as he prepares to lead the way. He quickly sets off, the others following close behind him, navigating the treacherous debris-strewn streets. Suddenly, George Lucas cries out in alarm, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and concern. His gaze falls upon a hand protruding from a pile of rubble, prompting a desperate, whispered plea for any sign of life. Amidst the rubble, Sengyu kneels, his voice a desperate plea for help. Nearby, a monstrous figure, partially buried, groans, admitting its own predicament of being trapped beneath the debris. Suddenly, a vibrant, spiky yellow energy flares into existence, pulsating with raw power. A large, glowing hand, radiating the same intense light, reaches into the chaos, its grip firm. Sengyu recoils, his face etched with terror, shouting a desperate warning for someone to run. Even the trapped monster displays a look of profound distress, its large eyes wide with fear. Still kneeling, Sengyu continues to cry out for help, as the monstrous D-class troll looms over him. Elsewhere, George Lucas engages in a conversation with an official wearing glasses, who inquires about Sengyu's father being a hunter. He knew the situation was dire. Number 3 couldn't fight effectively, and they couldn't handle this with just number 2. The thought of the clone who used the familiar skill lingered, as he desperately called out, wondering if anyone was there, if anyone could hear him. A grim realization settled over him, and with a deep breath, he resolved himself, accepting that if he died, he died. A powerful beat echoed within him. While elsewhere, George Lucas urged his companion forward, demanding to know what they were doing and insisting they move. Sengyu's desperate cries continued to reverberate. But then, a sudden realization struck. His mother and sister, hearing the commotion, cried out his name in alarm. George Lucas issues a command to his subordinate, telling number 2 hunter to follow him, while number 2 hunter, in turn, instructs number 3 hunter to protect the family until the very end. Meanwhile, a voice filled with disbelief and urgency cuts through the chaos, demanding to know if the other person is out of their mind, questioning if they've seen the devastation outside, and urging them to get down. As number 3 hunter asks if he's truly leaving, number 2 hunter responds with a firm declaration, reminding them that he is a hunter. His sister cries out his name in alarm, as number 2 hunter prepares to depart, leaving her and number 3 hunter behind. In this dire situation, where monsters descend like rain, there is only one course of action for hunters. Amidst the crumbling city, Sengyu pushes himself up from the debris-strewn ground, his gaze fixed on the monstrous threat before him. With a surge of determination, he launches himself forward, delivering a powerful, arcing kick. The blow connects with explosive force, sending shockwaves through the air. A sharp cry escapes him as the impact sends a jolt of pain through his body, a fresh cut marring his cheek. He knows this feeling well. If he is truly a hunter, then this is his reality. But even injured, Sengyu retaliates with a furious roar, swinging his bat in a glowing arc that connects with the monster's head. He follows through with a decisive stomp, grinding the creature further into the crumbling ground. Meanwhile, in another part of the ravaged city, number 2 hunter, cloaked and swift, guides a terrified civilian to safety, his voice firm as he instructs, number 2, take this man to safety. Back in the fray, Sengyu stands amidst the destruction, bat held high, a question echoing his resolve. Kill the monsters, right? He taunts the unseen foe. Hey, come at me, you fat ass. From the encroaching shadows, a massive, stony hand reaches out, revealing the monstrous troll that towers over the determined hunter, its glowing eyes fixed on him. The creature's gaze intensifies, a malevolent red glow emanating from its depths. Responding to the challenge, the troll fully emerges from the shadows, its menacing red eyes burning brightly as a low, guttural sound escapes its maw. Then, with a sudden, deafening roar, a blinding explosion of golden light and searing energy erupts. The powerful blast continues to reverberate, filling the air with crackling force. Sengyu launches himself into the fray, his bat arcing down with brutal force, connecting squarely with the monstrous troll. Yet, a chilling realization washes over him, his eyes widening in stark terror as he comprehends the true nature of the threat. He stands over the defeated D-class troll, the sound of its collapse echoing the dread in his heart. Nearby, George Lucas issues a swift command to number 2, urging him to take Sengyu's sister to safety. Sengyu, his hand glowing with a fierce resolve, grips his bat tighter, declaring his unwavering duty to eliminate the monsters. He then challenges the unseen enemy, his voice laced with defiance. As the dust settles, a figure in dark tactical gear, his hand gripping a crossbow, surveys the scene, his gaze sharp and ready for any lingering threats. He then turns to a fallen figure, offering a hand and asking, "Can you walk?" The other, still recovering, gratefully replies, "Yes, thank you so much." But the respite is short-lived as a monstrous roar echoes through the ruins, revealing a grotesque, pale-skinned creature with a gaping maw and beady eyes. Standing side by side, the two men face the new threat, one remarking, "That bastard is a really big one." The tactical figure, number 2, issues a command, "Number 2, take out the weapon." And with a swift motion, he draws a formidable blade from its sheath, the metallic rasp cutting through the tense silence. Meanwhile, his companion clenches his hand, a small, vibrant orb of energy glowing brightly in his palm, knowing they must utilize every advantage they possess right now. He quickly consumes the small packet, knowing there's no time to be particular. Then, the hooded figure offers him another item, which he accepts. A low growl escapes the hunter as his eyes begin to glow with an intense yellow light. He tenses, his body straining. The yellow light in his eye flares even brighter. Sang-yu recoils, a gasp escaping him as a strange energy crackles around the hunter. An unseen force presses down. The hunter's eyes burn with a fierce orange glow, a crimson aura erupting around him as he grunts in effort. His armored form stands firm, enveloped in the raw, red power. He turns, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow, asking if they are still on his side. A low growl escapes him, confirming his allegiance with a resounding yes, as his intense gaze leaves no doubt about his power. A small, grotesque creature, startled by the display, questions if the hunter is truly on their side. Meanwhile, Sang-yu observes a holographic screen, relieved to see the hunter's strength, agility, stamina, and mana have all increased by 1,000, with no apparent side effects. The hunter's voice cuts through the air, commanding them to get ready, his eyes still blazing with crimson energy. Enveloped in a vibrant crimson aura, he stands poised, weapon in hand, ready for the impending fight. The hunt has officially begun. With a powerful swing, his massive club-like weapon slams into the ground, sending debris flying. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion tearing through the environment. His fist slams into the monster's rough hide, sending fragments of stone and dust erupting outwards. But the creature retaliates with unexpected speed, forcing the hunter to grimace, his eyes widening as the impact rattles him. He lands in a low crouch, assessing the sudden counterattack. Just as the massive troll's foot descends with crushing force, the ground shatters under the impact. But the hunter is already a blur, moving with impossible speed, delivering a glowing red strike to the monster's flank. Sang-yu, now facing the monstrous threat, grips his weapon, a thought of admiration for its power crossing his mind. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoes through the air. The troll unleashes a guttural roar, its massive maw agape. It lunges, attempting to crush Sang-yu, but he moves with practiced ease, evading the colossal limb. Before the troll can recover, Sang-yu closes the distance, his weapon striking a precise blow against its leg. He observes the creature's movements, noting that despite its size, it seems to be moving surprisingly slowly for a formidable opponent. The troll roars again, a sound of pain and frustration as it reels from the impact. Seizing the opening, Sang-yu presses his advantage, delivering another powerful strike to its lower body. The impact reverberates, sending shockwaves through the creature's foot. He watches in disbelief as the troll's injured hand instantly mends itself. A wave of shock washes over him, as he realizes the creature's incredible regenerative capabilities, yet he presses his attack, striking the massive beast with his weapon. A grunt of effort escapes him, as he lands another blow on its arm, noting the rapid healing even as his weapon connects. He continues his assault, realizing that while its skin isn't particularly tough, the speed of its recovery is the true challenge. Another strike lands on its leg, but the damage barely registers before it begins to close. The monster's torso shows the cumulative effect of his relentless attacks, yet glowing particles indicate its wounds are already fading. Despite the overwhelming regeneration, he steels his resolve, vowing to at least bring the creature down, even if only for a fleeting moment. Sang-yu continued his relentless assault, a flurry of precise strikes landing with a sharp impact. His movements a blur. The troll cried out. A low growl escaped its throat. Another blow landed squarely on its face. It let out a guttural. Even as he pressed the attack, Sang-yu knew the truth. He continued to strike. But the troll, its yellow eyes now glowing with malevolent light. The monster's arm, already mangled, shows fresh tears from the relentless assault. Another precise strike leaving a clean, deep gash. The troll's face contorts in a primal scream of pain and fury, its roar echoing through the ruined landscape. Its single, bloodshot eye bulges, reflecting pure, unadulterated rage. But Sang-yu doesn't falter, bringing his bat down with crushing force, activating a skill that momentarily stuns the beast. His gaze is sharp, focused on the vulnerable target. A glowing fist already winding back, ready to exploit the opening. He knows exactly where to strike. The impact sends the massive creature reeling, its body shuddering from the concentrated blow. He continues his relentless assault, each blow landing with crushing force against the troll's stony hide. Even as a sharp cry of pain escapes him, a testament to the immense strain his body endures. Still, he pushes through, delivering another powerful strike. A burst of purple energy erupting on impact, shattering the monster's defenses. After the intense struggle, he finally catches his breath, a weary huff, escaping his lips as he surveys the distant city lights. Sitting amidst the rubble of the ruined landscape, he ponders the cost of his victory. A sharp, agonizing arc rips from his throat as he clutches his chest, the pain radiating through him. His hand, now marred with dark, cracking lines, reveals the true impact of his skill. Was this the effect of the stun, the sheer force of the attack, or merely the side effects of his own power? Kneeling, exhausted, he reflects on the battle, realizing the troll had felt as strong as the formidable fisherman. His body still thrumming from the recent battle, he considers the strength of the cursed monsters, musing that his own body must be inherently powerful to withstand such encounters. As he walks away from the scene, his thoughts drift to his sister, worried she might be sick with worry. A sudden realization hits him as he pats his pockets, searching for his phone. His hand comes up empty, and he deduces it must have slipped out during his frantic movements. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a mysterious hooded figure with glowing red eyes holds a smartphone displaying a countdown timer. Back with Sang-yu, he holds his phone, a sudden thought striking him. His sister might get kicked out if her attendance isn't good. His expression shifts to confusion, as if something unexpected has just occurred. Without warning, he finds himself plummeting through the night sky, the city lights blurring beneath him. He hurtles towards a street-level scene of terror, where the grotesque monster attacks helpless civilians, their desperate cries for help echoing through the chaos. As he plummets, Sang-yu clenches his jaw, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow at the sight unfolding below. The city streets below are a scene of utter devastation, buildings crumbling and debris scattered as a low rumble echoes through the night. A colossal, clawed foot descends from the sky, its shadow engulfing an entire building. The impact sends a shockwave of glowing particles across the ruined cityscape, accompanied by distant screams. A car lies crushed amidst the rubble, a testament to the overwhelming force unleashed. The monstrous limb continues its descent, its scaly hide scraping against the collapsing structures. With a deafening crash, the ground shatters under the creature's weight, sending massive chunks of earth flying. Finally, the grotesque monster stands fully revealed, its black eyes glowing menacingly amidst the ruins, letting out a guttural growl. The grotesque monster's immense claw continues its descent, tearing through the city's infrastructure with terrifying ease. As a blinding explosion of yellow energy erupts from its impact point, sending debris flying in every direction. The sheer force of the creature's presence illuminates the dark cityscape, casting long, ominous shadows. Its massive limb, wreathed in crackling yellow energy, continues its destructive path. Suddenly, a human hand, glowing with its own vibrant yellow aura, reaches out, preparing to unleash a counterattack. A group of hunters stands ready, their expressions grim, one of them holding a glowing orb of power. They are the Rank 9 Red Fire Guild, and their leader's voice cuts through the chaos, commanding everyone to prepare and target the monster's head. His face is set in a determined grimace, ready to lead his guild into the fray. Meanwhile, another formidable force, the Scorpion Guild, also mobilizes, preparing to join the escalating battle. Sang-yu watches from a distance as the grotesque monster, a towering figure of mottled flesh, is engulfed in crackling green lightning, its yellow eyes glowing with raw power. The creature lets out a guttural roar, its massive maw opening wide in either pain or defiance. Another surge of green energy slams into it, forcing its head back with immense force. The relentless assault continues, pushing the monster further back as green particles explode around it. Finally, a colossal explosion erupts, engulfing the creature in a blinding flash of light and debris. Meanwhile, high above the city, a sleek, black flying vehicle cuts through the night sky, its engines glowing with an ominous blue light. Inside, a masked figure confirms their arrival, declaring, "We have arrived at the destination. Opening the hatch now." With a mechanical hiss, the vehicle's hatch begins to slide open, revealing the vast expanse of the city far below. Without hesitation, 3 figures clad in dark tactical gear leap from the opening, plummeting towards the chaos below. A shimmering, golden-hued platform glows with scattered particles, indicating a high-tech environment or a magical effect. Amidst the unfolding chaos, a new face emerges, that of Park Won-tae, a seasoned hunter from the Keenest Guild, his expression resolute. His voice cuts through the air, commanding his team to prepare for immediate deployment. High above a sprawling city, a sleek, armored vehicle cuts through the clouds. As Park Won-tae, cloaked in tactical gear, issues a crisp command, "Opening the hatch now." With a hiss of hydraulics, the hatch grinds open, revealing the dizzying drop below. Without hesitation, he plunges into the void, 2 other hunters following close behind, their forms blurring against the urban sprawl. They hit the ground with powerful impacts, sending dust and debris scattering. As the dust settles, Park Won-tae stands ready, his gaze sharp and resolute. Just moments before the jump, his voice had cut through the tension. "Everyone, get ready to jump." A large, red, winged creature soars through the city skyline, its piercing cry echoing between the buildings. Simultaneously, a heavy, dark object descends with a mechanical whine, crashing onto a rooftop with a resounding thud. The red creature, identified as a megalosaur, is then struck by unseen projectiles, glowing impacts erupting across its body. On a nearby rooftop, a hunter reports to his superior, confirming the megalosaur is getting farther away. Park Won-tae, assessing the situation, decides against pursuing the creature, noting that too many guilds are already involved, and prioritizes the evacuation of survivors instead. High above the city, a massive, glowing transport ship hovers, its presence a stark contrast to the chaos below. Elsewhere, a towering figure clad in ornate golden armor stands victorious over a defeated monster, its form radiating power. In another part of the city, a dark-clad assailant brutally stabs a green-garbed figure, blood splattering across the concrete. Kneeling amidst the rubble, Park Won-tae carefully checks on a fallen survivor. His expression grim as he assesses the situation. A frustrated curse escapes him as he receives an urgent report. Several survivors are trapped in a building to the north, requiring immediate assistance. His glowing blue eyepiece flickers, processing the incoming data. Below, a massive crater teems with monstrous figures, overwhelming the few remaining civilians. The scene is one of utter devastation, a desperate struggle for survival unfolding. Through his earpiece, Number 2 Hunter's voice comes through, tinged with concern, questioning if the figure they're observing is a hunter, noting his resilience despite the odds. He continues, his tone urgent, the sheer number of monsters is simply too much for those two individuals to handle. Without hesitation, Park Won-tae makes his decision, declaring his intent to head to the north side himself. The Red Fire Guild leader barks orders, and his guild members respond with a unified affirmation, preparing for the rescue. Meanwhile, Sengyu plummets through the air, his body a blur against the cityscape, falling rapidly towards the ground below. A towering building rushes up to meet him, until he lands with a jarring impact, his mind racing with frustration at the sudden turn of events. As two grotesque goblin monsters emerge from the shadows, their yellow eyes fixed on him. Amidst the chaos of the city, a woman clutches a child, pleading for just a little more endurance, while a towering goblin monster looms over them, its claws poised to strike, as the Red Fire Guild leader stands ready to defend. Meanwhile, Sengyu takes point, instructing his companion to head for the building's interior, promising to cover their retreat, though the other hunter questions who will protect them both. From another vantage point, a Scorpion Guild member, his eyes glowing ominously, hears a frustrated command from his leader, ordering Number 2 to secure their rear. With a swift motion, the Scorpion Guild member acknowledges the order, his weapon ready for action. Back with Sengyu, he lunges forward, his weapon glowing with green energy, directly engaging the grotesque goblin monster. A sickening impact echoes as his strike connects, sending the creature reeling back with a pained cry. Not letting up, Sengyu follows through with another powerful blow, his fists now glowing with white energy, as he sends the monster flying once more. The fight concluded, he stands, battered and exhausted, realizing he can no longer use his strike skill due to the immense energy consumption. The desolate landscape around him offers no solace, only the quiet aftermath of destruction. He is sent flying, a powerful impact throwing him through the air. Before he can recover, a massive, bird-like monster slams down, pinning him beneath its immense weight. But he manages to find an opening, striking back with a desperate blow. The monster's resilience is shocking. It rises again, seemingly unfazed. With a guttural cry, the creature's beak glows with ominous energy, unleashing a devastating blast. The impact leaves a lingering haze of red particles in the air. Refusing to yield, he pushes through the pain, his fists igniting with a brilliant yellow glow as he charges forward, delivering a flurry of powerful, glowing blows. The monster recoils under the relentless assault, its form beginning to dissolve as two Scorpion Guild members watch the fierce battle unfold from a distance. He barely has time to react as a dark, hooded figure lunges from the shadows, grappling him from behind. The assailant's grip tightens, holding him in a relentless headlock. With a sudden, violent heave, he is slammed to the ground, the impact echoing through the urban decay. But before the attacker can press his advantage, a monstrous, bird-like creature descends from above, its glowing eyes fixed on the hooded figure as it lunges with razor claws. The massive claw strikes the ground with devastating force, shattering the concrete where the guild member had just been. Sengyu, still reeling from the ambush, looks up in disbelief, clutching a broken bat, as the new threat reveals itself. The creature lets out a piercing shriek, its glowing eyes burning with predatory intent. Its immense, dark form casts a long shadow, dominating the ruined cityscape. The monster's face, a grotesque mask of sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes, fills the view, a clear and present danger. A massive, striped creature with intensely glowing yellow eyes looms over the devastated cityscape, its colossal paw descending to crush the ground where Sengyu lies, leaving him wide-eyed with terror. Meanwhile, in a different part of the chaos, a Scorpion Guild member finds himself overwhelmed, two green-skinned goblins closing in. But Sengyu can only stare at the destruction around him, the impact of the monster's attack still reverberating through the debris. He sits amidst the rubble, his shirt torn and bloodied, as another powerful blow shakes the very foundations of the ruined city, the sound of destruction echoing through the air. He clutches his chest, a wave of nausea washing over him as the sheer terror of the situation begins to set in. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflect a single, unspoken question. What is this? Towering over the ruined cityscape, the colossal tiger-like monster lets out a deafening roar, its glowing red eyes fixed on the small figure below. The sheer scale of the creature is overwhelming, its massive clawed foot alone larger than a building. Another guttural roar rips through the air, sending tremors through the ground and the very air around them. Even from a distance, two other figures gaze up in horror, their faces etched with pure dread. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the chaos, a hunter appearing amidst the rubble, calling out, "Is everyone all right?" Sangyu, still reeling from the monster's appearance, turns to the newcomer, his voice barely a whisper as he asks, "You are?" Unseen by the two, the massive tiger monster continues to loom, its dark, striped form a terrifying silhouette against the burning sky. As the colossal tiger monster looms, its eyes burning with primal fury, Park Wontae stands firm, his own gaze glowing with an intense orange light, ready to face the beast. A low rumble echoes through the devastated cityscape. While a lone security camera, its green light blinking, silently observes the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, in a makeshift shelter, Sangyu's brother, his head bandaged, sits in distress, while another civilian watches on. His face contorted in a mask of fury and desperation, he curses the situation, unable to bear the helplessness. As he tries to break free, reaching out with a desperate plea, he cries out to Sangyu, demanding to be released so he can save his brother. But Sangyu holds him firmly, his grip unyielding as he calmly states his refusal. The younger man trembles with frustration, his shock and anger palpable. As he struggles against Sangyu's strength, he questions the unexpected power holding him back. Sangyu, his face etched with a fresh cut, desperately pleaded with the man he held back, questioning why he would abandon his own blood, while a deeper, protective instinct drove him to prioritize his master's family above all else. Nearby, the female hunter covered her face in distress, as the Red Fire Guild leader watched on, a single word escaping her lips, Sangwoo. He then turned to another hunter, acknowledging their shared worry for the one outside, but insisted that Sangyu would return, urging them to trust and wait, as it was far too dangerous to venture out now. The female hunter, still visibly shaken, tried to reassure herself that the man out there was merely Sangyu's clone, sure that he was fine, but a lingering doubt still clung to her. The guild leader, reflecting on Sangyu's recent breakthroughs, felt a growing certainty that he was truly evolving as a hunter. He urged them to believe in Sangyu a little longer, warning that if they acted on emotion and went out now, they would only become a hindrance. The female hunter finished his thought, acknowledging the danger of following our emotions. Despite the words, Sangyu's brother still strained forward, his hand reaching out, but Sangyu's grip remained firm, holding him back with a soft creak of resistance. The struggle continued. Sangyu's brother held firmly in place, his desperate efforts met with the unyielding strength of his sibling, as the female hunter watched the tense standoff. From a dark, narrow alleyway, a desperate voice cries out, a hand reaching from the shadows for help. Inside a secure location, the Red Fire Guild female hunter and Park Wontae react to the distress call, wondering if the person outside could be Sangyu. However, the female hunter quickly dismisses the thought, noting the voice is distinctly different. The Red Fire Guild leader questions if the individual is from another guild, as they don't know the password, while the number 2 hunter suggests opening the door regardless. The desperate plea continues, now accompanied by the grim sight of blood near the outstretched hand. The female hunter recognizes the voice from an earlier encounter, and the number 2 hunter, with a determined expression, declares he will open the door. She insists there must be someone else out there, certain that Sangyu would also be present. Outside the shelter, a desperate cry echoes as a bloodied hand reaches out, followed by a young, terrified face pleading for Appa. The hand, already slick with crimson, trembles in the dim light. A closer look reveals the full extent of the horror, the young face marred by severe injuries and streaks of blood. Before any aid can arrive, a heavy, monstrous foot descends, brutally crushing the injured person's outstretched hand. Pinned to the ground, the victim can only whimper, "H, help me." Inside the relative safety of the shelter, the female hunter's eyes widen in horror, her face a mask of shock. The monstrous attacker shows no mercy, its dark, clawed hand roughly seizing the victim by the hair. With a sickening thud, the ground cracks under a powerful impact, suggesting the victim was violently slammed. The full, terrifying scale of the assailant is hinted at, as a massive, clawed hand dominates the view. Amidst the ruins of a city, an unknown figure stands observing a colossal, monstrous entity that writhes in agony, its guttural cries echoing through the devastated landscape. Its distorted face contorts further, as a desperate plea for help escapes its maw. This creature, a B-class monster known as a scream firefly, continues its pained cries, muttering words of gratitude to an unseen savior. The monster's voice, though ragged, clearly articulates its thanks for the assistance it has received. As green lightning crackles across the sky, Sangyu stands amidst the crumbling city, his gaze fixed on a colossal bird-like monster descending from above. Elsewhere, a civilian screams in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief as the monstrous invasion begins. He scrambles desperately through the ruined streets, a grotesque monster hot on his heels. But his escape is cut short, as a massive hand snatches him from the ground. The grotesque beast holds him aloft, his struggles futile against its immense strength. With a sickening crunch, the monster devours him whole. Amidst the chaos, the Scorpion Guild leader observes the unfolding disaster, his masked face betraying a hint of shock. Suddenly, the ground erupts, and a massive, spiky monster with glowing red eyes bursts forth, adding to the city's destruction. The sheer scale of the new threat elicits a visceral reaction, a sound of utter revulsion echoing through the ruins. A grotesque monster, its mottled skin stretched taut, lunges with predatory intent. Its massive claw lashes out, tearing into the unsuspecting civilian. A gash opens across his torso, blood blooming crimson against his shirt. Nearby, two onlookers recoil in horror, their faces etched with disbelief. The civilian, Jaiwoo, collapses, his life draining away with each gush of blood. A desperate hand reaches out, a voice crying out, "No, Jaiwoo." The monster shows no mercy, continuing its brutal assault. Suddenly, a hunter in tactical gear appears, raising his firearm with a grunt of effort. Without hesitation, he fires, the shot echoing through the chaos. The grotesque creature, unfazed by the previous attack, shatters a protective barrier with a single, brutal strike, triggering a system alert for fatal damage. Moving with impossible speed, it lunges forward, prompting an immediate emergency lockdown across the area. Its leg glows with an ominous green energy, a prelude to the relentless assault it's about to unleash. The creature unleashes a flurry of spiky, energy-infused attacks, overwhelming the hunter with sheer force and speed. Each strike connects with devastating impact, sending shockwaves through the air. Its head blurs past, delivering another rapid strike, the sound of its movement a guttural key in the chaos. The monster's relentless assault continues with blinding speed, a whirlwind of destruction. A deep, resonant hum, a whoom, echoes from the creature, as the system announces automatic hunting has been activated via a clone. Park Wontae, a hunter from the Keenest Guild, stands amidst the aftermath of a successful operation. Looking down at Sang-yu, he mutters an apology for his tardiness. His gaze then falls to Sang-yu's hand, realizing the young man must have been the one to initiate the emergency program. Sang-yu, looking up at the hunter, expresses his awe, while an unseen voice thanks Jong Sang-woo for saving them all. Humbly, Sang-yu deflects the praise, insisting he did nothing special and that the hunter is the truly great one. Wontae, however, offers a wry counterpoint, muttering about his own near-death experience. Sang-yu reminds him that he didn't abandon them, a civilian voice praising the Keenest Guild for their unwavering courage. Embarrassed by the attention, Sang-yu scratches his head, wondering aloud how he could have run away with so many people present. As civilians congratulate the Keenest Guild for their successful operation, Wontae offers a simple, grateful thank you. As the city crumbles under a monstrous assault, Sang-yu stands amidst the chaos, his gaze fixed on the colossal, green-skinned beast that looms over the devastated skyline, crackling with destructive lightning. Meanwhile, far from the initial impact, number 2 of the Red Fire Guild finds himself plummeting through the air, his body a blur against the shattered cityscape, a desperate struggle already underway. His masked face contorts in a silent exclamation, the hunter's eyes wide with alarm as he processes the unfolding disaster. Before he can recover, a massive, green-skinned troll monster slams into him, sending him careening through the air with a sickening impact. He crashes hard onto the rubble-strewn ground, a frustrated curse escaping his lips as he struggles to regain his footing. From a vantage point above, a skeletal golem monster, its head wreathed in blue flames, observes the struggle, questioning the hunter's unexpected resilience against what should have been an easy target for its rank. Despite his injuries, the hunter pushes back, his body glowing with a faint aura as he clashes with a ferocious tiger-like monster, the battle intensifying around him. His resolve hardens, but his eyes widen in despair as he spots even more monstrous forms emerging from the destruction, the overwhelming odds stacking against him. A surge of blue energy ripples through the air, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound, as if something immense has just been unleashed. Observing the aftermath, Park Wontae muses aloud, wondering what kind of person could have been transformed into such a potent mana source. He then turns to Sang-yu, his gaze sharp, asking if he is perhaps a hunter. Sang-yu, still bending down, confirms that he is, but adds that it hasn't been long since he became one. Park Wontae, his expression unreadable, then inquires about Sang-yu's skill, prompting a surprised "oh" from the younger man. Sang-yu, looking slightly flustered, explains that Park Wontae mentioned his eyes, and there's no need to hide it. He begins to reveal the nature of his skill. But his expression shifts to one of profound distress, leaving his words hanging in the air. A wave of regret washes over Park Wontae as he reports losing connection with number 3, his voice laced with an apology. His gloved hand clenches, a faint, ominous glow emanating from the chaotic surroundings. As he sprints through the crumbling city, a desperate cry escaping his lips. My family is in danger. He leaps across a chasm, the wind rushing past him, a grim warning echoing in his mind. It's dangerous to go alone. Still in motion, he activates his comms, urgently relaying his position. Keenest Rescue Team, track my location and rescue all these survivors. A calm voice responds, this is Team Bravo. We will be on our way right away. He drifts through an ethereal, glowing void, his gaze fixed on the swirling energies, a chilling realization dawning on him. the portal isn't closed yet. His face contorts in a mix of fear and determination as a sudden impact jolts him. He plunges his blade into the monstrous form, a desperate fury driving his every strike. Gritting his teeth, he pushes past the pain as his sprint skill activates, propelling him forward. The hunter becomes a blur of motion, closing the distance, his hand glowing with nascent power. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the ruined city. Even as he recoils from the blast, he channels another attack, activating Fireball. The air ignites again, sending debris flying in every direction. Amidst the smoke and destruction, he stares up at the still-standing behemoth, realizing the sheer scale of the challenge. As the battle rages on, a new threat begins to materialize, a dark, spiky entity emerging with a system message urging focus on a single point. Its presence grows, emphasized by a sharp, unsettling sound. Nearby, a red-haired hunter, his face etched with urgency, shouts orders to his support team, warning them of the enemy's wide attack range. He charges forward, his massive sword arcing down to strike the purple glowing monster. Meanwhile, a bald hunter observes the fray, a worried frown on his face as he realizes the monster's poison is actively decreasing his resistance. The red-haired hunter, still locked in combat, expresses his frustration, acknowledging the battle is proving far more difficult than anticipated. He calls out, declaring this is no time for competition, and the bald hunter internally questions the very idea of working together. Before he can fully process the thought, the purple glowing monster strikes, catching the bald hunter off guard with a burst of energy. Stunned by the impact, the bald hunter looks up in shock, calling out a name. Shin Haisung. Why are you here? A golden aura shimmers around Park Wanti's hand as he considers the situation, admitting to himself that he came here solely for the substantial reward. He continues, his thoughts veiled, that the true nature of his intentions will remain unknown to others. Suddenly, the massive, bird-like monster lets out a piercing shriek, its dark form looming with glowing green eyes and razor-sharp claws. Park Wante grunts in response, a golden energy flaring around his hand as he declares, absolute power. His expression hardens, a mixture of shock and fierce resolve etched across his face. Meanwhile, the Red Fire Guild leader, engulfed in a vibrant fiery aura, asserts his independence, declaring that he doesn't need to work with anyone. He unleashes a devastating, fiery attack, golden particles swirling amidst the intense flames as it strikes with a thunderous impact. The bird-like monster recoils violently, green lightning crackling around its form from the force of the blow. Away from the battle, the Red Fire Guild female hunter sighs with concern, her daughter injured, as she urgently calls for an emergency kit. He desperately tries to keep the injured child conscious, urging her to stay awake. But her voice is weak, barely able to form words, as she calls out for her parents, whimpering that it hurts. Tears stream down his face as he clutches her closer, promising that rescue is coming, that she just needs to hang in there. The devastation around them is immense, buildings scarred and broken. A choked gasp escapes him, his eyes reflecting the horror of the scene. Smoke billows into the sky, obscuring the sun. Then, heavy thudding footsteps echo through the ruins. Drawing closer with each impact, a new threat emerging from the dust. A grotesque monster, its face contorted in a snarl, lets out a guttural cry. A powerful foot descends, crushing a goblin monster beneath its weight, as a desperate plea echoes through the chaos. Nearby, Sangyu and Jaiwoo stand frozen, their faces etched with terror as they witness the unfolding horror. Elsewhere, an injured woman, blood trickling from her mouth, manages a final, strained warning to those around her. She struggles against the immense pressure of a grotesque monster, its bulk pinning her down as she whispers a desperate refusal. The creature's hideous face looms close, its fangs bared as it hisses a chilling promise of death. With a firm grip, the grotesque monster holds her captive, her fate seemingly sealed. Tears stream down her face, a silent testament to her despair. Suddenly, a blur of motion, a blade wreathed in crimson energy, slashes through the air with incredible speed. Before the monster can react, a powerful foot stomps down, delivering a devastating blow. As the unknown hero continues his relentless fight against the monstrous threats, a piercing blue light emanates from his eye, reflecting the chaos of the crumbling city around him. Meanwhile, a man with glasses, drenched in sweat and fear, can only stammer out a desperate plea. His cry echoes the terror of Sangyu, whose eyes glow a furious red as he struggles to breathe, overwhelmed by the unfolding horror. His hand, already bleeding, clutches tightly, a testament to his raw panic. The man with glasses, now joined by another civilian in a suit, desperately pleads for aid, their faces etched with profound fear. Sangyu continues to gasp, his glowing red eyes fixed on an unseen horror. Before them, a grotesque, multi-limbed monster towers, its pale form casting a chilling shadow over the huddled group of the man with glasses, Jaiwoo, and the man in the suit, trapping them against the debris. The creature emits a low, guttural sound, its presence a suffocating weight. Jaiwoo, unable to bear the terror any longer, weeps openly, her small face streaked with tears. A low hum vibrates through the air, and Sang Yu's face contorts in desperate frustration. his eyes now burning with an ominous red glow as his fury mounts. A primal scream tears from his throat, blood splattering across his face. Just as a devastating impact slams into him, the force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air, a sustained, humming energy vibrating around him, and his hand, already injured, bursts with fresh blood from the sheer force. He collapses, a monstrous claw looming over his broken form. He lies there, face grimacing in agony, the impact of the monster's attack leaving him battered and bleeding. A sudden, unseen force strikes, causing Sengyu to cry out in agony, his eyes flaring with an ominous red glow. The attack is a blur of motion, a crimson and black streak tearing through the air. Its speed is disorienting, leaving only abstract trails in its wake. Then, a brutal impact, the force of it echoing with a guttural OHH. The source of the assault is revealed as a monstrous, clawed hand, its dark talons poised to strike again. With brutal force, the creature's hand connects, sending Sengyu reeling from the devastating blow. A sickening impact reverberates through the air. As Sengyu's head snaps back from a brutal blow, a cry of pain escaping his lips. The grotesque monster looms over him, its multiple eyes fixed on its prey, a guttural sound escaping its maw before it speaks a single, chilling name, Jeju. Its blood-soaked claws continue their relentless assault, impaling him on a glowing, fiery spike that erupts from its form. He clenches his jaw, a desperate grunt of agony escaping him, kook, before a full-throated scream rips from his throat. Arg! Amidst the blood and pain, his eyes flare with an ominous red glow, a silent defiance against the overwhelming force. The monster continues its terrifying, rapid assault, a blur of grotesque power. Still reeling from the brutal assault, Sengyu lies prone, the impact reverberating through his body. His face twists in a grimace of pain and defiance, every muscle straining. The grotesque monster's massive claw descends once more, striking him with crushing force. When a blur of motion interrupts the attack, a female hunter, mid-air, delivers a powerful, arcing kick to the monster's side. Sengyu looks up, his eyes wide with surprise, his dark hair now shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. Nearby, another hunter braces himself, his arm tensed, ready to engage. The grotesque monster roars in frustration and pain, its attack momentarily halted by the unexpected intervention. The female hunter deftly catches Sengyu, who was still falling, a confident, nice catch, escaping her lips. He lands lightly on his feet, his blue-tinged hair still glowing, a new resolve hardening his expression. The female hunter delivers a powerful, explosive kick, sending the grotesque monster reeling. Its head snaps back from the impact, the force rippling through its massive frame. Before it can recover, the male hunter follows up with a brutal punch, driving his fist deep into its face with another resounding impact. The monster cries out in pain as the hunter continues his relentless assault, leaving it battered and bleeding. Meanwhile, the female hunter turns her attention to Sengyu, who lies on the ground, and begins channeling a soft, blue light over him, telling him to rest for a while. The mana transfer continues, a steady stream of energy flowing into him, his body absorbing the power. A pained gasp escapes Sengyu's lips as the blue energy swirls around him, the process clearly intense. The female hunter reaches out a hand, her concern evident as she checks on his condition. She asks her partner about his state, confirming that he isn't good and needs to be taken to the guild immediately, the urgency in her voice palpable. Still reeling from his injuries, Sengyu's hand twitches, attempting to touch the bloodied wound on his face, but the Redfire Guild female hunter quickly intervenes, warning him to keep still or risk reopening it. Despite his pain, Sengyu manages to point weakly, his voice strained as he indicates something over there. From an unseen vantage point, a new, stern voice cuts through the air, belonging to a man with a distinctive facial pattern, who speaks with concern for his injured sister. The sight of his own bloodied hand, and the mention of his sister, intensifies Sengyu's distress. Tears streaming down his face, he desperately pleads for someone to save her. As a soft blue light emanates from the ground, the female hunter offers a calm reassurance, promising that everything will be all right. However, the calm is shattered by a guttural voice, as a grotesque insectoid monster declares that neither Sengyu nor his sister will survive. A surge of menacing red energy crackles through the air, signaling the imminent danger. Looking down with glowing red eyes, the man with the facial pattern delivers a chilling final threat. You are going to die today. Enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, the antagonist from before stands amidst the crumbling cityscape, a chilling declaration escaping his lips. This will be over soon, he states, as elsewhere, a man with a furrowed brow looks on, beads of sweat tracing paths down his worried face. The blue energy around the antagonist pulses with an ominous glow, his form a stark silhouette against the ruined buildings. Meanwhile, in a sterile office, a woman sits before a monitor, the urgent need for evacuation weighing heavily on her mind, as the situation spirals out of control. The guild's men are struggling to contain the chaos. Her hands grip documents detailing the escalating crisis, the reports confirming the dire state of affairs. Later, an elderly man with a distinguished white beard concludes a meeting, his voice firm as he dismisses the attendees. As he walks away with a tall, dark-skinned man in a suit, a quiet escapes the younger man, suggesting lingering concerns. The elderly man, deep in thought, realizes the gravity of the situation, concluding that he needs a consultation. A stern-faced man in a sharp suit demands to know the subject of their urgent meeting. Before he can press further, a bald man in sunglasses interjects, advising him to watch his tone. The man with sunglasses then calmly assures the room that everything is under control. An elderly, bearded man, seemingly in charge, then prompts them to continue, acknowledging the expected damages from the invasion and the need to minimize losses. He then questions if they intend to assess the damage immediately. Seated at a grand desk, the elderly man maintains his composed demeanor, his gaze sharp as he demands the point of their discussion, knowing they cannot simply ignore an A-class monster, especially with the uncertainty of its next appearance. With a confident smile, Director Kim takes charge, ordering a complete lockdown of the entire area, with no one permitted to enter or exit. The elderly leader, his brow furrowed, firmly declares that Director Kim must handle the fallout of whatever comes next. But Kim, looking down with a calculating gaze, begins to outline the inevitable backlash from everyone who will blame the association, all those who will try to exploit the situation. He doubts they can even hold out for another week, let alone a month, concluding that such a delay would be disastrous for the association. The elderly leader, exasperated, asks what he proposes, while Kim, turning to gaze out at the city, starts to question the number of monsters involved. Turning back with a grim expression, Kim asserts that they must make the public blame the monsters for the evacuations. He continues, his back to the room, suggesting he wouldn't have even opened the meeting until the official announcement had gone out. The elderly leader, visibly frustrated, demands to know why Kim had to bring up the monsters, questioning if the current public discourse isn't already enough. Pointing a finger, he expresses his deep concern that people will die, but Kim, still looking out, coldly retorts that this is the only thing that matters. He elaborates, his voice devoid of emotion, that if they allow people to die, the association will benefit more. Director Kim slams his fist into the wall, the impact spiderwebbing across the surface, his voice sharp with disdain for the low-rank hunters who struggle against D-class monsters. They're nothing but fodder, he seethes, and yet they're the only ones who can fight. Wiping a stray speck from the shattered surface, he continues, and there is no way you are misunderstanding. Turning slightly, a cold challenge in his eyes, he asks, do you think I'm a fool, or something? Without waiting for an answer, he extends a hand, helping the elderly leader to his feet. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a silent testament to his resolve. Meanwhile, the Megalosaurus Guild members are already engaging the monsters. While the elderly leader sits, listening intently, as the military authorities prepare their response. A foot steps down, crushing something unseen beneath his heel. Then, with a sharp snap of his fingers, he signals the next phase. Sang-yu receives a call, the voice on the other end urging him to work harder, lamenting that the rats at the association are growing bolder. Meanwhile, at home, he playfully wrestles with Jaiwoo, a brief moment of normalcy before the day's demands. Later, enjoying his snack, he muses on the perks of his work, finding satisfaction in the free food that comes with it. Back on the phone, he firmly states his refusal to work for free, having already put in his time without compensation, before asking if he is home. The next morning, a voice calls out, demanding he wake up and get ready to earn some money. He acknowledges the call, preparing for the day ahead. Arriving at a meeting point, Sang-yu is greeted by Director Kim, who notes his arrival. Director Kim looks on, his expression one of slight surprise, or perhaps anticipation. As Sang-yu stands ready alongside a masked figure, the masked individual offers a curt good morning, while Sang-yu hopes this new associate won't cause problems today. He stands beside a sleek white car, listening as the man in the suit asks about the whereabouts of number 2, who is apparently exercising. The man then suggests he should also train to become stronger faster, noting his already high strength level. Sang-yu shifts uncomfortably, muttering that he's fine just being able to utilize his current abilities. The man in the suit continues, mentioning rumors of Sang-yu becoming a hunter, but Sang-yu insists he earns enough doing what he does, and he's not the type to do things he dislikes, despite his great potential. He reiterates that one shouldn't just become a hunter, and that he's content with his current level of power, letting out a small, awkward laugh. A subtle, knowing smile plays on the man's lips, as if he understands more than he lets on. Suddenly, Sang-yu looks up, startled, a question forming on his lips about how things ended up this way. Before he can finish, a sudden, unseen force slams into him, his face contorting in pain as he cries out, "What is this?" A menacing figure with dark facial markings emerges from the shadows, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he declares, "It is enough for you." He cries out, the impact sending a shockwave through his body. A dark, viscous substance begins to spread across his arm. As he looks up, confronted by the menacing figure and 2 hooded companions. "Right?" the antagonist sneers. Sang-yu struggles, his face contorted in a desperate gasp. As the antagonist continues his cruel interrogation, "Sang-yu, did you become a hunter? Or did you eventually abandon us and leave?" His words are punctuated by a grotesque transformation, his mouth stretching to reveal sharp, predatory teeth and dripping black liquid. The dark corruption spreads to Sang-yu's leg, and a desperate, familiar voice echoes in his mind. Appa, save me, please. His eyes widen in sheer horror, overwhelmed by the physical torment and the psychological assault. As he lets out a guttural scream of despair, he jolts awake, a sharp gasp escaping his lips as the lingering terror of the nightmare clings to him. His body still trembling from the ordeal. He slowly pushes himself upright in the unfamiliar bed, his eyes scanning the sterile hospital room. A voice from off-screen gently asks, "Seems like you had a nightmare. Are you all right?" He can only manage a weak, ragged breath in response, his face still etched with confusion and a fresh bandage adorning his cheek. Standing nearby, a man in a crisp suit observes him with a calm, professional demeanor, his arms crossed. The man's voice is firm as he advises, "You shouldn't be moving around too much." Sang-yu lies in a hospital bed, his body still recovering. He stirs, a soft huh, escaping his lips as he slowly regains awareness. Two men in dark suits stand over him, one cautioning him not to move too much. Sang-yu glances at his bandaged hand, the doctor's warning about his condition replaying in his mind. The man with glasses confirms the severity of his injury, noting that the wound was deep, but he was fortunate. The other man in the suit presses him, asking if he shouldn't be more careful. Sang-yu simply dismisses it as nothing, though many questions still linger. The man with glasses interjects, stating it's not his turn to speak yet. The man in the suit then calls out, "Sang-woo." As he slowly regains consciousness in the hospital bed, a familiar woman and man stand over him, their faces etched with concern. His voice is weak, but the words are clear, a quiet plea escaping his lips. The man, his father, looks down at him with a mix of relief and anxiety, while his mother watches on, her expression unreadable, as if trying to gauge the extent of his recovery. Later, the man with glasses discusses his condition, noting that while the operation was successful and he's recovering well, it will still take a month before he can return to a normal life. The other man in the suit reviews a medical document, his brow furrowed in thought. The man with glasses then turns to Sang-yu, asking about his memories of the incident, specifically what happened in the days leading up to his hospitalization. His parents stand by, listening intently as the man with glasses continues, mentioning that most of the other victims are still unconscious, and some may never wake up. Sang-yu struggles to recall, his expression pained, admitting he doesn't remember anything before waking up in the hospital. A sharp intake of breath escapes Sang-yu, his eye widening in sudden alarm. From beside his hospital bed, a woman's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know about Jaiwoo. She turns to the man with glasses, her concern palpable, asking if Jaiwoo is all right. Sang-yu, still reeling, looks on with a mixture of confusion and fear, wondering why no one is answering. A single thought echoes in his mind, what is happening? Meanwhile, the steady beep of a medical monitor accompanies the sight of Jaiwoo, lying in a hospital bed, her eyes wide and staring blankly upwards. Her small arms are outstretched, a medical report confirming that while her abdominal region has been treated, her condition remains critical. The doctor explains that people rarely die from the mana virus, and most of the time, it doesn't cause many problems. He elaborates, stating that each person possesses different mana traits, so the virus typically dies out, unable to infect or decompose any mana. But in rare cases, the virus synchronizes with the host's mana, causing it to decompose rapidly, a grim reality that means Jaiwoo's body is too weak to survive normally. A desperate plea escapes Sang-yu, wondering if there's any way to cure this devastating condition. The doctor's expression hardens as he delivers the crushing blow. With current medical technology, there isn't one. He reiterates the virus's insidious nature, synchronizing with the mana in a way they can't even perceive, leaving no other option to keep her alive in this state. The doctor's gaze is somber as he explains the harsh reality. Without a healthy body, one cannot truly live, making a normal life for Jaiwoo impossible due to her extreme weakness. Seeing Sang-yu's profound despair, the doctor reaches out, offering a comforting hand. But the weight of the news is too much, leaving Sang-yu's face etched with anguish and confusion. Consumed by the weight of his choices, Sang-yu gripped the cold metal bar, a bitter thought echoing in his mind. If he hadn't been so selfish for others. Amidst the desolate ruins, he knelt, his hand outstretched as if pleading with an unseen force. His face etched with profound regret as the realization struck him. If he had just prioritized his family first. He stared down, his hand still reaching, lost in the depths of his despair. When suddenly, a masked figure appeared behind him, silencing his cries of anguish with a firm hand over his mouth. Sang-yu's eyes widened in shock, looking up at his captor. As the masked figure stood resolute, a weapon held casually over a shoulder, a silent question hanging in the air. If I? Nearby, the man with glasses reacted with a shout of alarm. Sir. But within Sang-yu, a primal roar began to stir, his inner tiger manifesting with glowing eyes and dark energy, a fierce resolve burning, to become stronger. As his despair began to coalesce into a fierce resolve, the image of a powerful tiger, a symbol of his awakening strength, roared within him. Yet, the monstrous threats he faced remained ever present, a grotesque reminder of the world's harsh reality. In that moment of internal conflict, he reached out, a single thought forming. If I? But before he could finish, a sharp needle pressed against his skin, as a voice cried out, Sang-yu. The hell are you? He recoiled, his hand instinctively grabbing the syringe as the voice urged, calm down, your wounds are opening up. A pained groan escaped him as the syringe was finally pulled away. Tears streamed down his face, a profound regret washing over him as he thought, I just wished a little harder. His mind drifted to a happier time, a cherished memory of his family, smiling brightly together. The fleeting warmth of the memory faded, replaced by the stark, red lines of his current reality. He awakens, or perhaps simply returns to consciousness, finding himself in a sterile room, the harsh reality of his situation settling in. His brow furrowed with a mix of pain and despair, he struggles to process the events that led him here. A single, haunted eye reflects the weight of his memories, pulling him back to a moment of warmth and tenderness. The soft sound of a door opening, a gentle rustle of movement, and a familiar presence fills the space. A woman with a bittersweet smile looks on, her voice a soft echo as she calls out, "Hey Yon." A young woman places a small box onto a surface, her voice gentle as she greets him. He looks up, a bandage on his cheek, and asks if she is feeling better, expressing his relief at her presence. She confirms her safety, explaining that their house was damaged, but she made it to a shelter. He responds with genuine concern, admitting his worry when he couldn't reach her, before she questions his whereabouts, specifically asking if he was at church. A look of realization crosses his face as he explains their inability to connect, and then remembers the reason for his silence. He had lost his phone. Meanwhile, the young woman, referring to him as teacher, playfully challenges his identity, insisting she isn't his teacher. He holds a small box, contemplating her words, and advises her to remain humble, suggesting that a different demeanor would not suit her. With a soft smile, she accepts his counsel, addressing him once more as teacher. He looks away, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, muttering that he still needs to choose his own path. As she watches him, a tender expression on her face, he softly utters her name, Haeyeon. He looks up, a serious expression on his face, as he mentions, there is something I want to say about that. Haeyeon sits beside him on the hospital bed, listening intently. 2 weeks later, the large hospital building stands under a clear sky. Inside, Director Kim, holding a stack of papers, questions the situation. Hunters like this? The hospital room, now empty, awaits its next occupant. Sang-yu adjusts the collar of his shirt, preparing to leave. His hospital gown lies discarded on the bed, a symbol of his recovery. He pulls up his pants, fully dressed, and ready to face what comes next. He lies in the hospital bed, his hand resting over his chest, still recovering from his ordeal. Haeyeon stands nearby, her voice filled with concern as she asks, "Your sister?" He confirms that he can no longer contact her, a heavy silence falling between them. He offers a quiet apology, to which she gently replies that it's okay. She thanks him for everything until now, while a slight hesitation escapes him. Haeyeon quickly reassures him that this isn't a final goodbye. Her expression shifts to one of fierce determination as she declares he'll reach a decent rank, because she intends to surpass him with everything she has. As she walks towards the door, she adds with a playful jab that she's also going to get a college boyfriend, before turning back with a bright, confident smile. As a profound sense of regret washes over him, a distant voice echoes, reminding him not to lose sight of his past as he grows older. Now out of the hospital and meticulously adjusting his tie, Sang-yu prepares himself for whatever lies ahead. Yet, a quiet moment with Haeyeon brings back a flicker of that lingering sorrow, a silent acknowledgement of his own regrets. He remembers his time in the hospital, the oxygen mask a constant reminder of his fragility, and the desperate thought that he didn't have enough time. A faint, high-pitched hum resonates. As he turns his back on the past, the sound fading behind him. With a renewed sense of purpose, he faces forward, his gaze unwavering. A soft, resonant sound accompanies the firm declaration, there is no more time for regretting. The journey begins anew, as a taxi speeds away, carrying him towards an unknown future. Still in the car, Sang-yu reviews information on his phone, learning that the man he's about to meet is a guild master. The driver announces their arrival, and he looks up, ready to disembark. The car door opens. Stepping out, he gazes up at the imposing structure before him, confirming it to be the office building of the Keenest Guild. His expression is one of quiet determination. He begins his approach towards the entrance, declaring his purpose, to meet Captain Park Wontae. He approaches the reception desk, requesting to see Guild Master Park Wontae, only to be informed that he doesn't have an appointment. Maintaining a polite but firm demeanor, the receptionist asks him to wait. A stern-faced man with a beard, standing nearby, observes the exchange. Sang-yu then clarifies his identity, stating that he is Jong Sang-woo, and the name seems to resonate, causing him to feel a surge of anticipation. The bearded man confirms Sang-woo's status as a guest to the receptionist. With a nod, the bearded man gestures for them to proceed, leading the way upstairs. He informs Sang-woo that the captain is waiting for him.